ก็สกิลทีมเราแบบเป็ดยิงดีแล้วก็ช่วยเหลือกันดีแล้วก็สื่อสารกันดี
They don't stand to taking himself away by the angle. The headshot gets the first aid kit off back under 75. How Erangel!
PCS 7 champion completed our 6 in.
ก็ดูคิวฟีดครับว่าเขาฆ่ากันไป1 คนแล้วก็คิดว่าการที่เราจะเข้าไปเคลมมันมีความเสี่ยงแค่ไหนถ้ามีความเสี่ยงมากเราก็ไม่เข้าไปครับแต่ถ้าสมมติว่าเราเข้าไปแล้วเราได้เราก็จะเข้าไปเคลมครับ
ถ้าสมมติว่าเราเสี่ยงไปแล้วเราตายเราก็ไม่เบ่งมันอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าถ้าเราเลือกที่จะไม่เอาแล้วตรงนั้นมันเป็นจุดที่วงมันเข้าเราจะมาเสียดายทีหลังซึ่งความเสี่ยงนั้นเรายอมรับได้อยู่แล้ว
ก็ถ้าวงท้ายเราจะดูวงก่อนว่าวงมันจะแบบให้พื้นที่เราเล่นเยอะขนาดไหนถ้ามีพื้นที่ที่เราได้เปรียบเล่นให้เราเล่นเราก็จะเล่นตรงนั้นก่อนแล้วพอเราวงบีบจนแบบทีมอื่นจะแบบเสียเปรียบกับเรา
ข้อดีของการเป็นอินเกมลีดเดอร์สำหรับผมคือสามารถพาทีมให้มีจุดที่เล่นดีๆแล้วก็สามารถเข้าวงได้ครับแล้วก็มีพื้นที่ในการยิงข้อเสียของการเป็นอินเกมลีดเดอร์สำหรับผมก็คือตัวผมเองจะไม่มีโฟกัสในการยิงหรือไปหาคิวเหมือนคนในทีมครับบูโซนทำให้เราเล่นยากเราก็จะพยายามเล่นแบบขอบวงครับถ้าขอบวงเล่นไม่ได้ก็คิดว่าน่าจะฝ่าเข้ากลางวงไปหาที่เล่นเพื่อที่จะเล่นในวงสุดท้ายครับ
ก็โค้ชทีมเราได้มีการทำกันบ้านแล้วก็ทำแผนขึ้นมาใหม่ให้ทีมของเราแล้วก็หลังจากที่เราได้ซ้อมตามที่โค้ชได้วางแผนไว้แล้วเราก็คิดว่า PGC ครั้งนี้ไม่น่าจะมีปัญหาครับ
No worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you. It means confidence that I can deliver what I set out to.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide Annie, and I'm here again with Paperthin.
Hey Annie, it's good to be back, and I'm excited for PGC.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and we're here to talk about everything about PGC 2022. But before then, we want to wrap up PCS 7, which was held just before. Asia Pacific, Day Trade Gaming won again, and in Americas, again Sonics won the PCS 7 Americas. But Europe and Asia had a different champion this time. In Europe, Question Mark won, and Asia, New Happy, finally won the PCS 7.
So, and then you go over to EU, and it is kind of interesting. I think a lot of people were looking at Northern Lights, maybe FaZe or Na'Vi, And Question Mark comes through here with a team that's been together in this shape for a while, but they haven't really played that great recently until now. And now all of a sudden they exploded. They played great. In APAC and Americas, it was very much kind of what you would expect. And of course in Asia, I mean, now that New Happy isn't bogged down in their fight for Yasnaya with Donala, they played amazing, as expected.
So PCS7 is over, and now only thing left for 2022 PUBG Esports is PGC 2022. It was held in Incheon, Korea last year, right?
Yeah, it was a really cool stage.
Yeah, I remember, and it was really cold back then. But in 2022, the PUBG Global Championship will be held in Dubai. Yay!
Yay, warmer, yay!
PGC 2022 will kick off in November 1st and will be held for 3 weeks. And 32 teams will be competing to become the PGC 2022 champion. This time we have the different format, right?
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit different this time around, and I'm excited because this really gives all 32 teams a real shot to show their best, to really show how hard they've been practicing.
So this time in PGC 2022, we have 6 teams each from APAC and America region, 8 teams from Europe region, and finally 12 teams from Asia region. So we want to talk about the overview of each region, how the playstyle of each teams in each region is different, and let's look through the PGC points of 4 regions. Let's start with APAC.
Maybe the most fun region to watch. It's a chaotic region, but in a really exciting way where teams will take fights, you know, maybe a little bit more challenging, or they're trying to set up traps more often for other teams. It's really hard to predict what these teams are going to do.
I'm sure that Day Trade Gaming and Brilliant United Esports have shown those kind of playstyle in the previous global events.
Yeah, I think a lot of PUBG Esports fans are going to be really excited to see Buriram back. Obviously, that is a team that brings a ton of explosive firepower. Day Trade is just the most balanced team in APAC right now. They're really solid at everything they do. Their decision-making is good. And then, of course, I think you also got to keep your eyes on the dynamic duo for Day Trade, Nurens, and Flash, who have been just consistently great players. So, obviously, they're 2 players that I would really consider putting on my fantasy team, maybe.
In APAC, we have some of the veteran players that have been playing PUBG for so long, like Rossiter Jr. from T5, and Levis from The Expendables, and also Leo from Shirkadui. Let's move on to America's region. There are 5 North American teams and 1 South American team.
This is an up-and-coming region to me. They just seem to keep getting better and better. You know, obviously the Sonics won PGIS, and they may not have won PGC last year, but they still had some good performances, some good results. When I watch this region, I see a strong region. You know, teams like the Sonics are cautiously aggressive, where they do sometimes, you know, push out for kills and those kind of things. Latin America is really starting to rise up and catch up rapidly. So this to me is maybe like the region that I think of the dark horse.
Yeah, this region is full of veteran players. Teams like Sonics have always been playing so well in their region. And Luminosity Gaming, this is the old Shoot to Kill members, and they have won the 4th in PGC 2021 as TSM, which means they have potential in the global stage. The team name might sound new, but there are the teams that have been playing in the global stage in the past few years.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of these players you're going to know and love. United has a young, up-and-coming roster of really talented players.
Yeah, and Yahoo has Sparking, who have IGL, the Brazil team in recent PNC, and they have ranked 3rd. With other veteran players, I think they also could have a potential here. Next is Europe. The tournament format has slightly changed in PCS7 Europe. There were no invited teams in the grand final, so some teams are very familiar, but we do have some new teams coming in the EMEA region.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm really excited about Polish Power, for example, a team that doesn't have a ton of experience globally other than a few of them who used to be on any trolls in chat, but they played in America, so it's pretty exciting to see them and come into Europe and play very, very well.
Yeah, and we have to talk about Entropeak and Question Mark, who won each PCS6 Europe and PCS7 Europe, but they're relatively new to the global stage.
I mean, I think everybody's going to know a doozy from Question Mark. He's been one of the all-time great players in PUBG Esports history, and now he's back and better than ever, maybe. In Tropic, it is really surprising to see a team that is as good as they were at PCS6 not be able to qualify for PCS7. My hope is that they'll learn from that and they'll be able to compete for the championship.
How about FaZe Clan?
There were a few mistakes I saw, and especially with the early rotations from like Gustav with his IGLing and stuff, but I think overall this is a team that can correct those and do really well.
Yeah, I hope FaZe Clan will play consistent in the upcoming PGC 2022. And talking about the consistency, I have to talk about NLT again, one of the most consistent team in the world in PUBG Esports scene.
I think the thing to watch with Northern Lights is how smart of a team they are and how well balanced they are. But Batoons does a good job putting this team in a good spot, clearing their edges, making sure that they're safe behind them. They do things like pre-rotations where they're in a car while the circle's already closing. All these really smart ideas that they bring to the table consistently make them a great team.
Last but not least is Asia region. This region is indeed the most competitive region.
Yeah, I mean, this is historically the best region in PUBG Esports, so this is going to be really exciting. PCS 7 was extremely close at the end. You had 4 teams in the final game that legitimately could have won if they were able to get the chicken dinner. So yeah, I'm really looking at this region as the favorites for this event.
This time, Chinese teams took one more seed, which means they have been playing so well in their PCS events.
They're all really, really good. New Happy, of course, is first and foremost. The 2-time PCL champions. They won PCS 7 this year. This is a stacked team, incredible players top to bottom. Yes, Ming Ming is widely considered their ace, but Zipian has actually been one of their best performers at most of their international events.
And Patrick Road?
This is such a great team. Long and Mill have been playing really, really well too, so you can't count them out, obviously. 3-time PCS winners, they could definitely do it.
And also 17 Gaming, they're always playing very well in PCS and also the global stage, but maybe because of the hot drops, they haven't been playing really well in the PGC level competitions.
Yeah, so it's going to be tricky for 17 Gaming, right? There's 4 teams going to be competing for Pachinki and Picado, 1 from each region. This is a team that I think could win this event, but I don't know what the drops are going to look like.
So this time we have 4 Korean teams. 3 of them looks really familiar. Frakes, Genji, and Danawa Esports have been playing in the global stage from past several years representing Korea.
Yeah, I think it's, especially for the Freaks, kind of par for the course. They do really well in the PWS, then they come to the international events and they're so-so. Genji, of course, you know, a different look than maybe in the past. Now there's a lot of the old Ghibli team members on this team trying to upgrade their firepower. It hasn't really paid out. They're still good, but not great. Danawa has kind of started to fall off this year. Last year, very good at PGC, getting 5th place. This year, it looks a little bit shaky. Adding Lambo to the team is the IGL.
And now it's Bego Pa. The team name is very new, but if you look into the members, these members are full of veteran players who have been playing PUBG for so long, like DG98, PO, Taemin, Sungjang, and Too Hard. It's quite a nostalgic names.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that made a splash when they decided to come out together. You know, Pio brought this team together. The team name literally means we're hungry, so they're hungry for wins. This team shouldn't surprise anybody that they're this good, right? You're talking about a PGC champion, a FACE Global Summit champion, Sungjang, who was on those OGN teams that got 4th at like every major event ever. Too Hard is nuts, and people don't realize, but in Korea, he was really, really good for a while. A great team. Can their style work on the actual global level?
Recent PCS 7 Asia, Chinese teams won again, winning 7, actually 8, including Charity Showdown. This rivalry between China and Korea, it has been very long, and we have to see how this will show off in PGC 2022.
Yeah, there's conflicting styles for sure here. The Chinese teams are more aggressive. They're looking for third-party opportunities. They're really good at keeping track of their kill feeds to make sure they know the situations around them and when they should take advantage of them. The Korean teams play a little bit more passive. They're kind of more focused on controlling space and territory and trying to use that to their advantage as the game goes on. And yes, in the past that has worked very well for the Korean teams. These days it doesn't seem to, as the kill points are really, really an important factor. So I think now we need to see the Korean teams be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and I think this applies to other teams competing in PGC 2022 to win against Chinese teams. We have been explaining the 32 participating teams, and we have some of the rookie teams and full of veteran teams. And the first step of the journey to the PGC 2022 championship would be the group stage, and the group was decided based on the PGC points rank of each region. And this is how it looks.
I don't feel like either one is significantly stronger than the other. Maybe Team A little bit is kind of more difficult. You know, 3 of the top 5 teams from last year's PGC that are in there. But still, this is a really, really difficult group no matter which one you're in.
I would also like to explain the power ranking that we can have the information about the status quo of participating teams. Power ranking will be updated in Twire. We'll have the player ranking and team ranking based on their performance until PCS 7. So you can visit Twire and check out the power ranking of the participating teams and players of PGC 2022. So Pick'em is back as always. You can buy a PGC 2022 exclusive item starting October 26th, and you can get the voting coupon. You can pick the winners and reward it with EP if you get right. And there are another ways to earn EPs, like Fantasy League.
Yeah, exactly. So on twire.gg, you can go onto there, create an account, make your own fantasy team. You get to pick 4 players. You have a certain amount of money to work with, and each player costs more money the better they have done so far this year. So you get to put together your team, compete against everybody, make your own private groups, compete against your friends, and try to win. And you can win, like you said, some prizes and get some of those sweet purple skins. My favorite color, purple. Seriously.
We've talked a lot about PGC 2022 today, and before we wrap up, please be noted that PGC 2022 is kicking off on November 1st and will be lasting until November 20th in Dubai. And this time we're going to have a crowd in the grand finals.
So I'm looking forward to going to Dubai. Of course, you know, it's the best event of the year, so it's the most hype event, the best players, the best teams. What else could you want?
Please check out the pubgesports.com and PUBG Esports social channels for the ticket info and offline events information. Please stay tuned for PGC 2022 and check out which team will be the best team in 2022. We'll be back with more contents in November. See you in Dubai. Bye! Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Why know why that that's a sign of baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real, my soul lives above them all, sleeping. Like you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come. I used to think that people die because they wicked. Nowadays, people want to see you dead because you gifted. So no matter what, I'm coming back and paying you a visit. So, yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come. Here we come.
adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles, some adjustments to the blue zone on Destiny, and some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle, and have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destiny is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destiny. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset, and sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Now is starting to try to utilize DBS, jumps out of the window, up close, can do a lot of damage, and he kicks off.
Win here, he's got the pump, but he's not able to mime at long range now. Not too much damage coming out of that. That's a bit too far for those pellets to connect.
Obviously, the main strategy for us is going to be landing Pachinki Picado.
No, we haven't prepared playing out of other spots. Obviously, we're playing to win right out the gates, so we're not even thinking about that.
We just play to fight, and, you know, the better team will win.
Getting thrown out both sides. It's going to be Shrimzy that gets hit. Tossing into Cal. Cal was not expecting this angle. He goes down. Look back at beautiful reposition coming out from Tiggleton. Going on is now Sonics. You get vision on what's going on with Dodge and Tiggleton.
Your champions for PCS 7 Americas.
Our IGL H1 puts us in a lot of good positions. I also think that our team dynamic has Shrimzy and I usually trading our teammates, or like in the back line per se, so our teammates will usually be the entries, and then we can spot where the enemies are based on what our teammates do and make a play.
We like to do splits where we can help each other, so we're close enough to reinforce. Generally speaking, as a rule, we like to do it early game, and we only like doing splits on compounds that are defendable.
Space is really important in this game, so to have 4 people in one compound is usually a mistake.
We're always playing together and close enough to reinforce each other, and you will be fighting us as a team.
Yeah, in the previous tournaments, the format was different to where fighting wasn't as advantageous, the winner-winner chicken dinner format. But this format encourages kill points, so we're just going to kill them.
In my mind, we're not leaving until we get eliminated or we win.
We will kill all of the enemy team.
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best stars, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다.
Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
for each second in esports. You are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Если бы мы могли, мы бы от них попытались уехать, но если выбора нет, то придется убить их при краше.
To an unbelievable tournament here and question mark with
PCS 7 Euro. Can they close this out? At least one. Look at the split from a doozy. I thought they knew exactly where he was. He gets the off angle too.
Unbelievable tournament here and question mark
53-point Saga. That is just crazy and unheard of.
Yeah. Если к нам придет какая-то команда, то мы попытаемся отбить наш спот.
Если я вижу какую-то позицию, которую я хочу занять, я занимаю ради того, чтобы найти следующую позицию и отправить туда свою команду.
В той ситуации Адовзи взял на себя инициативу, и мы поддержали его в его идее. Но мы используем эту стратегию не во время каких-то драк с командами, а для того, чтобы узнать позиции команд и посмотреть вперед по карте.
Зачастую я это сам решаю, но если я вижу, точнее я не вижу решения, то я обращаюсь за помощью команде. Если мы видим ситуацию, когда мы можем сделать third-party и подключиться к драке двух команд, эти решения принимаются на основе выгоды этой ситуации.
Если у нас есть позиция в зоне, ну или даже не обязательно в зоне, если у нас просто есть хорошая позиция, и мы видим, что мы можем подойти и съесть фрикиллы, то мы просто делаем это.
Если на наш спот будет падать какая-то команда, мы будем падать и драться с ними, и драться в свой спот.
Until you're dead and gone. Until you're dead and gone.
就2个字：卫冕冠军，卫冕。
今天相比，因为去年可能自己打法上吧有点问题，然后后面开会调整的还可以改掉了很多毛病嘛，然后再加上我们现在打了1年了，默契比较好。
我觉得是我们比赛打了很多的，就积累起来的东西。
You happy also cleaning up USG?
我会根据我们一整场比赛的信息，然后判断当时的地形，就是打完这波之后的收益，或者这波好不好打，然后我们进行这波战斗。
因为周平是指挥嘛，然后我们大部分大局观还是听他的。
就是如果我们处在圈中心位置的话，就会抽靶，见人就抽靶，然后如果圈刷走了就。打比赛是很开心的，我们这个就是我们打得很欢乐，所以我们就胆子什么的也都很大，就打得很轻松。
因为我们个人能力强，所以不会去怕别的队伍的骚扰。就是如果在比赛里有人撞我们分彩的地方的话，很大的就给他都杀了。我们这次比赛决心就是 champion。
It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Obelisks as landmarks stand across the year. PCS 6, PNC, PCS 7, as all of the teams across the globe smash those down and now find their way to PGC 2022. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. My name's Kyle Aris, your host, and it is time across the next couple of weeks to crown ourselves a world champion. To my left-hand side, I have Avenger. We are ready to go. We are pumped. We have the group stages. We have everything to come. It's going to be a good time, man.
And the players are super excited to be here. They fought throughout the whole year to get here. Some teams for the first time at an international event, and it's super exciting to be here, of course.
Of course. Here, live from Dubai in the UAE. And we, 1 year ago, of course, crowned ourselves a world champion in 2021. That was live from Korea, where we had PGC. However, here in 2022, we come to you live from Dubai, and it's an exciting time to be doing so, as we have plenty of extra things to be coming here throughout the time. The format is fantastic, and we have got ourselves this, which is PGC, where we were invited to the Dubai Esports Festival in 2022, and what an honor it is to be in such a fantastic stadium for PGC 2022. Dubai has big plans to serve as a hub as a whole for esports, and I think as the future rolls on, I think a lot is going to be happening out here.
Yeah, for sure. It's super exciting to be here. It's very hot. You know, we're coming from colder countries. You come down here, it's fantastic weather, beaches, nights. And I've also seen from all the players, they've enjoyed their time here during the media days as well.
All right, let's break it down. We have the overview. Across the next 3 weeks, it will be a festival of esports here when it comes to PGC. We have 3 weeks worth of PUBG action to come at you. Grand Survival is still there. That is a scary looming prospect for a lot of these teams, but later on we have that grand final.
Yeah, of course. 4 days of grand finals with the absolute best teams in the world. Of course, the group stage is here. Gonna be super exciting. They're trying to get into that top 8 so they can get into that winner's bracket where your direct ticket to the grand final is going to be.
And here is our format as a whole. Now, it might look a little bit daunting at first glance.
A lot of numbers.
Bear with us, because we have plenty of opportunities for these teams to, firstly, stay alive through the tournament here as we start with our group stage. It's very simple in this regard. The top 8s will move on to that winner's bracket, whereas the bottom 8s from each of these groups will move through into that lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And in the winner's bracket here, it's probably going to be some of the most fierce competition we've seen in a very long time. Bring the 32 best teams in the world and then get top 8 and then fight again for the top 8 to get into that grand final here. 15 total games in the group stage for each group. 6 days, of course, in total.
Yeah, we will have our 32 teams distributed across those 2 groups. And as you say, we will have 5 games a day. It will be Erangel, Miramar, and then alternating, we'll have Miramar and then Erangel, etc., etc. As we said, those top 8 teams per group will move through the winner's bracket, and then the bottom 8 teams per group will move into that lower bracket, where things don't end completely. They get a little bit dicey, but you know, they'll be fighting for an opportunity to move on through, to challenge for the lion's share of the prize pool here as first place. Down the line will be a base 600,000 here, Avenger, and then of course we have an extra on top.
Yeah, 30% of all the sales in-game is going towards the total price. I think I saw it was almost 3 million in-game as well already, and we haven't even started yet. This is the first day.
Yes, we have. Well, I think we finish on the 20th of November, right?
Yeah.
So we have a lot of time to go. We have a lot of games coming your way here as a whole. And here are how things break down. As I mentioned at the start of the show, in terms of the tournaments that these teams had to compete in, especially PCS 6 and PCS 7, mostly led to this. 6, 6, 12, and 8 coming in from each of those regions.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, very stacked Asia. We have our defending PGC 21 champions coming in from New Happy.
Yeah.
And we have some very well-known faces from around the globe, of course, joining us too. But there's some new ones. Polish Power and Tropic, some of the teams that haven't been in an international land before, they're super excited to be here. And in general, we have some players that have been at almost every single international event as well. So we have some very, you know, storied players that are playing here too.
As we well know, Europe is a turbulent region when it comes to the extra teams coming on in. But let's take a look at Group A, because this is what we start with here across today, at least for our first 5 games. And we will have plenty of strong representation. A lot of people, Avenger, were looking at Group A and saying, that is an extremely stacked group. It's interesting how the seeding has turned out here when you've got some of those big names involved.
It's very scary, right? We have some hot drops potentially happening. We have a lot of teams that have been forced to change their loot spot to a completely different location, which means that they're going to be having to play completely different to what they're used to in regional, both playstyle, but also against what opponents that are going to be playing. Diggleton in shock after not winning Nations Cup.
Well, yeah, can't blame them all. Sometimes the UK is difficult to beat, my friend. But anyway, here are the participating teams. We're going to be breaking things down across Group A as a whole. 22 Esports, Begopa, we have ourselves Cerberus and Danawa to start things off. I think it's fair to say here, when you're looking at teams like Danawa is an ever mainstay when it comes to these top tournaments. However, I feel like they're always constantly on the precipice of greatness, but not quite able to get there.
Yeah, also they've been playing very well, of course, when we've seen the PWSs, but once we get into the bigger PCS 7 in Asia, they are getting a little bit behind, but they're still here, and I'm super excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table. Also, 22 Esports, of course.
Yeah.
Some well-known faces from Nations Cup there, and Begopa with PU playing in there, of course, coming back, and the name Begopa means I'm hungry. We are hungry.
And they are hungry. I mean, look at what they were able to do when it came to PCS 7 as a whole. This is a team full of veterans of Avenger, and I think when you look at them, it's not like they're a wild card because they're such storied names, but considering their inception, how they've got here, it's a scary roster to go up against.
It is. The amount of experience on that roster is insane, of course. Yeah. I'm super excited to see how they're going to be able to play too hard. The lesser known, but they say, and what we've heard from the region, that he is an absolute monster.
And here's Cerberus, of course, another team that a lot of people have their eyes on, and I mean, even to an extent, you know, in terms of some of those fantasy picks here and there, you know, it might be a little bit interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Also, they're going to be looting very close on Erangel to Overpeakers. They kind of have a little bit of contest. There's some overlapping territory. I had the pleasure of them talking to each other. How is it going to happen in terms of how this loot going to be distributed with that? It's going to be very interesting to follow in the first couple of games.
All right, here's our next four then. Entropic, Global Esports, except Guangdong Freaks and Na'Vi. There is so much to talk about here when we really truly think about it. Of course, you've got Na'Vi, who in Europe, PCS 7 really didn't hit it home, but we know that this roster has a lot of power.
Yeah, PCS 7 was their worst performing tournament, and they've had some really big struggles. Of course, Entropic didn't play PCS 7 but they won PCS 6, so big expectations to them for us, but on a global stage, maybe not as much. Gex, of course, as well. Global Esports, except they have had a lot of experience throughout their. They're always here. We've seen SSR so many times at all internationals throughout the last 3 years.
Definitely so. And then you have, of course, Entropic and Guangdong Freaks, both of which are my absolute guilty pleasures. Yeah, I love watching Korean PUBG, and I love watching Entropic as well because they blasted onto the scene when it came to the upper echelons of Europe. But it's been kind of a bit of a roller coaster, I think it's fair to say.
Last year, they basically just didn't make it to the last tournament again, but this year, they had enough points to survive not making it to PCS 7. But they're here, and they're looking scary, honestly. They are kind of cheap in the fantasy as well. We're going to get it later to that as well. So in terms of kind of what the global eyes are looking at them, they're kind of an underdog, kind of a dark horse pick.
Correct. I mean, it has been, as we say, like an absolute roller coaster. You win PCS 6, and then you don't qualify for PCS 7. Whereas Guangdong Freaks, on the Korean side of things, are ever, for me, consistent. I feel like there was a little bit of a dip when it came to PCS 7 as a whole because China is so strong when it comes to Asia. But for me, Guangdong Freaks, very, very powerful.
Yeah, and also from what I've heard, you know, back in the what's been happening, they've been playing a lot leading up to this. They have really been, double scrim blocks. They've been putting in an insane amount of time here because they're really coming out here to, of course, try to achieve the most they can.
Oh, and it doesn't get... It continues to be stacked here in Group A. New Happy, Overpeakers, the previous Team Liquid roster. I can never say it.
Schweigadui.
Toby will be very disappointed in me. And Sonics round things out. We, of course, have our returning, defending champions coming in. But Overpeakers, maybe a bit of a wild card here. What do you think?
I think so, too. A little bit of a wild card. Not a dark horse. They have an insane amount of experience.
Yes.
They don't have the pressure of having an organization that are putting outside eyes and pressure on them. Of course, they have fans, but still, they have everything to play for and nothing to lose.
Indeed, and here we have New Happy. A lot of eyes will be on them, coming in as the defending champions from 2021. And I think it's fair to say, when it came to their PCL results, and then moving towards finally getting the victory at PCS 7, ending Petrichor Road's run of triple PCSs, that was a big statement for them, showing that they're in form coming into this one.
Yeah. Also a very young roster. They're coming out here, some of their first travel, some of their first international LAN experience, of course. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to be able to do. And Sonics, PGIS winners here to see if they can actually grab a throne from the PGC champion, of course. Very excited to see what's going to be happening with them, but they are contested by SGD in Picado and Pochinki, which is going to be scary for them here throughout the group stage.
Yeah, definitely so. We've been hearing murmurs about how that was being settled throughout scrims, etc., but they are the dominators of America, I think is fair to say, when it comes to their performances as a whole. And lest we forget, they have been able to take home some of the biggest championships PUBG has to offer on this stage.
And also have some of the best players right now if you're looking at performance in PCS 7s.
Our final four for Group A, Therodon 5, Tiamba Esports, Twisted Minds, which is the previous Northern Lights roster, and of course Yahoo at the very end. I think when you look at these names, as you say, Tiamba is kind of again in that spot where, like Danoa, they're always there, ever present on these international stages, but need to just have that little oomph to get to the top.
Yeah, but they're a team that is like sitting on the curb, kind of ready to pounce if somebody else fails, right? They have insane players on the team, and yeah, of course, super excited to see what they're going to be able to do, especially have a lot of drops free. Their home turf is looking really good for them, but I'm excited to see both Twisted Minds, also Yahoo. You know, these guys have a lot of experience. Some of the players,
great logo as well.
Some of the players, they did really well in PGIS with the senior roster, right? So yeah, a lot of international experience for them as well.
Yeah, definitely some powerhouse names on there, but of course we have Therodon 5 as we're looking at them, and this is a team that I think has some potential here. It's going to be difficult on an international stage to be able to put in the boot against some of these names, but coming from a region which is highly contested, they could make something happen.
Yeah, they have of course been kind of in the shadow of Day Trade, because they have been insane throughout, right? So might not have heard as much as them as everybody else. Twisted Mind, of course, as well. They have had an insane amount of points. Even though if you got 1,000 points for winning PCS 7, right, they would still have been number one. They have 1,170, right? So it's crazy how well they've been able to play. They did not win any of the PCSs. They got a lot of second places. They got a lot of wins in RG loots and so forth.
Indeed, and we'll see how they perform on the international stage once again. They come in as previously being third in PGC 2021, just behind Heroic, who did not make it here, and of course New Happy, the champions, but very, very impressive.
They're also very happy not to be contested. Usually they have very contested drops, Power Grid and School, right? And now none of them are there, so they're going to be having quite of an easy, if you can, group stage. So I'm super excited to see if they're going to be able to bring it home for Europe.
That's fair. And let's see if you guys can bring it home at home as well, because we have the Fantasy League, which is going on at twire.gg. And I think maybe you have a little bit more time to be able to get your roster locked in and good to go.
I think there's a deadline soonish coming up here. Yeah,
maybe like the game start or something.
Yeah, of course, group as well.
Well, here's how it works. You guys at home can head over to twire.gg and pick yourself a roster. There is a little bit of a change this time, though, because you can also claim a captain, which will turn in double the points.
Yeah. So, of course, you're looking at trying to get some of those very expensive players, maybe put that the captain on, and then you can have cheap other players. Or you can go and see if you can get as many points across all the players that you're able to get. But it's a change here, and I'm really excited to see what's gonna be going in. Also, all the fantasy rosters that have been able to been put together is insane. There's some really cheap players and some very expensive players, so we kind of have to mix and match here and see how we put things together.
Don't get me started. I feel like I'm genuinely cheating with the roster that I have put together. We'll take a look at those in a little bit moment's time. But of course, the points break down like this. If your player that you chose gets a kill, you get 2 points. If it does 100 damage, that's 1 point. If you're able to survive until the very end of the game, effectively winning it as well, that's 5 points. And if that player dies before 10 minutes, that's -3 points. So let's keep our eyes on some of those hot drops, eh?
Yeah, that's one of the scary things here. You have some very, very good players that are in contested situations, right? So are you fierce enough to put that on and put that on the team there? Of course, Tiggleton is one of the best players we've seen throughout the year. Also the best player right now in Americas, right? So yeah, in a hot drop situation with SG, and if he dies a few times early without any damage, it's going to be interesting.
And here are the overall current top 16 picks. Surprise, surprise. Wait a minute.
49%.
Wait, I can't believe this. The top 4 picked is my team.
Yeah.
Whoops.
I'm not surprised. We talked about it yesterday, right? So we're obviously going to be taking a look at our team later. I'll say this as well. In the top 5, 3 of my players are.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I actually didn't realize that the percentages were quite like that, but there you go. A little bit of a spoiler alert.
49% picked for Tickson, even though he's one of the most expensive, 35,700, right?
The numbers were interesting this time around, I think it's fair to say, right? You've got team players like Naileup, for example, that because they didn't qualify through to PCS 7, that changes things dramatically. And also, of course, Na'Vi not having the best of times in PCS 7, that also changes
some
things.
rumors came out from Apex as well. There might be a substitute player that's listed as a substitute player as well that could be playing. But yeah, we'll see. Of course, Tygan from Cerberus, 11% pick rate for him, and it looks like he's going to be playing.
It makes extreme sense, right? And here are our rosters as we continue on. I actually did swap out E-End and notified them about that, so I actually do have Ming Ming in that slot there, because this would have equaled 88,000, and I was like, wait a minute, I have 12,000 more. Yeah, exactly.
Gotta go all out.
So I did make a change there. great, godly, god tier here on this stage, you'll probably go through in those top 12 spots.
All the fantastic teams, they are already in Grand Final at that point, right? So your chances in the Grand Survival should be slightly higher to win a game compared.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience as we figured out a few little hitches in the system, but we are back. In a few moments, we'll be taking a look at those power rankings that I was previously mentioning. You can listen to our cheeky little podcast here whilst all of that was going on, I suppose, if you could hear us. But beyond that, yeah, an exciting time. We were just talking about the format and how things work out, but let's head over to the power rankings now and see where these teams stand. Already I mentioned New Happy and where they were sat at.
Look at that.
Surprise, surprise, the smart boys up at the top, 96 in terms of overall score. But when you look at this, Martin, as well, for me, I've been looking at it all year. Every region, China definitely for me stands out as a big, strong favorite coming into this.
Yeah, it's very apparent here as well, of course, with the power ranking, and of course also see at the bottom there's a bit of shakeups. Our PCS6 winner in Tropic at second last place, a little bit of surprise there.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the player power rankings as well. And despite New Happy taking the #1 spot, Ike's Left still has the #1 from Petrichor Road across all of this, followed up by Tig and Shrimzy. Shrimzy looked fantastic in PCS7.
Yeah, he did. Honestly, it's Sonic's super proud to have 2 players in the top 3, of course. They had an amazing run. And also, some Australians present here. Your top 5, you have Luke 12 from Luminosity as well.
Always
89.
Awesome.
Always a fantastic player, and very good to be looking at him while they play.
Yeah, definitely so. You guys at home as well, not only do you have the opportunity to be watching everything that is going down here as well, but we also have the Pick'em Challenge that is going on as well, which is in-game, so that's exciting stuff.
Yeah, of course you can go in and check in the in-game tab with the PGC. You can go in and vote. You can put in your votes if you want to see who's going to be winning, but you can actually wait. The deadline is quite far out. Because you can wait until you can see almost all the teams that are in the grand finals to put in your pick'ems for who's going to win the whole thing. Yeah. But there's still the head-to-head, and there's some other very fun stuff there. So make sure you go in and check that inside in the esports tab.
Yeah, the head-to-head's cool. Regional rivalries. You can pick who you think is going to be doing better here as a whole. But also, we will have Twitch drops available as well for people watching over on the Twitch stream. So make sure to be tuned in. If you're hearing me now, you're probably tuned in. So
make sure to tune in again.
Make sure
it's 3 weeks.
Open it on a tablet. Open it on your phone. And also, we actually have a voting coupon for you guys to be able to use in-game as well to get yourself an extra cheeky vote.
Yeah, hold on to it. Wait a little bit. Wait until maybe you've seen the winners brackets filled out.
Or be a Chad and just lay it down now.
That is
support who you want. As we have the Pick'em Challenge here at the moment. Oh no. That's quite a high % for New Happy.
Already, and we're not sure if they're going to be in the grand finals. Very likely they're going to be, but that 50% almost.
Have we ever had a back-to-back world champion?
No.
No. So, if they are able to accomplish that, that would be etched in PUBG Esports.
It would be. It would be. It would be insane.
Petrichor Road also gaining a lot of support, and beyond that, surprise, surprise, Sonics being able to finish quite highly here. I think they are always a fan favorite on a stage like this.
Nobody outside has more than 1%. It's only the top 12 that has 1% above, and that's just crazy. I feel like it could be a little bit high, but also there could be some guys out there, sitting, waiting, holding on to your voting coupons and waiting to who's going to be in the grand finals.
Well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. It is time to get PGC underway.
那个中心点的，没事。Ботинка, ты видел? Левее этого чела. Я смог. Straight north, directly north of you guys. Yes, maybe need to pick it.
Remember that one guy and that one show with that one crime? Well, that's how I'm feeling now. I'm finna go make a killing now. Yeah, that's how I'm living now. I'm finna bust through the roof right now. Got a handle on the game, put a candle on my name. Never can put out the flame, never cared about the fame. Asking my words cause the time, yeah. They gotta change their mindset. You say we speaking the same language, guess I ain't speaking your dialect. Already got it, already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it, already seen it, it's already done. What is the hype about? We already won, already got it, already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it, already seen it, it's already done. What is the hype about? We already won, back to my ways. ways. Back to my ways. Truth be told, I'm back to my ways. We're on road. Back to my ways, I'm back to my ways. Thought I was turning the page. I'm back to my ways. Back, Babe. Prayer hands like Jesus. All praise the most high. Look, I ain't talking about K2. Take your girl, I hate you. This right here, my prelude. I created this sound, all y'all biting, gotta call K-Deuce. They show me love when they see me. Don't really know if they mean it though. I know your man wanna be me, but now he would never admit it though. Why is your girl in my inbox? One text and I seal the deal. I hit her up when I'm faded. You better bet she know the deal. Already got it. Already with it. What is the hype about? We already won. Already got it. Already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it. Already seen it. It's already done. What is the hype about? We already won.
Welcome to the final PUBG Esports tournament of the year, PUBG Global Championship 2022 Dubai. Introducing APAC. Americas. Asia. Europe. And your defending PGC champions, NH Esports. Let the games begin!
虽然 PGC 2021我们经历过一次胜利，但我们的经验不够。没有队伍可以在迪拜赢我们。
ก็ทีมในโซน A8 นะครับถึงอาจจะอ่อนแต่ว่าเราก็จะเป็นความหวังของโซน A8 ให้ได้เลยครับ
I only waited for PGC. I want to compete with the best.
이제 저희를 이길 수 있는 팀은 없지 않을까요? 새로운 다나와의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
I already have the most experience here out of the 32 teams. It's my turn to give everything now and prove what I'm capable of.
可能性はたくさんあると思います。何があっても僕たちは諦めません。
我们在亚洲的比赛已经证明了自己，而现在我们只需要最后的世界比赛打出一个好的成绩。我对在迪拜参加的所有比赛都是非常有自信的。
В PGC турнирах Европа еще не выигрывала первое место. Надеюсь, что мы будем первой командой с Европы, которая выиграет такой турнир.
We're gonna show it here. We're not afraid of any team because Yahoo is the best.
Chúng tôi sẽ cho mọi người thấy là đội của mình mạnh như thế nào.
We can be better.
Não importa com quem eu vou fightar, porque eu vou ter mais forte.
뭐 딱히 특별히 준비한 건 없고 정말 즐기는 게 얼마나 무서운지 보여드리겠습니다.
Никто и ничто не сможет нас остановить, и наша единственная цель — это победа. 최근 국제대회 결과는 아쉬웠지만 이번 PGC는 다를 겁니다. 편하게 들어가 보시죠. 다 상대해드릴게요.
32 teams stand on the precipice of greatness once again here at the top of the world in Dubai. We now find ourselves with a global championship on our hands once again. Avenger joining myself here, Kalaris, to start talking about what we are going to see. We're starting things off on Erangel to get things going, Martin. Excellent, as one of these teams is going to write the name in the stars.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, we're going to have a fantastic group to start with. Group A, everybody has been saying it's the group of death. I don't agree. It's the group of hot drops and changes. A lot of teams are forced out of their normal spot. Of course, the fight for Picado Pachinki is on.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's start talking about some of these scenarios then, and actually talk about the Pachinki situation here in Erangel. Now, we have heard murmurs that there has been some back and forth, but I'm expecting maybe Sonics to win things out in the long run. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so obviously I've talked to the players and they have said, you know, we figured the other guys out. And they both said that.
Okay.
And then the other team said, no, we're just doing random things. So I'm not sure everything's figured out just yet, but the hot drops and contests is going to continue for sure through into the group stage. The question is how deep and how long does it go on to? And do they just end up, you know, kind of sharing north-south with sharing the drops or the cars as well? And it's going to be kind of a weird thing. It's going to be, you know, maybe not as strong as just going away.
And of course, Overpeakers, the ex-Team Liquid, has moved out of that location, I think.
Yes, into Milta, and they're kind of fighting a little bit for the Crossroads compound south of Farm with Cerberus, and they've been coming. And also Na'Vi here on screen, of course, also fighting over the Fallpack compound south of Pachinki with 22. And 22 Esports, they have been very greedy. They have Ferry Pier, they have gas station, all of Westbridge control, a lot of control, but they want to take that Fallpack compound because you have a lot of car spawns and a lot of control coming into this area in general, and Navi's looking to take it and not give it up, so that's probably also going to be a fight there.
Right, I think it's fair to say Navi's a team that's not going to shy away from a fight, especially kind of this early on in a tournament, and I think they also want to prove themselves on the back of not doing that well at PCS7.
Exactly, and also with Cerberus pushing them, you know, from Fan and away. They're not taking Snake Compound and all these other things, but they're still pushed a bit away, so they can move the other way, and they're forced to fight here. Dano on screen, also super interesting. They're looking good. They're going to be taking Rorschach and also Ruins here in Erangel. That's going to be easy for them. So really looking forward to see here how Danoa can play out in the group stage. I have kind of high expectations for them in this group. Yeah, I put them in my top 8 for sure.
Ooh, well, we'll see if that does come to fruition. I think one thing that's nice for them is that Rorschach is kind of, not necessarily a poor man's Pachinki, but it's a decent central location that they're going to be able to pivot from quite nicely, as long as they don't run into like a Twisted Minds on rotation or something like that, right?
Exactly. It was so packed in Ferry Pier, Fallpack, and in general the farm split was taken, so they went into that as some of the kind of first to say we're going to be taking this, so it's good. The earlier you can kind of manage the expectations against your opponents, the better.
And here is Entropic. Don't let Nail Up get you in a headlock, I think it's fair to say, because that will be difficult to escape from. But this is a team that has, from this year, excellence written on them, but sometimes the dips have been too severe. They need to find some stability.
They looked very, very good up until the PCS7 group stage.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do here. Of course, they're looking fine on Erangel. Their usual drop on Miramar, they're going to have to make a little bit of changes.
Yeah, definitely. They're kind of dropping towards edges, and when that happens, sometimes those circles can be a little bit unkind to you. But let's move on here to Kwangdong Freaks. Again, really one of my guilty pleasures. I feel like Iend, as much as he's been an excellent player at the beginning of 2022, I feel like there was a tiny slip, but still, this roster is fantastic.
Lash K as well, of course, looking forward to seeing these guys. They're also playing kind of further out on the edges, you know, military, potentially sharing a little bit on the Western Bridge with 22, so they are forced to slow down their rotation patterns and timings a little bit. So from my concern, and we're not going a little bit deep into how things can be, but it's going to be very edge-heavy here on the first couple of days on Erangel, and especially here on Group A. Cerberus, team we're talking about on Erangel, they're going to be taking the eastern side of the farm split and contesting overpeakers in the Crossroads compound close to the gas station on the eastern bridge to make sure they have easy control down to, Military Island. And a very interesting thing is that overpeakers and Cerberus, they try to negotiate, and they're like pointing out what they wanted, kind of agreed what they wanted, but they couldn't agree over the Crossroads. Both of them wanted it.
I do like that aspect of PUBG. The fact that there is already things going on outside the game that there has to be brought into the game to be able to try and figure it out.
If you can't, agree on negotiations, then it goes into battle instead.
Exactly.
And I love that here. Overpeakers on screen, of course, the X-Team Liquid, the guys that have nothing to lose.
Exactly. Let's make no bones about it. They have said that they are parting ways after this. I mean, maybe a duo sticks together here or there. Who knows? But this is their last tournament together. So as you say, nothing to lose.
Yeah. Global Esports, like said here as well, one of the teams with one of the most experience from an international point of view. They have been able to play very well throughout the last couple of years. Because Yanli here, Cesar, Xavier, and Shenyan, they are very, very storied players, and they have a lot of experience here. One of the teams that is not going to have land jitters.
And a lot of experience together, I think, is most important, right? They've stuck with each other for such a long time. And a team that comes in as just an absolute roundhouse kick, I think, to a lot of these teams here is big up. I don't think any of these teams at the start of 2022 thought they'd have to face off against Pio again on this stage.
And then he brought in, the casual Taemin on the team, too hard on the Young Gun Fragger, Songchang. It's just crazy how well they've been able to play, and just throughout the half of the year, right? They qualified only in the half. So super excited to see how they're going to be playing and how they're going to be performing, when they're going to be having fun, loving playing the game here, as we heard in the interview.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. It is time now to head over to the commentary team here to bring you game number 1 of Group A.
Thank you very much, boys. We are excited, very excited to not only be getting into Group A, Cameron, but of course just being back on land. This beautiful environment that we've got behind us, we can almost feel and touch it a bit. How are you feeling coming back to what is the most prestigious event that we have for PUBG?
No, listen, I am incredibly excited. We already heard the desk break down how these first opening matches of Group A are going to be, like, right off the bat, we're going to be seeing some action. There's a bunch of different hot drops. So it honestly overshadows a lot of the other sort of conversations that we could be having about these teams, because I just want to know who's going to win Pachinki.
Obviously, we're going to be keeping a large focus on the hot drops and the fights going on. Sort of a reminder in some ways that it's only Group A. We've got Group B tomorrow. 15 games for both of the groups as well, respectively. So it's going to be a long tournament. Yeah. And honestly, for these players, they can't just sort of put all their eggs into one basket into today. It's a bit of a sort of feel-out day in some ways as well.
Yeah, there's 15 games per group, so there is enough time for these teams to sort of, as you said, feel out the opposition, make some adjustments, and they don't need to win these groups. The name of the game is just to be top 8. No one's going home from the group stage, but being into the winners bracket is going to be so much more valuable than being the bottom 8 teams that then have to fight through the multiple stages of losers.
Speaking about top 8, in terms of the lobby that we've got here for Group A, I feel like it's top heavy. Obviously, we've got some absolute titans from around the world, basically. That's the beauty of PGC, and they're all going to be going, of course, head-to-head. Game is well and truly ready, though. Game number 1 for PGC 2022. We head to the ever-lovely Erangel.
Yeah, I'm actually really, really excited for all this to happen. As you said, the teams are very, very top-heavy. The fact that we get both Sonics and New Happy in the same lobby is just, it's a blessing. Game number 1, couldn't ask for a better matchup.
Sonics, New Happy, big names. Of course, you've got the Freaks as well, Bagapa. I mean, Pio. Pio's an absolute iconic name for PUBG. Let's head underway, and it's a pretty decent playing path that we've got for game number 1. So again, reminder, game 1, 15 games for Group A. They'll play 5 today, and then they'll get a day off, and then they'll play 5, and then they get a day off, and then they'll play 5. And the good news about that, Cameron, is the fact that they can sort of bond review between days.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about, I need my 8 hours of sleep, I need to get some good rest, good food, and then swing on in. They can take the entire time to sit and watch. They're going to want to be paying attention to Group B as well, of course.
Certainly so, yeah.
But their goals should be Group A. They have a couple of days off once the group stage all finishes, and they can then catch up on all what they've sort of like left out of B.
Now, the camera was just sort of holding there for a second over SGD and Sonics. For now, they've got 22 Esports and Na'Vi as well, but I'm probably anticipating we will be swinging back over to Pachinko very, very shortly. Na'Vi, I think, are going to be safe here. 22 Esports are going to just parachute away, but this is the big fight, Cameron.
This is it. In fact, it's Tiggleton and another member of SGD on the roof. Not exactly going to be punching out, but oh no! Oh, that's not a good start.
Oh my days. Tiggleton down at Sophia straight away with the micro Uzi. SGD making their presence known already here for PGC 2022. And it is unfortunate for the Sonics, but they were well and truly aware that this was going to be happening. Both of these two teams have been scrimming these hot drops. Unfortunately for Tiggleton, he didn't quite get the right drop.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to play a little bit of luck when you try and go for drops like this, especially landing on the exact same roof. Mime got tagged up a little bit as well, but a great trade by Shrimzy. Shen could potentially get revived, but it's a good knock nonetheless.
Yeah, very good. Shen should be safe for now, and obviously it's going to be up to SGD if they want to play for the revived. Sophia, close by still, that Uzi Shrimzy as well. But so far, hectic start, and a start that the Sonics would not wanted to have had. Not only that, losing Tiggleton, but just losing any player. That revive will take place, and we do go back over to Na'Vi, as it's Haven that is taken down early. Uber, welcome back to the big stage for one of the OGs.
Yeah, and this is as relevant of a hot drop. It's not going to be in one singular city. They're playing on terrain right now, but it is as important for these guys as well as the players in Pachinko to really establish their drop position over the vehicles, over the rotational spots. And Na'Vi, it looks like they're going to be the victors out of this one. Gizera, he could try and strike back, but he also could take this opportunity to try and retreat.
And I have just sort of momentarily had a glimpse at the map, and doesn't seem to be any spot fires elsewhere. Everyone else just calmly looting, basically in the drop spots that we expected. So everything has so far played out as we anticipated. Of course, starting with this Pachinko battle, in which now SGD will go on the hunt as 4. So 4 versus 3 for the Sonics after losing their star player. And obviously now they've got roof control as well. I mean, they are primed here to really cause a significant upset in just game number 1.
Shrimzy's holding the angle. Teammate's also going to run on in, but Leo gets a couple of tags onto Mime once again. Mime is able to thread the needle, make his way closer to his teammate, but Leo's position being given away. Shrimzy's trying to take the trade, but these corner peeks, it's... Oh!
Wow.
Oh!
Wow, for both of them, really. They both just... Copping one there. It's Shrimzy who comes off second best, though. Mime with the nade. That one does go through, and H-Twin actually does get the down onto Leo. So the Sonics, they have to pounce on this, Camry. They have to be aggressive and try and get one player back down the other way. S12 out for Mime. Shen can't win that one. Shot to the face. So they're going to lose Shen, the star player for SGD, gone. Now they've lost Leo as well. Down to just Sophia and Jervis.
Oh, and you saw Sonics with the disadvantage. Mime and Shrimzy especially poking and prodding, but they found the opportunity. They found the opening with H-Twin also on the high ground covering fire. They've really swung this back into their direction. Confirmed 2 kills. Can they find the other 2 without taking any more damage?
Well, that's the next part of the equation here, right? It feels like in some ways they've gotten over the big hurdle here, losing Tiggleton, but then you get your mental sort of restored. They're pushing nicely here as well, playing off of each other. They've got the numbers. They play it really well. But Jervis from the roof gets the down onto Shrimzy. Are they going to lose another player for this? Because in all honesty, Kemi, if they get out of here with the 3 players alive for Sonics, you take that with getting 4 kills back the other way, but they're still got to get rid of Jervis.
Yeah, last player on his team, he knows that he at least wants to try and get some revenge. Leaving as a solo at this point in the game isn't going to be that valuable. He's going to try and get at least 1 more kill if he can finish Shrimzy off. That's something, but Mime is there with the covering and the smoke as well. Jervis is ready for H-Twin's rotation!
Oh, wow! Oh, for a second! What a shot, though, from Mime, jumping right on top of his head, and had he messed that one up, Sonics were out, they were gone. Almost a heroic play from Jervis, almost. But in the end, they will get the double revive. Sonics will have all 3 up, and they wipe out SGD.
Yeah, just a really good play at the end to find H-Twin, expecting the push, expecting the concentration onto Shrimzy. Almost, he didn't almost win the 1v3, but he almost did some heavy damage to Sonics before he went out. Unfortunately, as I said, they're going to get the revives, and now we can start to pay attention to other members of this lobby. OP versus Cerberus. This was another drop that we were wondering, were they going to fight it out? They sort of just played angry neighbors.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the scrims, they were both sort of contesting over Milta, but I anticipated Cerberus would sort of head more so towards farm and then allow the overpeakers to have pretty much the majority of Milton. I think it's played out that way, but of course that means that they will be in their rotational paths. They will sort of cross by each other, but this early on, I think the Overpeakers have made the right play, gone for a bit more position, closer towards Potato Hill. They'll play off of that for now. New Happy on the move, making their way in now from Yasnaya, so we're kind of now into that sort of portion of the game where teams have started to get on the move, but it's classic Erangel for game one, Cammy. Pretty much dead center circle. There is a lot to still sort of play over here.
Yes. Now we can talk about the rest of the map, the rest of the game, and what should be noted is that the circle is, as you say, dead center, but that means that that river kind of cuts out the entire top quarter. For Circle 1 isn't going to be too aggressive on these teams fighting over for space. But hold on for a second because Uba has another player in his sights. Akkad goes down. Trying to confirm this kill. The shots aren't quite landing, but I don't think anyone else from KDF is going to be in position to get that revive. Akkad was the last player on that rotation, way off on the back, and so Navi going to be easily able to confirm that kill, and KDF going to have to play as 3.
What a hectic start and a dream start really here for PGC 2022, and to think we've got basically 30 games this week alone between the two groups. There's a lot to sort of fight over, but I will commend the Sonics here, firstly, as we sort of go back to them, because sometimes you lose that player. It doesn't matter who it is. You lose that player early. It's a 3v4 from there, and then they had roof control. I think Sonics' ability to sort of contain themselves a little bit, get defensive, get what they needed, and then slowly push out, play off of each other with the numbers that they had. They played it really well. They didn't rush the situation they found themselves in.
Yeah. See how they're going to move out of this position now, though, because with the central circle, there's a lot of teams already in what you consider a priority position here. And Sonics, they're traditionally known for moving very quickly off their drop spot, but you can't really do that with the hot drop. But let's get a replay of that. This is the angle that HWin was holding. Leo was running away from a grenade that Mime was tossing into his position, and HWin, well, he had plan B.
Yeah, love that angle. It's providing that sort of cover as well from a distance. That's a wonderful shot from Mime. Shen, of course, having a shotgun out as well. Had he been able to sort of hit first, it could have really gone badly for the Sonics. But yeah, as I said, you got to commend the ability to just get yourselves back into a winning position. They did that well, despite almost really losing it in the end to an almost clutch play from Jervis. Obviously, Cerberus sort of on the move here. As we said, around that sort of farm region, they can just push up a little bit northernly. They've got some good spacage. And for me, obviously being the APAC commentator, I might always have a little bit of bias.
A bit.
I'm not on the copium too much for APAC. I understand where they're at, but Cerberus is a really solid team, and Tycon is a really solid player. Just turned 18, PCS 7, the first event that he was available to play for, but ironically, Cammy, he's actually been on the roster longer than all of his Cerberus teammates, so he's been part of this sort of organization since he was 15 years old, and has finally been able to break out. He had a breakout tournament in PCS 7 APAC.
Whoever on that organization, whoever scouted him out, needs a raise, because after all those years of sitting on the sidelines, got in the game and really delivered. Similar story to Gizera in the sense of turning 18 and immediately delivering, and so seeing both of these two rookies in the same group, it's another great advantage that we're going to have here at PGC.
I think that's just going to be a storyline across the board, sort of the young and the old, the new and the veterans, I guess, and in some ways, Twisted Minds, of course, Northern Lights, formerly, beyond that, even Virtus Pro, a team that has so much, I guess, anticipation as to how they're going to perform here at PGC 2022. In my mind, the best team from EU.
Oh, yeah. They didn't win any of the PCSs, but they were like second in all of them. They performed very well, so consistent across the board. And they also, I believe, got third place last PGC as well. So if you want to talk about veteran status, experience, these guys definitely have that. Holding a central position for them, a nice little 2-2 split. And now Begopa also rotating in. These guys coming all the way from Military Island, coming from Novo, crossing the bridge. Not too bad for them, but as is their birthright, it feels like they're constantly taking so much space, and granted, it's on edge of Circle 1 that we're currently seeing them position themselves, so who knows how powerful it's going to be come the next shift. It's still something to notice that their spread is wide.
Yeah, obviously taking space was something that we saw a lot of the players talking about in those promotional videos, and unfortunately at this kind of tournament, it's never easy to take that sort of space as we get our circle shift for phase number 2. And it does go over towards that Roshok River, a little bit more towards the northern side. You mentioned it before. I didn't actually pay that much attention to that. I didn't think it was going to be a factor, but with phase 2 now, it has really shrunk down this phase 2 circle, because as you were saying before, that northern end, it's not really playable at the moment.
Yeah, and there is the potential for it to swing north if Phase 3 continues to go the direction that Phase 2 just did. Some of these teams all need to have in their mind, but it's not worthwhile to make that cross towards the north just yet. So anyone who can get these positions that we're seeing in Razak, the areas around it with access to the bridges, that's going to be what a lot of teams are going to be going for.
Shots out from James, of course, good positions here around school, around apartments with this kind of circle, anticipating that it is going to come back in that southern direction, for potentially even phase 3, but of course, most definitely phase 4 onwards. There it's on 5 from Thailand, making their rotation over to the warehouse just outside of Pachinki. And look, good position to hold for now if you don't want to sort of get in the way of some of these other teams. And that's still one way to sort of play if you want to be on the edge and make your way in slowly without being sort of in those center hot positions.
PO as the initial forward player by Begopod, just walking up to Cerberus Esports' position on foot, going for a bike, it looked like. This is just very, very aggressive, very, very confident play, and there it is. PO takes the first opening shots, but Tycon with the answer doesn't land too many of his own, but it forces PO away. There's some shots traded across the board from both of these squads. No knock just yet, but they are aware of each other's positions.
Yeah, really smart there from Tycon to just go prone, understanding those shots coming from a direction he's not quite sure. PO, I thought for a second, was basically in no man's land and would go down. Speaking of going down, kill point goes the way of Mime, courtesy of Vinny from 22 Esports. You'll take that. It's a freebie in the end. That's now 5 kills for Sonic, so they've turned a bit of a bad first 5 seconds into so far a pretty decent game.
Yeah, they're up. They're in first place. Stop the count. We win. Sonic's at the top. 5 kills already off the board, which is a really, really good start, as you were saying. Still not into the next zone. Getting delayed again, not just by the hot drop, but also by 22, then rotating past them. They're going to have to make some clear considerations of coming in on the edge. Sonics are traditionally more of a central focused team. That doesn't mean that they can't be a big threat when they have to come in from the side, but they're going to have to pull up a few more uncomfortable positions.
That's been such a talking point for this event, I think more than maybe even previous events gone by. Edge, center, at this point, let's be honest, they can all play whatever is required of them. You can say a team maybe prefers center or prefers edge, but let's be honest, we've got the best teams in the world here, Cami, and they can all play whatever is needed for 50 seconds, of course, until phase number 3. Quiet at the moment now after a fun little start that we had, and I'm expecting we will have probably for the foreseeable future on Erangel these hot drops. I expect to continue. I'm not too sure if SGD will shy away. If they do, I'm expecting it more so on day 2 for this group.
Couple moments of just solidifying that position as we wait for phase 2 to close. 20 seconds left. And KDF, they made the rotation. They're on the north side of the river. These guys came all the way from military base, the actual military base itself proper, so it's not surprising to find themselves sort of locked out of the southern edge, making the hard decision to go towards the north side. They're going to be hoping for a hard shift, but they might have to cross back towards the south side of the river.
We'll see if it's going to benefit them or not. Worst case scenario, they just cross through that Roshok bridge, and I think they'll have to make that decision right now, and they will. So straight away for the Bricks, they'll make their way into Roshok. As to the drive-by, not quite going to be successful. Gazera, the only other one left alive for 22 Esports. Not the start that they would have lacked so far, but they might just be able to get into this compound and play safe for the time being. Not expecting anyone else to crash into them, at least momentarily. But off the back of this phase 3 circle, Cami, it can't help but feel suddenly those compound positions, New Happy, Danawa, and then even positions like Apps and Skull, so big right now for these teams. T5 pushing up onto Skull now. Twisted Minds are going to have to just try and ward them off.
Ranger down to 1 HP. 1 grenade from Lou is going to do it. That's a double knock. Make that a triple. Lou is raining fire down on Theraton 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, front entrance was not the path that they took, and unfortunately, climbing over that wall has cost them big time. So Theraton 5 on the verge of being eliminated. I think only Pat and Pong is still remaining. Ivas gone, as well as Nailap knocked down here for Entropic. So the pushers are coming out here based on that phase 3 circle shift. Everyone just has to make a move from the edge in towards the center positions. Sparking, Moonage down. So this is actually somewhat winnable still for both of these two teams between Entropic and Yahoo.
The problem is, there are so many teams that are able to third party onto this. You were talking about the compounds. There's so much open area in large parts of this area of the map. So like third party, fourth party, fifth party, sixth party. I mean, Entropic getting inside that building just because of that risk alone.
Yeah, and they're not even technically inside of the circle, Cami. They're fighting for a position that's not even inside of the phase 3 circle. We've got a minute and a half until phase 4. Here come the Sonics, the 3-man Sonics going by Cerberus quietly here, just to the yellow, close by to Potato Hill. And again, this position technically not even inside of the circle. Cerberus has spotted them. It's Hisaki taking the shot, pulls out the mini, shots back from Shrimsy, landing a lot better though than what Cerberus is throwing at them.
Watch for Mime. Mime is separated. This is just the first initial duo, but yeah, they're not able to find an opening, not able to find a way in. Na'Vi is also there, not just Cerberus, so they might need to make a full wrapping rotation towards the far west side. And they have the time to do so, but they need to make it now. Na'Vi, though, they are distracted by a couple other areas of the map. Again, this sort of openness and the sightlines coming from school apps itself. You really got to try and find that hard cover.
So we watched the replay of Theraton 5 sending it in, and as I said, I think the front entrance might have been a bit better for them. They just kind of got stuck on the corner, and it's not like they initially went down straight away. The time they had here to sort of climb over until that grenade from Lou, obviously shutting down X-Cruiser and Ranger X, and then of course a second following up. So unfortunately for Theraton 5, just a little bit slow and probably not the best entry method either being taken.
Shinboy was discovered, Shinboy was found out, and looks like your Ho have been removed from the game. Entropic finished what they started, able to get just barely inside the zone. They're in it for a second. Let's see where the next phase goes. It's not going to be north, but it can go any other direction.
So it does go towards the south. East, actually, towards Entropic, but yeah, they're not in, and unfortunately there's no real compounds close by for them to remain in unless they want to push onto the two-man duo of 22 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that 22, while they might be glad that they got the shift, at the same time they got to be prepared to defend this because that's going to be a target for a lot of different sends. Entropic, though, not full strength. I don't know if they're going to be trying to send it in that direction necessarily. But let's look at Big Up here. They made the rotation coming in from the northeast side. They're north of Gex. They're trying to scout out who's in front of them. And this is a much better direction to try and fight through to get into the circle. There are a couple more compounds as well if you do want to make that sort of push. But again, it's all about finding out that information.
Tiamba just sort of holding out around that Roshok Hill position. They have allowed the Guangdong Freaks to actually push through Roshok, so they are inside of that next circle. I do wonder if they may just sort of cross each other's paths in due time. So Sonic's on the move again. So far, all of their entry points have been denied. They tried going by Cerberus, didn't work. Then they got shut down by Na'Vi. And unfortunately for them, I think they may just run straight into Tiamba, who have pulled up to school, backfilling that position that Twisted Minds, of course, were holding before. Sonics pull out into the fields, and 77 is watching this Begapa pushing into pretty much an open compound. Example with a double knockdown onto Himas and Duckmai.
Na'Vi, eyes on Cerberus. More grenades coming in, and smokes for cover. Smokes to try and get the revive, because there are a couple of shots it looks like, I'm looking at the map, it looks like New Happy from more central position is also taking some shots down this way. Yeah, very, very long range, but you just gotta land a few to either get another knock, get a re-knock. Example, wants that grenade, it looks good.
Good pressure being applied by Na'Vi. They smell blood in the water here for Cerberus, and it is a good combination of a team effort from Na'Vi. Up to 7 kills now, and a good start for them in game number 1. They just lost 2 players in the kill feed. Well, Sonics have just lost their entire squad to Twisted Minds, so they go out in 13th position, did collect 5 kills for their effort, despite the hot drop at the start. Not too shabby, but it's Na'Vi who are going to probably suffer a similar fate where they've got the kills, Cammy, but I don't think they're going to get the placement points.
Yeah, listen, these teams, Na'Vi, Sonics, all of them are in a rough position because of what we've been talking about with the terrain this entire game. So the fact that they're able to get at least a few kills in their pocket before they go out to these more central turret teams is not a bad game by any stretch. XMPL trying to rotate away, super low HP, but where exactly can he go? He's at least able to break line of sight from Entropic, but he still has a few meters left to move before he is inside the next zone, and he's gonna have basically just trees. There's a shack at the bottom of that hill.
He's gotta go to apps. He has to go to apps from honestly here, and it's not going to be easy, but it's his best option from the position he finds himself in. For now, he can basically just hang on the edge, but I imagine Phase 5 will push him out of that position. 5 seconds away from said circle phase, and Entropic out towards the east, pushing up onto GEX as we do get that circle shift. Well, New Happy, defending champions, they are very happy with this position.
Yes. And they have a lot of line of sight around them as well, so any team that wants to crash them, trying to find that angle to sneak up and get up close and personal before the shots start landing, good luck with that one, because you also have Twisted Minds, also Overpeakers coming in from that app position that you just mentioned, taking shots. KDF trying to rotate in, they have nowhere else to go, so might as well try and send it, but already numbers of them have been taken down, have been knocked, getting confirmed. Yeah. T5 get eliminated in the meantime.
Ming confirming, and this is what New Happy have to be ready for, and of course they're going to be quite proactive on the defense, understanding a lot of teams on the edge don't have much that they can play in terms of a halfway point between the compound of New Happy and these current edge positions. Teams will be starting to think about, should we send it in, should we crash that compound and put pressure onto New Happy? Those are going to be some of the question marks, like for Danawa, for example, who are not inside of this circle. Where do you realistically go? Maybe you can play the road from the sort of dip position. And you got the teams at Apps and School as well. So a lot of teams still need to get moving. And, well, unfortunately for Tang, struggling. Spyro landing a few shots with the Mini. For Tiamba, who are obviously now on the move. That blue also making its way in.
Yeah, Tiamba is one that I'm the most worried about. They have the furthest to move, and it's the most open area for them. And even if they were to try and crash New Happy, it's not going to be a 4-on-4 because you have Dynamo, you have Overpeakers shooting them as well. So instead, they are going to go towards the north, try and take an isolated engagement. No one can really third-party this as aggressively as if they were to go towards the center. So they're able to land, able to get to the wall. But DAY1 Esports are aware of their position, and the blue is right at their back.
Yeah, and I wonder if Tiamba, when they originally went for this, did they have intel that Dana was still here? I wonder if potentially they thought they could just backfill into this compound that might have been left. Sol gets caught by Chewy. Big kills going the way for Danawa, and it's Tiamba that do fall the backside of that building. So Sol got knocked, but then obviously the response coming from Hallen. Well played from Danawa. Now you've got to just kind of get moving and get going. That blue's still a minute away from phase 6. Bagapa started to feel that pressure as well.
Car goes down. Zipiani drops Songjang. It's all falling apart, but again, you can't really blame them too much. Where can you go? Twisted Minds making their own send, making their own wild rotation, finding some bit of cover. Lambu can't even get into the shack before he gets dropped.
9 teams remaining. We're on that sort of bubble point in terms of those placement points, and I do wonder who's maybe more likely to go out at this point. There's quite a few teams that are struggling to hold on. Twisted Minds, though, fall in 9th. They don't get any placement points from this one. They'll take the 5 kills, though, with them. Not a bad start by any means, but unfortunately for Bagapa, how often does this really end well for teams? Basically never.
Hey, the smokes are there from Twisted Minds.
That's true.
That's something. Stop here, make a little pit stop. And we saw a couple of shots land as well in the rotation, but here comes GEX, so they're going to be following along. Who's going to get the kills here? Only 2 teams enter, 1 comes out alive.
Songjang knocked down, so too hard. DG98 going to have to just do the rest of the work here for Bagapa. They want to stay in this game for a little bit longer. GEX, not really a clean entry. Those smokes ended up being such a positive boon for Bagapa. They've done a decent job, at least, in being able to survive a little bit longer than GEX, who have fallen in 8th position. Too Hard did get knocked as well. So it's only DG98 that is still alive behind that tree, not inside of the next phase circle, but has a little bit of time, still has those smokes up as well.
New Happy, you can just see all the angles, the oppression that they have. It wasn't even BGP that deleted GEX, it was New Happy that got all of those kills. One more send, why not? Just one more, now 22 has to defend against Overpeaker, swinging on in. James opens the door. Bookie Zera down to 2 HP, has to make a stand, but he's gonna fall.
Oh, Hazardton did get one onto VAR. That might be a casualty. What a shot onto Clip as well with the DBS. So 2 for Hazardton, but forced out by the Molotov. Does he just flush here? Surely, just being a little bit greedy. No, he doesn't. It's gonna be revives for Overpeakers. 6 kills, they'll get Vard and Clip back up as well. Not a bad position, but here come Danawa making their way in straight after. This is perfect timing from Danawa.
Do they have time for the revives or Overpeakers? Mixie dropping the grenade, it could be good, but no, the vehicle swings right past, but he has to pull his rifle out.
Yeah, they had to get off of the revives there if they're going to give themselves any chance. Mexi goes down, so only James left in a 1 versus 4, and perfectly timed. Well, technically it's a 1 versus 2, I should say, but perfectly timed from Danawa, understanding what has just sort of transpired. A couple down. James still alive and is, of course, lingering around that smoke. We go back over, though, to example for Na'Vi, and he has been able to hide perfectly. HS, though, shooting him in the back, and yeah, that's why he was hiding on the other side of the rock for so long.
A good dodge, but it's so hard to guarantee an isolated fight. He's able to get 1 knock, and I think QBE's actually got sent outside of the zone. I don't think he's going to be able to get revived in the nature of the game right now, especially with James able to look at this position. Wait, James is still alive. Wait, Overpeakers are still alive. Wait, what?
Yeah, I said that. James was still alive, lingering around those smokes that hadn't quite dissipated just yet. He still, of course, had the shack on the backside. So it's a 1 versus 2, somewhat winnable for James, but he gets tagged. It's Lucarex from Entropic that unfortunately does hit him early. I will say, though, at this point, Cammy, looking at the scoreboard, it's basically who's going to finish second at this point.
Looks to be that way.
Oh, James! Oh, I think we missed that fine by the skin of these teeth. James caught them both running out of the doorway. I mean, I imagine just lining them up. That was pretty easy for James. DG98, do you just deny at this point?
Yeah.
He goes down to the blue. 3 teams remaining. So it comes down to whether or not James can get second for Overpeakers.
But Entropic, wait.
Well,
they're actually getting the revive. They're up to 2 right now. So their goal is to try and find where James is. They were on the James' side of the map, so they should know that that's going to be a possibility. Fighting New Happy, let's be honest, 4 in a compound. Still, I mean, unless there's a hardship down south and these 2 European teams team up essentially to try and tear down New Happy, it's going to be a victory for the last PGC champions.
Well, a dream start for those from EU as well. When you think about Entropic, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, Overpeakers, what they've been able to accomplish in this first game. They didn't need that. I mean, come on, guys. Who just said
And it's a cruiser. It's the best late game item in the game.
They had to take away the winner chicken dinner percentage because they know it's game over. Come on, you happy you're not losing from here. Oh, they brought it back 87%. It went down 2% when they got the grocer. Hello? Why is it going down? Go up.
Yeah, it's 100%. I'm going to call it.
Well, it comes down to whether or not, as I said, who's going to come second between Entropic and Overpeakers. I think regardless, though, both teams should be pretty happy with the way that this game has played out for the respective teams that are, of course, still alive for Overpeakers and Entropic. For New Happy, though, I mean, they've had a dream game. They had the compound, 8 kills as well, playing well from that position. Being aggressive, trying to third-party as many fights as they could from that position too.
I love this from New Happy, though. Despite the advantage that they know that they have, they're not just going to be complacent. They're immediately flexing out in multiple different positions. HS is actually leaving the zone to try and find an angle because it's not enough just to get the win. They want to get the win with as many kills as possible. There are 3 lives left. They could easily end this with, quick math right now, 21 points.
I don't think there's any point in denying for what it's worth because of the fact that top 8 go through. There's not much you gain. Well, Entropic have just sort of said, you know what, then I'll stop talking. And there's the quick kill from HS onto James. New Happy, defending champions. They want to retake their throne, and right now they sit atop it for the first game of Group A. Pretty easy in the end, all things considered. That compound was essentially their safe haven.
Yeah, it should be noted, they didn't have to work too terribly hard once the shift started to go their direction around phase 3 or so, but they worked that position very, very well. They didn't just hide out. They were able to get the kills. They almost got 13 if it wasn't for the final deny there at the end by Entropic.
Yeah, that did obviously take a little bit away some of the shine from what was a glorious start for New Happy. But as I sort of touched on, and I know the lads on the desk will talk about it, but EU had a very, very good game here. Entropic, Overpeakers, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, all performing, all inside of the top 8. Off the back of course, game 1. All right, let's calm down. Obviously, NA's still got a bit of hope. Don't worry, Cammy.
I'm not mad. It's only 1 game. We did well.
They did all right. But no, obviously, I think, as I was saying, EU looking really good off that first game. I did have some question marks. There were some question marks surrounding the region in terms of maybe some of its consistency coming into this particular event, but so far answered some really good questions. And I see 2 Europeans on the desk right there. Let's go and say hi.
That's right, thank you very much, gentlemen. New Happy starts off the 2022 World Championship as they finished in 2021. A victory on the board already. Maybe an omen of destruction for everybody else. That is scary. However, as we take a look at the circles and how things went down, if New Happy didn't win this one, Avenger, I would have been a bit surprised.
Yeah, they obviously had some of the strongest compounds from the very get-go. It's a very vanilla circle. It was a very standard circle, straight in the middle, very predictable as well with our land ratio from circle 2, 3, and 4. You see the vast majority of the teams that are playing on the southern side. Only Kwangtung Freaks went on the north. Kind of the hopes of it trying to go second there. But yeah, Europe did kind of well here. James with a huge clutch against Danawa, being able to get fantastic amount of points secured for them, and also Entropic having quite of a good start there. A lot of pressure coming in, and it's a really rough circle because the compound that New Happy is playing, if you don't breach that in phase 1 or 2, there's going to be too many teams and too many players around you that's going to be third-partying you, shooting you when you're breaching the wall and kind of parking your cars ready for the breach of the wall, right? So very well played by New Happy. They had to defend this. They got a decent amount of points from it, but still, yeah, they were able to hold those 2 good compounds down from the start, and they're able to defend this as a 4-man.
Yeah, with Ming Ming there saluting the crowd, saluting everything. But let's take a look at how this game went down, because we anticipated it, we knew it was going to happen, and of course, -3 points for me as Tiggleton instantly goes down.
And Xenox, of course, as well.
Xenox.
The Australian dies first here, unfortunately. No, but it's a very interesting one. They ended up only losing Tiggleton.
Yeah.
And SGD went down completely. It did go down to a 1 versus 1 here in the end, but Mime with the Saiga jumping off there, you managed to get a lot of damage, a lot of kills in the beginning, but they kind of struggle from this, right? Because you're delaying your entire game. Everything is being postponed for way too long here, but fantastic to see you then being able to clutch it up. Also, Na'Vi, the fight that we were talking about here with 22, and Na'Vi, they're kind of fighting for this. The school defense, as we saw here from Twisted Minds, but still, it is really hard with all these, you know, it's a lot of open space in between school, in between the compounds that we saw on northern and eastern sides.
And it's a little bit of an eye-opener when you see kind of where Twisted Minds is going to go in terms of the circle still technically favors apartments, but they choose school to try and hold down that. It was well done against any kind of breaches that were coming their way. For Entropic, it was a bit of a precarious situation that they found themselves in. Kind of a salvage mission, I want to say, from that game. But New Happy with the victory. They get game number 1 in the books, and the defending champions are here to try and take the throne once again. Here are our top 4 teams coming in from this game. New Happy, Overpeakers, Entropic, and Begopar, which we were watching quite intently, and we were liking some of what we saw.
Yeah, very, very clever rotation, very clever macro, very slow play style with a very heavy approach with information gathering. Sangyang constantly out there getting as much information as possible on the edge, scouting compounds to see where's their next steps going to be. And then when they had to, they're forcing themselves into compounds where Global Esports Success were, and they're kind of forcing their way in. But with how the circles were, it was going to be extremely hard for them to make it much further if it was not for them to be crashing onto New Happy in a rather different way, you know?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, when you're watching them kind of scouting out those Yasnaya fields, making that little western transition across it, and identifying exactly basically what was the only spot that they could take to try and move towards Gex, that was very important. But as we look at some of the final moments from this game as well, you can see kind of the terrain that Entropic's working with from their angle, and it's really not much.
No, it is a lot of open space and only a few shacks, as we saw a few teams trying to get into. But yeah, it was super rough in the way that New Happy was able to just defend the compound multiple times. It's just very nice. But James here with the barrel. The barrel on land is the most insane gun ever. The time to kill on that gun is just wild.
Very, very nicely done by James. And Overpeakers kind of putting themselves on the map straight away, I think, with that. What did they have? 8 kills?
Yeah, 8 kills.
Yeah, brilliant.
Absolutely fantastic here. Second place, of course, a lot of damage thrown. And QB denying, I actually like that. It's fine. It's respect to that. You know, that you're not going to be able to squeeze any more points out of that position that they have. So they're taking a potential points away here because we're only playing 15 games, and it's the top 8 that is going to the winners bracket.
Definitely so. New Happy with 19 points on the board. I think there's no question marks revolving around this team as to whether or not they're going to get top 8 in this group. I think everyone's looking at them as almost a guaranteed, and this is a nice start.
Yeah, honestly, if you just look at this leaderboard here, if you told me that this is going to be the final leaderboard for Group A, I wouldn't be surprised. Like the teams that we have, the teams that we have in here is kind of the teams that we have high expectations to. Of course, there's your Yahoo, your Tianba. Guangdong Freaks is a team that have high expectations too, but they had a really rough situation. They got camped when they had on the western rotation, lost a player to Na'Vi, and then they went on the northern side where it didn't go to the north.
Playing the odds a little bit, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, given that scenario, you know that there's going to be barriers of teams kind of lurking on the edges because it's such an open middle of that circle, and then trying to make that north rotate to see if they can kind of add a little wiggle through. We even saw them trying to send towards shacks at the very end.
Yeah.
It's a Hail Mary play, but I understand why they have to try and do it in that kind of
Exactly. If you're the last team, and they know they're going to be kind of the last team to get in, right, you're going to have to try to do something different to try to play the odds, which is saying here. Total kills 9 and 1,684 damage here, and it's looking at this, and my fantasy team's just reaping in the points here, James. I'm happy with this. It's fine.
Yeah, but you know, at least my pick got more than yours.
That is true.
Fair to say from this.
Yeah, but
a whole 1 kill extra.
Your pick did die early.
Okay, all right.
Minus 3 points for Tickleton right there.
Maybe I shouldn't have picked the hot droppers. Even if it is Sonics. I admit, I was thinking long term, but then I was like, and then I had this revelation of, I actually have to change between the brackets, so maybe I've screwed up a little bit. But that's regardless, we have New Happy getting themselves the first victory here out of the 5 games for today. And I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at this saying, yeah, okay, it's New Happy. They had a great compound. we expected them to have the win here.
Yeah, for sure. It could basically have been any other team that would be playing the same. But then again, they are the teams that got into this compound here. They managed to defend it quite well. But then you have to be able to play it like they did, kind of aggressive out there, making sure, putting pressure, and also the amount of pressure that come from the teams that are trying to drive towards them or close to them or in a direction that they are, they still completely destroyed them.
Whilst we take a look at some of the teams here, let's talk about Hot Drop Watch. We had, of course, Pachinki. We've talked about that a little bit. Na'Vi versus 22 did go down. Talk to me.
Yeah, easy for Na'Vi here. They're able to, full 4-pack drop the compads directly south of Pachinki.
Yes.
They're able to take that, and 22, they were not as aggressively taking Fairpier as expected there. That means they actually lost that western compound, the big white compound in between Primosk and Fairpier, so they lost that, and that's kind of unfortunate. But yeah, we'll see what happens here further for that.
I think a revelation that occurs to me whilst watching that first game as well, and we see our current #1 team on the screen, is that there's actually a lot of room still, but there is a lot of pride in terms of like going for these potential hot drop situations. Nobody wants to give up where they are used to rotating from, I think it's fair to say.
No, and also how, it's not always we're going to have a decent lane path where you're basically able to go everywhere. And also, we weren't really able to see any of the teams go into South George, North George. Overpeak is on screen, of course, did super well. The clutch with the barrel, the time that it took teams to just absolutely annihilate those two was, a second or something like that. So that was fantastic to see. Clip on screen representing Denmark.
I think regardless of when you look at Overpeakers, they, again, we're being candid about this. They've been quite vocal about things weren't working, etc. and things like that. But you can't take away from the individual skill that still exists on this roster, no matter if there's synergy here or there. Because you watch that and it's ridiculous.
No, exactly. The amount of experience of this roster is just through the roof. They call themselves probably the boomers here. They're one of the older teams and players here. Most of the guys are above 25, right? But you have your Vars, you have your mix, you have your teams, and these guys, they have been, at tournaments in 2018 where they get, third places with Vard and Mix have been playing in Faceland for a lot of years. They just so much experience here. There's absolutely 0 land years for them.
And they identified, of course, an opening, which was Apartments, which did work out well for them after Twisted Minds moved away. Here's Entropic, who...
The most jacked team here.
Strong boys. They're, but they also found themselves in a bit of a scuffle early on. We saw some shots from Begapar even coming their way once they found themselves in Alamo situation, I believe it was.
I think with the circle that we have here, or in general, when you have these standard circles, when you have your edge teams, they're always going to have the last pick of the litter, right? And that's super unfortunate for a team like Entropic. They need to have these eastern circles or far western circles where all the teams have to rotate. Because everyone else here, they're going to be like the second or the last teams getting into a good position. And then again, it didn't really go their way. They didn't really pick any or try to fight for any of the priority compounds early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we...
But still getting third. And getting into a good position, denying the points. They still get the points that you're expecting to get them out of the spot that they're in.
We talked about it briefly just before the game. The fact that they are kind of those far west or east droppers, depending on that playing path. And that can be difficult to rectify any kind of points if it does come central. And Entropic, when we've watched them in Europe, they've been really good about those edge fights.
Yeah.
But you've got to be exceedingly good at edge fights in a lobby like this.
They are very strong, very skilled and gifted, mechanically gifted players.
Yeah.
But still, you're going up against some of the best in the world. It's not always you can do your 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 clutch, as we see from them a lot. You're just expecting to win your 1 versus 1s, and that's what we're going to be seeing them doing here. Also, they picked up Na'Vi a little bit there in the southern side, managed to get some points from that, and still maintaining, a spot where you had a rock and a car and a tree, and still get that amount of points out of the game. That's what you're expecting from them here in this situation.
Definitely, as we're just getting geared up for game number 2 in a few moments. So thank you for your patience. And we continue to muse over and think about how this game actually went down. I find it interesting that, I mean, even despite this playing path and what we already know from prior before coming in, no drops up towards the north here on Erangel. And I don't mind this too much. I don't really like a lot of those rotations from the north. You get a military island finish, and it's nigh on impossible to get down there in ample time, keep yourself solidified.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a military circle here for this group, because it is going to be very interesting with how the tactics are going to be going. I specifically heard say, Overpeak has 2 Cerberus. They said, we want this area here but we're not going to camp the bridge.
Yes.
They kind of promised that, right? So that was what the negotiations
All right. Well, thank you very much, Avenger, as we now get into game number 2. Over to the casters once again for Erangel.
Well, a perfect start for New Happy, of course, taking the first chicken dinner here for PGC 2022. See whether or not they can back it up, Cammy. Of course, as the lads on the desk were saying, a pretty decent start for those inside of the top 8 already, and it looks like you could just sort of seal and deliver it already. That is job done for Group A, but obviously 14 games to go. Long way to go as we head into match number 2.
Yeah, 19 points for New Happy, 14 points for Overpeakers. Definitely a good start, but with the amount of games they have to play, they still need to try and get as many points as they can. What is good, though, is that they don't have as much pressure. They're not going to be coming back from some sort of major deficit, which is going to be helpful for not feeling, making mistakes or just some sort of unforced error.
Play path for match 2. Looks very, very good. Right over Chinky, straight through the middle, which is where I'm assuming we will be heading back to very shortly, of course, to see this hot drop. There were a couple of others that were mentioned as well. Naveen, 22 Esports, there's Cerberus as well, and Overpeakers, but Cerberus looks like they will be going farm as they did in the last game, so I think we can maybe put a cross through that one in terms of watching that. And there were some shots over towards Rozhok as well.
Yeah, so that wasn't as big of a conversation, but the standoff in Rozhok School Apps between Danawa and Twisted Minds, it is definitely something that could bubble over into some action, but really, again, we're going to be looking at dead center of the map here, Sonics versus SGG, not landing on the same roof.
Oh,
Sophia gets a shotgun. Okay.
Deja vu, hello? It still might just happen anyway. Tiggleton running away. Sophia drops down, has that shotgun. I think Tiggleton's in trouble here, but a shot from Mime. Oh, the quick response! Mime time arrives and saves Tiggleton in match 2. Sophia will fall first this time around. Oh, and a doozy of a circle.
Oh man, this is great for T5, but this is really, really rough for everyone else, essentially. There's a lot of water. It's not the most, it's not the worst, but it is definitely something to take note of.
Well, we'll take note of that one shortly. We still have the focus, of course, here in Pachinki. Now, Sophia, not out for the count.
Getting revived.
I haven't heard no bell, and he's going to get revived, so a little bit more work to do for Sonics in bringing down the numbers of SGD. So Sophia back up, and of course has that shotgun. Jervis now at the UMP. Tiggleton, what's he found? An M416. You'll take that. That's not too bad. And obviously for the Sonics, they do strike first blood, but the war's not over here. The battle has just begun, and the nade landing onto the face of Tiggleton. Half health. Sophia still obviously trying to find some medical supplies to get back up to full health.
That grenade might have forced that player to not hold that angle, allowing Sophia to try and rotate further. And yeah, they got to find some meds. That's the big problem. Even if you get the revive, you still got to find that first aid kit. And when you're also looking for weapons, looking for armor, looking for grenades, looking for everything else to try and deal with, you have to focus on so many different things. Grenades going towards Tig. He's going to be able to dodge them.
Whoa, what an angle.
But this sort of footsie game that we're still seeing with the First Blood not really being First Blood just yet. Oh man, the pressure is rising. At some point, is someone just gonna leave?
Well, that's the other part of it. A prolonged fight is really going to affect both teams. H-Win is not going to be able to spot Jervis just yet, but I wonder if Jervis might spot H-Win on top of that roof if he peeks at the right time. Okay, so Jervis has intel that H-Win does not have.
Yeah. You can see he's crawling forward, trying to wait for H-Win to shoot at someone else before he strikes, and H-Win is going to find a new target. But he is not unprepared for someone to be in this sewer system. It's all going to be a matter of timing, not just in timings of the peaks here. The timings of do you want to keep on this fight? H-Win, though, with the information that he's giving over to his teammates, he's trying to isolate, he's trying to triangulate, and telling the rest of his squad where to go with the shots. Don't get the knock. Reveals Jervis' position, and he has the first aid kit.
Yeah, now intel for Sonics has been gathered. Of course, H-Win will be able to heal back up. Jervis pushing into his building. We've got little spot fires now starting to really show up all over Pachinki. High ground for H-Win, pulls out the shotgun, both half health, and really both in a position where next shot would have got it. He's whiffed it. Jervis survives. Final first aid kit for him. Oh, what an intense battle taking place here in Pachinki.
Darn you, kneecaps. You got to move past your limbs in order to shoot directly below you. H-Win almost was able to tag that. But again, it's still continuing on this fight between the two squads. Mime is able to wrap around from the south side, able to come in as the flanker, as the pincher. But with so many buildings to check, he can't just rush forward. Jervis has been taken down.
Sophia, though, with an aid. Oh, it's not too bad, but it's not good enough and doesn't find what he was searching for. Has another one. We'll probably prime this one a bit longer. Throws it out. Is this one good? Well, that one was too short. Close. He's got one more, maybe third time
average.
is the charm for
Cut the
Sophia.
difference.
Oh, and that one goes too long again. H-Twin surviving, warding them off, so they get rid of Jervis. Now they got the 4 versus 3. And Mime still lurking towards the more southern end. And I think Mime almost might find a kill. Oh, spotted through the grass. Sophia spots him, peeking through the leaves. He gets the down, expecting one more. Tiggleton gets tagged. He can still play off of that position, though, without revealing much more. 10 bullets left for Sophia. Got to make them count.
But watch H-Twin. H-Twin's still on the high ground. Both of these players were rushing forward. And there he is. He's going to try to get some damage back, but Leo with the shots. The trades just keep going back and forth. The blows keep going back and forth. And Sophia says, it's time. I got to finish you, bro. I'm sorry.
Bye-bye, Mime. It's over for you. And again, for the Sonics, it's not going to be a clean exit from Pachinki. In this case, it might end up being worse. But Tiggleton gets the revive onto H-Twin. And again, remember, with this kind of circle that we've got, prolong the fight here, neither team's going to walk out of this very happy in this game.
Yeah, this is one that these teams both are wishing. Whoever won a lot sooner. Everyone else is already rotating. Everyone else is already rotating.
Noise made. A lot of noise. Tiggleton won, but he gets down by Sophia with a shotgun up close. That'll do. H-Twin has three shotgun shells to try and deal with Sophia and Leo. They will look to flush Tiggleton. It's a big one, but Shrimzy actually covering him. H-Twin's going to get caught. Oh, what are you doing? Both of them peeking at the same time. SGD have just one more to deal with, but it's Shrimzy who gets the headshot knocked out onto Sophia. How has this ended up in a 1 versus 1? Shrimzy and Leo. If Leo wins this, though, he can get quite a few more revives. In fact, going for one right now.
He's going to get one, but the angle is found. Shrimzy able to confirm Sophia. But now Shen back up. Shotgun, rushing forward.
Oh, who's going to peek this one? Shen low, probably not the best player to do so. Leo watching, though, can go for the trade. If he does get knocked down, it's not that bad of an option. Shrimzy really just fighting for himself here, fighting for the Sonics to not go out in last plays. SGD have done a tremendous job here in match 2.
Oh, no, Bilbo! You're home! Why are they here?
Hello! The reinforcements for North America arriving, but probably not friendly ones.
They're actually on both sides. You also have Putinage all the way on the south side with the Mosin in his hands.
It's cleanup time. Cammy, unfortunately, this is what happens when it prolongs, when it goes for too long. People are seeing in that kill feed that it's kind of 50-50, and it's like, we should just go over there and clean up whatever's left over from these two teams. Shrimzy, Sonics, it's not looking like Erangel is going to be a pleasant time for them today.
Okay, I was going to say, it might be a good idea to see if you can't find something, but your Ho don't want to stay around too long, or else they might suffer the same fate of just being a prolonged engagement outside of the zone. So they're going to move on, or at least reposition. They're not gone just yet. They're ready to gatekeep. They're ready to kneecap any of the survivors that do try and leave.
So Shen, Leo, they have been able to sort of just heal up, take a bit of time. Now they can push together. Shen is very much the most aggressive player on this SGD roster. Probably the best player. Whoa! First shot, Shrimzy, not bad. Pulls out M4. He's got a bit of time. He can actually just drop down, play the stairs now with the shotgun. He's going for it. Big play from Shrimzy. Now in a 1 versus 1. And honestly, I don't think that Leo can stick this. He's anticipating the push up the stairs. Watching it. Oh, he's going slow now. He's going to push up. He's got to make a decision, Shrimzy, and he makes one. Shoots, but doesn't land. Oh, Leo pushed down the stairs, and Sonic's out of the game for match 2.
Still able to get the revive as well, so that's something to try and get a few more points. But get ready for your Ho. And there's also a couple other teams all currently rotating just around Pachinki. New Happy being one of them, coming in very, very late. A little bit north from Overpeakers as well, also coming in with the blue right at their back. The two of the more eastern dropping teams with the western circle, it is to be expected.
Well, it's the battlegrounds for Erase and Cammy, and unfortunately for the Sonics, they lose the warfare. So, top 5 kills from match 1. We get a bit of a chance to take a breath now off the back of the Pachinki battle, and no surprise to be seeing New Happy really leading the way there with Ming Ming and HS, but James, really, really decent effort for Overpeakers. Uber, great to see him back, obviously on the global stage, an icon for PUBG. So, phase 1 ending in 1 minute. We have been fixated on Pachinki for basically the first 8-9 minutes of this game, and we can start to see some other greener pastures.
Navi, bottom of Primorsk, right on the coast. Very good property for a vacation. but they are going to have to leave this position, trying to find some information using the hills. But what's good about being on the edge like this is that they're relatively close to center just because of the nature of the circle with the water. But with blue at their back, they don't have to worry about being backfilled. Don't have to worry so much about being backstabbed. So it definitely has its own advantages.
That's true. Really good position to sort of hold phase 1. Still another 30 seconds to go. You don't really want to be making that sort of move too early. In saying that though, and with a bit of hindsight later on, you are allowing those big positions like the quarry region to be overtaken nice and early, so it's a little bit harder to then push up north. You've got GEX obviously sort of in your way, Tiamba out towards the west, 22 still out towards the east. So if Na'Vi do have to push out of Primorsk, there's a lot of teams that are going to have to sort of fight their way through as we are getting our phase 2 circle right now. Where do we head? And it's over towards the coastline. So suddenly this game, pretty much the polar opposite of what we had in match 1, where it's that vanilla original kind of center circle, and this one is playing heavy into the water, heavy over towards Primorsk, and not really a whole lot to play for here. Haisaki and Cerberus again with Begapa. They did strike a few blows in the last match. Overpeak is on the move, and really with that circle shift for phase 2, not a surprise to basically see the lobby start to just get into their vehicles and make these kind of rotations.
And it's all being funneled in one direction on one highway just because of the nature of the quarry terrain. So everyone's fighting each other.
Bye-bye, Sparking.
Glib gets a knock and a confirm in the shotgun seat of his vehicle. Ho having to swing a little further down towards the south, but Entropic also getting into blows with Begapa. Is the trade from Cerberus going to come? Naleb says, hey, that's another kill to get.
Yeah, I mean, Cerberus just stole that one away, though, from Entropic. So point for Cerberus, they'll take that one. And, of course, don't fall well that Entropic are over towards that very peer position now. Yaho, of course, you're thinking over towards Pachinki earlier. They do suffer that loss of sparking. And not the only team, though, rotating on through. Here come the Overpeakers now going past Theraton 5, who have a decent high ground position. And over towards Quarry, southern side. I kind of like their position, not going to lie. So for Thailand and Theraton 5, they should be pretty happy with the way things are shaping up here early on phase 2 of match 2.
Where can OP go? Oh, this is a dangerous spot. If you've been watching PUBG Esports as long as we have, you are familiar with this hill, and this is Plan D hill. You have nowhere else to go, so might as well take this hill on the coast. You can hide from the mainland if you're playing on the opposite side of it, but the problem is getting out of it. But for now, OP, they're safe, they're surviving.
The unfortunate thing for Overpeakers is they don't really have a team deep inside of Primorsk. Begapa is around there, but scattered, not really holding out and not really being in a position to push over towards where Overpeakers are currently at. So I think they should be okay there for the time being, but that's only for the time being. In the long run, might not work out. Minute and a half until phase 3. New Happy, of course, our winners from last game, last tournament as well for PGC, making their way in late. So they are going to also go with polar opposites here for match 2, from center compound to now edge for match 2.
Taking a compound, but it is just outside the zone, trying to get some more loot and also make sure that it is clear. You can see HS checking all of his corners just in case. They don't want to get backfilled, they don't want to get backstabbed. They want to make sure that it's going to be a clear entrance through the swamp, which is a direction that they're likely going to have to rotate through in a direct fashion for sure, excluding any options for a wrapping rotation.
I think I'm getting the sense here that Overpeakers are starting to realize that they can actually push closer in towards Primorsk, get a better position, a safer position for the time being, get a bit of information. This was the down at Sparking. Some really nice shots from Glib and Vinny, and unfortunately for Sparking, it's just one of those moments where you feel like you don't really get to play the game all that often, and it's just like, oh, okay, I guess I won't play this one.
Yeah, 2 headshots from the Mini will do that to you.
Yep.
Really good shooting by Glib.
So yeah, they've pushed back in towards Primorsk. Safer hill than where they were. In fairness, the hill where they were is probably unsafe generally if there's a team in their current location. So they understand that actually they've got a pretty decent amount of landmass over towards that section. The problem is there's so much water surrounding it. I'm still anticipating this is going to head back over to say like a Twisted Minds. We've got a really nice 2-2 split holding on top of Quarry. Compound to the south of as well, to the west, sorry, I should say. And yeah, really, really good circle for Twisted Minds along with Theraton 5. Those two will be quite happy because they're now the 22 Esports did get that down to Duckmai. Tycon ran him over. So it will of course go the way of Kazera. Yaho trying to get involved as well.
Shot.
Here, Max. Very low.
One more shot!
One more shot. He's got one more health point. He is basically in the territory where you could just really blow on him and he'll fall over, and he does. It's Kazera who finds that one.
Oh, just trying to third party this, but Cerberus damage back and forth. Vinny has been killed. Gizero and Hazelton, last 2 up once again.
Oh, what a nade, Hazelton onto Tycon, the young prodigy. from Vietnam for Cerberus. It's a rough one here for match 2. Haisaki, one of their sort of veterans on this team now, making the run over, crossing the road towards Hazardton and Gazera. Unfortunately, though, well, Hazardton is actually finished off by Haisaki, so it ends up in a 1-1. It's a bit of a bloodbath between Cerberus and 22 Esports.
Ooh, and here's a Death Hill. OP taking heavy damage from Entropic. Begapa also wanting to get involved here, but they need to worry about getting shot from the center. Shot from the northern hills. New Happy pushing from their compound, running into a couple of shots from Seoul. From Danawal, who are once again holding the northern side. They're holding a bit of a spread themselves, so not quite ready to get into a full confrontation with the entire force of New Happy. Back to the east side, this sort of menage a trois, in a way.
Well, one thing I want to just sort of touch on is that Quarry is vacant, essentially vacant, and this is going to be good news for teams that actually did quite well in our last game. Danawa and New Happy, they can actually just push into Quarry, backfill in, and then probably take a fight with Deraton 5, maybe even Twisted Minds later on. So there's actually a bit more hope, I think, for the northern teams, less so maybe for these southern teams, those in and around Primorsk, not only have to fight each other, but pushing forward. The likes of T5 have got really good high ground position around Quarry. So it's going to be really difficult unless they can find a way to wrap in. I think for, say, Navi's sake, if they can push over to where Yahoo is at the moment on our screens, wrap then up north from here, push into Quarry on the northern side of Quarry, play the high ground.
Grenade?
Might work.
Hello.
Nade? No, doesn't work.
Oh, got to confirm it was just close enough.
He's so far away.
And now Punage. Oh, Punage.
Okay, well, I don't know anymore with these nades. Haisaki, the last one alive for Cerberus. 22 Esports gone. They did at least
good luck.
Find a couple of kills. But yeah, where does Haisaki go from here? As I said, this sort of rotational point is available. Cerberus were around this sort of eastern side of Quarry before. It is entirely vacant. So, and yeah, you can see there's no one around.
He's able to bunker in. Find a spot to hide, but that's really all that he's going to be able to do is hide. Back here over towards the west side, the Freaks have rotated down, running into Tianba. Open west area, a good little spread, but it's all going to be waiting for phase number 4. There's no real water that the circle is going to be shifting off.
Yeah, so far, I know we're only 2 matches in, but sort of some of the takeaways for me is the way that the teams from Asia, and yeah, this will go to Twisted Minds' sort of position, very slow going in their approach a lot of the times. They don't over-rush their decision-making. They won't force anything that's not there. Very calculated, I would say, is probably the best way to describe that region. And so far, that's showing through for the first 2 matches. We're seeing a lot more scrappiness coming from the likes of, say, North America and APAC at the moment, which I guess is not too surprising when you take into account the Pachinki Battle is featuring 2 teams from said regions.
Yeah, that'll definitely pump those numbers up. But really, the fact that these teams, scrims or not, haven't really played too much against each other, you never know what to expect. You can only plan so much. You can only expect so much without the real games happening. And Yahoo, they've been trying to rotate through, but with that T5 high ground that you mentioned earlier, Nostradamus caster over here.
Yeah,
heavy damage to Yahoo. Not the full wipe. There's still Punage up, Balefrost up as well, but they are not in a strong position.
By Shen, Leo still alive, of course, after the remnants of that Pachinki battle. It was only the duo for SGD. So 4 kills, 4 of those, of course, on the Sonics. Leo peeking through that window. Patulan's not going to get too overly aggressive, although just honestly gave himself a really big opportunity to get knocked down there and did not. He was able to survive because Leo wasn't able to hit those shots, and he is doing an okay job in surviving for the time being, but probably not for too much longer. Twisted Minds, I think, in a really good position for this game.
They are, but they're not going to push that. They're not going to push on the last member of SGG, because if they overcommit to that engagement, someone else can swing in, take that compound right from under their feet, so instead they're going to let the mouse live in the wall.
Yeah, let one survive, so you can keep your position. 77, knocked down by Lash K. He'll take the free kill. Ian, though, not so free for him. Chewy getting the kill back. So we've got Guangdong Freaks and Tianba going toe-to-toe out in the hill field. Still 2 up for either side. James, he just gets popped by Pio. That's a name he is familiar with, of course. But Nate, not too bad from this distance. Do we give it a follow? Not so much. Clip on the backside, though, with a bit of help as well from VAR. That is a wipe onto Bagapa. Really well done from Overpeakers.
Man, Overpeakers, 0 stakes coming into this game, this whole event rather, and they are performing the first 2 games at least. We'll see if that continues on. This fight between Chiamba and KDF, well, we know who's in the lead right now, but it is very, very close.
9 still alive for Tianba. Salute, knocked down. Danawa still have a couple more sort of out towards the back. Hallen having the Darcy in his face. He's providing some cover from Hikari. Tianba gone now. 12 teams remaining. 19 minutes gone, so not quite the same level of bloodbath that maybe I expected off the back of that Phase 3 shift, but Phase 4 bringing itself over towards the quarry side, of course, does calm things down a little bit. But I love this open sort of field terrain fight. Both the teams sort of around here, and especially Guangdong Freaks, playing it well. And Tropic still just trying to make their way out of the forest. It's Avaz that is the last one alive. And while they had a decent match 1, Cammy, match 2, not quite gone their way.
Not quite. They are unfortunately in the early game mix-up there on the east side. Wasn't able to survive too long. Na'Vi still 4 up. They're pushing it from the south, and they're right close to Overpeakers who are still alive, but it is going to be GEX with the compound in the dead center.
GEX, a team that I think all weekend I've heard from you, Cammy, saying 30th. Oh, 32nd.
No, 32nd.
32nd. Sorry, yeah, no, I corrected myself very quickly. You're quite adamant on that. Well, if you're implying that, they need all the points that they can get, and this is a good game that they can potentially scrape some points together from.
32nd at PGC 2022 is a very, very good result to your yearly yearly competition.
You tell yourself that. Well, I'm sure the team that finished 32nd will also tell themselves that one. Guangdong Freaks, though, 5 kills, 4 alive from a scrappy position, I think. They've played this really well, but where do you go from here? Is it that GEX compound? Do they elect to get aggressive? Of course, right now, they're still worried about Danoa. Hallam making the move, and they will get vision of this. A cab peeks over, and but peeking over, look at that, Lambo straight away, along with Soul, just sort of saying, hey, we're still here, and if you push over that hill, we will punish you.
I mean, Danoa are technically in front of where KDF need to go, but they're all condensed into one singular position. That's just bait for being grenaded. Not to mention on the low ground, other teams could have line of sight onto them. So it's sort of out of the frying pan into the fire sort of situation. But where can Freak go as well? They have the blue at their back. They need to push on in, and that same third-party threat from Twisted Minds.
Yep.
It goes both ways.
Should mention as well, there's a battle brewing over towards Quarry. Theratom 5, New Happy, of course, who have sort of pushed their way in. They've got Haisaki, the solo, which is adding an extra player tag in amongst that, but I'm not expecting him to get too overly aggressive. Blue moving, though, minute 15, and they will all have to sort of push out of that Quarry position. It's Rossiter Jr., though, that gets the down onto man. A little bit of APAC on Asia fighting here at Quarry. At the moment, it is APAC that strikes the first blow.
Good knock, good confirm. It's going to make an easier defense. But again, that Haisaki sort of unknown. He could strike and take out one of the two teams who thought that they had an advantage back on the west side. Hasn't really come to much just yet. KDF able to find a position in the zone. It's the safety that they want because there are only 40 seconds left. You don't want to start a fight when the game could easily shift fully away from you and change your plans. So really just set up shop, try and wait, and see what Phase 6 has to offer. Okay, a couple grenades coming up to T5. They know that Haisaki is here. They know that there is a rat in their midst. They're going to try and find him out because they know the threat of an extra person being in engagement when they have New Happy just to the north.
Yeah, but I'm getting the sense here that if Patton Pong pushes too aggressively over, to New Happy then have an angle on him, and he does fall away from that for now. Haisaki, that is blue damage, 5 damage per second. Oh, unfortunately, though, for Patton Pong, he's the one that gets caught by the little rat in the blue, but Haisaki, wherever you run, it's not going to be to safety because New Happy might just honestly sense that there's an opportunity that has arisen. Patton Pong down, now Extra's in, that's 2 down. New Happy can get aggressive off of this. They might just look to sort of push in front of Theratom 5 as well, playing for both position in this sort of power play moment. They don't get too overly aggressive, though. As I said, calculated is what this region is all about.
I think that they're hoping to try and make it a bit further, but there was too much terrain in their way, and then GEX also trying to third party from the opposite side. It sort of stunts their push. They were able to get a little distance in, but it looks like a lot of revives are going to be coming on in, but Yahoo are also pushing onto this. You can see they're right on the low ground. They want to get these kills because it's going to be similar to the final game. We know that GEX have a huge advantage, so get the points here while you can.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Yahoo have the angle that they need, though, to get involved here. Yes, they do. There's the answer. Boonage got one, did get knocked. Balfrost is there, can obviously go for the revive. Theratom 5 eliminated, of course, with Yahoo making noise, Cammy. Guess what? New Happy are very happy with that. They'll push over, they'll collect the kill onto Balfrost, and they are very happy with the sequence of events there. Now over to Na'Vi and Overpeakers. It's Mexi that's down early. Cliff just sort of dipping his toe inside of the blue. Uber close by the smoke, but he's not quite aware of it, and gets the down onto Alia. Is he aware that Uber's close? He goes down to Vard. Oh, the team play from Overpeakers is perfect, but Mel's still alive, and they fight back here, Na'Vi. They've done well. They've forced it into a 1 versus 1.
High ground gives Mel a little bit of an advantage. Gonna try peek on over. He spots it and gets the headshot. Very, very close fight. It looked like a really good start for Overpeakers, but they are eliminated in 7th place. Now New Happy, where can they go? HS gets taken out. They're going to swing down towards the south side, but that's away from where they need to go in order to get inside the zone.
It is, but there's no one here at all. It is completely vacant territory down south, but as you said, it's not really where you want to go. Guangdong Freaks are starting to skate onto the roof of the building.
Ooh!
Lash K with an entry to Saber for, but Savior gets the down back at least. These team logos very, very similar, but at the moment, it's GEX that is right on top, and here comes New Happy. They found their final destination, but it's GEX that are just cleaning up all of their direct competitors.
Oh, that's a lot of damage though. Danimal have also arrived. It's an entire mosh pit here. Soul does go down to Yanli, not able to get inside the window, not able to make that jump. SSR, can he get revived? Utility comes out.
Twisted Minds, by the way, still in their compound, have elected to hold steadfast, so they've got 4 alive, in a good position to now push into this late, clean up whatever is left, and maybe go for the win. But it's GEX, Cammy, who are getting the kills from all of this, and boy, what a tremendous job in defending this territory from multiple engagements.
The problem is the timing from Danoel was excellent. They were able to swing on in when Gex were distracted by the west side of this compound, and they have taken an actual building itself. They have plugged themselves in, and they are now in front of GEX with this next circle shift.
Yeah, but honestly, the way GEX are playing right now, they may just feel confident off the back of what has transpired. Now, Twisted Minds, they make their move. It's not towards a position of, say, safety, but it's a position where they're going to find their win. Out towards the hay bales, the fields. They've got some trees. They know that Dano are kind of pinned down into that one singular building. And GEX are still there on the backside of them, so Twisted Minds will feel as if they've got the best chance of winning this game, and I probably agree with that.
Yeah, very good crossfire that they're setting up, and GEX, if they know that that's what Twisted Minds are doing, they need to make the move. They can't just wait it out. They can't wait for Danoel to overpeak, because Danoel, they're not going to be peeking at all. They have a single building. There's no way that they're going to be going incredibly aggressive with this, being squashed between 2 separate teams here. GEX need to make the move.
And I wonder, though, to make that move, do you have to get it down onto either Lu or Petulans playing that sort of anchor position?
Very likely.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to get at least one there before they can move on out. Danoel, of course, still having the 3 players inside of that building. Spyro, though, he's going for a wrap. He's trying to just get close, maybe towards that backside, pushing past Danoel entirely to try and catch out someone like Zennan on the back, who's maybe wanted to creep out and play the blue, which is exactly what I think Zennan wanted to maybe do. This could be very, very disastrous for Spyro. If he gets caught, he is dead.
But it's a gamble that I think has a very high percentage chance of working out. They have the manpower to sort of throw at a problem like this. As long as he doesn't overpeak, as long as he's able to check all of his corners, he spots one. But again, he takes 1 bullet to the face and he immediately retreats.
That is a quick headshot. And then testing the limitations there of his arm, unfortunately quite limited. He's not going to be able to throw it over towards Spyro, who has already sort of healed on up, has the stims active as well. So heading into phase 8, of course the blue making its moves, and then has to get out of that position. Same with SSR, they have to push closer towards Danoel. Unfortunately for GX, they will have to go through Danoel.
Ages aren't happening, but Spyro, that could be the knocks that GEX want. Savior trying to find the angle, at least making an angle by shooting open that door. Soul's gonna get revived, but the control, the little bit of control that Danoel had in their small little space is just falling apart. He's getting thinner and thinner, but a good knock from Perfectus to stop GEX's push.
Spyro, the one up close, of course, getting the down onto a member of Danoel, but then it's the ones that are back for Twisted Minds that are getting damage and pressure onto GEX. So they are right now just strangulating both of these 2 teams and essentially have them cornered in. Twisted Minds, for me, is how many kills can they get from this scenario?
Oh, Spyro going down. That is huge. Savior basically says, stop this. Let us fight this out. 1-on-1.
Yeah. It should be revivable here from Petulans, but what it does do is it releases some of that pressure that Twisted Minds was applying. This is go time for GEX in some ways. If they just allow this revive to take place and don't do anything off of it, they're going to be back right where they were 10 seconds ago. You've got to make the push now to Danoel.
But they're not pushing. I think they're...
Or push onto the hill.
I think they're getting baited by the fact that they are in the zone, but this is phase 8. We know where the game is going to end, and it's going to end on Danawa. GEX need to try and find some better, more forward, closer position here. But that hilltop, even with Spyro getting knocked, I guess they knew that someone from Twisted Minds was going to be there to get the revive and re-establish their position on that area. But here's the peak. They're slowly moving forward.
As soon as this fight, though, opens up, it's go time for Twisted Minds to then just third party. So they are just waiting for this to eventuate. Really, both teams are just sort of locked in on eliminating Danawa here. Twisted Minds from one side, GEX from the other side. For Danawa, is there any hope for them to get out of this? The smokes are up. They can play off of this. Batulin's sending in the UAZ. Yanli up close, though, on the left-hand side. Needed to get that down. In fact, it goes back potentially the other way. With the headshot, it forces Yanli onto the floor. He's cooked that pretty well, Batulins. It's done a good job, but not enough to get the down. A second one follows. Yanli heals. Flash, though, for Batulins. He has to hide behind the UAZ.
Hiding from the flash, but he's going to continue to throw these grenades. Oh, that won't seem to bounce back onto him. But he's still up, he's still alive. SSR gets another knock on the Lambu, but Lou is coming on in. So much attention is being focused on Yanli, but he's still not down. He's still not knocked.
Of course, phase 8 Blue going to be moving now, and so therefore these guys have to wrap this one up. Twisted Minds otherwise should just end up winning this through sheer attrition as to what GEX are trying to do against Danawa. Danawa's done a decent job of sort of holding on. Twisted Minds not pushing in just yet onto the roof. Batulin's got the down to SSR, but Yanli got one back. Lou falls as well. That's a twist here for Twisted Minds, but not a good one. 2 down. Danawa's still surviving, but GEX are fighting the good fight right now.
All of these firefights are so close. 1 or 2 bullets is making the difference, but Batulins does get confirmed. And Zion's going to back away because they still have Danawa to worry about, but a great counter grenade.
It's a 2 versus 2 versus 2 as of right now. I'm not sure in terms of who's in the best position to get revived, but perfect with the down on the Zen there. Danawa now installs 2. Perfect gets rid of all of GEX. Soul still alive though. Danawa have 3 up. It's a 3 versus 3, but surprisingly, the 3 from Danawa have survived and not GEX. Still inside of that building. Soul pushes out. Is this where Danawa now get revenge on Twisted Minds? They've been pressuring them for so long. Now, finally, Danawa have made their way out of the building.
They found a rock. Soul found the rock. This is huge because that high ground position that Twisted Minds took essentially from Danawa, getting on the roof of this building, I was worried was going to be the final nail in the coffin.
No.
He's going to throw a flash out.
Nades. The utility is empty for Twisted Minds. Only flashes remaining and probably a sparse amount of them as well. So they can't flush them out with mollies and nades. They're going to have to fight this one here, Twisted Minds. Soul with that big rock position. 2 players on the roof. It's a dangerous position. Hallen through the smoke gets the down onto Lou, and they know where the other 2 remain on top of the roof. Danawa now suddenly in the best position to come away with the chicken dinner, unless maybe Perfect has one more big play. Gets the down onto Hallen. Lambu's down 1 versus 1, but it's Soul from below. A 3-kill win for Danawa, but still so exciting.
I mean, a win's a win. Doesn't matter how few kills you get. That's still 13 points for them. And they didn't have a lot of options. They didn't really have priority in that final fight. They were just sitting there cowering, waiting for Twisted Minds and GEX to battle it out themselves. And I say cowering not in a way to be dismissive, because they really had no safe option in that engagement. And so the fact that the second GEX went down, they immediately left that building. They found the small little alley, small little avenue that they could take to find a better position in the circle to not get overrun.
A sensational win for Danawa, considering all of the circumstances surrounding that win as well. Match 2 done. Back over to the 2 on the desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, what a final scenario here between Danawa, GEX, and Twisted Minds as we have ourselves Danawa getting the victory. It's just 3 kills across the board, but what a situation.
And the most mind-blowing thing is that compound was free for so long. Global Esports, it's like they managed to drive scout, and then Danawa saw that there's an opening, and they managed to take that, playing it super defensively and hold out for so long. No kills at all for so long, and they managed to clutch it up. And then we're only 3 kills here, 13 points chicken dinner. That's not a lot.
That was wild. I really didn't expect it to go that way, and the reason I didn't is because I felt like Twisted Minds had a really good potential of being able to hold these 2 teams at bay whilst they're kind of scrapping things out. But both GEX and Danawa played out really smart here in this compound, considering they were kind of up against it, I feel.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds, they're super eager. They try to get in a little bit too early in my kind of what I felt was comfortable. They could have force the fight, but they're trying to squeeze more points out of this game, right? They wanted to get as many points as possible. There is a lot of points available in there, and they're thinking sometime it's going to be Global Esports exec pushing into Danawa, and then it's going to be a perfect third party. But then they ended up being a kind of a three-way fight rather than, you know, Twisted Minds forcing the fight in between and then third partying it. Usually you want to kind of make sure the two other teams fight first and then third party to secure the win. And then a little bit eager to get on the roof. That actually ended up, rather than them having kind of the upper hand, high ground, upper hand from that, then
you know where they are.
Yeah,
basically.
they know where they are. The circle is pushing them. The circle is coming in, and that way Danawa could just delay them with smokes and kind of play safely and wait for it. I would love to see a little bit more of an aggressive push around and maybe take some position inside the circle.
Could have been even crazier. I mean, New Happy making a wide, heavy rotate around that with the overpeakers as well as Na'Vi kind of concluding a fight down towards the bottom. Like, where else were they eventually going to go? That would have been difficult, all things considered. But I think when you really kind of figure that out, it is difficult to find a spot. But anyway, let's take a look at the highlights overall and see what's going on. We once again had Pachinki be the situation, but this time now it's 1-1.
Yeah, it's 1-1. It's interesting, and you can hear in the arena,
oh my,
SGT just screaming, and this was perfect. The push that we saw, obviously from Leo, the smoke shots and some of the other shots was always just crazy, and Shrimzy was in despair for that. More shots coming in from Clever, all, and just in general crazy, amount of fire we saw from it in general.
Yes, I don't know if it's coming through on stream, but I really hope the loudness of SGD, as well as it was in the first game from Sonics, but not quite as loud, is coming through, because it's that psychological warfare that is going to actually make a difference, I feel, in hot drop scenarios like that.
Yeah, and on overall, Circle was wild. First Circle, super far southwest, Primos kind of esque ending. Ended up going further north, and we had an ending in this fantastic compound here. Perfectix popping off, I'm happy for that. I'm having him on my team, but Helen and Danawa, the way that they got some of the knocks here towards the end was just perfect for them. And then they got them cornered on the roof here, as we were talking about, as the blue was pushing them. They should have been on the ground. They should have taken the peaks on the ground and taken the smoke advantage rather than the high ground advantage here.
Ah, there we go. And they get themselves the win. Game number 2 goes to Danawa, representing South Korea here after a fantastic win. It's only 3 kills going their way, but points are points, as they'll be able to rack up plenty alongside Twisted Minds, Gex, and Kwangdong Freaks. So I look at this and I think to myself, this is a pretty big win for South Korea overall, considering Kwangdong Freaks also put up some decent points.
Yeah, a lot of kills, of course, and 4 points for the placements there. In general, it's very top-heavy. Like, when you have your first-place team that don't get that many kills, kind of trickles down quite nicely. It's a very even leaderboard for this one here. Global Esports Excel, of course, 7 kills and a third place. They managed to kind of clutch it out. They could have, or should have maybe even, I would dare to say, have that upper hand in that compound. They were 1 war alive, had more utility, and they had them cornered into that one single-story building that they could eventually just have kind of pushed out and held them out on. But yeah, Twisted Mind had another idea. They were thinking, all right, there's 7 potential points here, and they're fighting, so we should be third-partying.
Yeah, they just, unfortunately for them, didn't realize the true resilience of Gex as well as Danawa, given the scenario that they were in. Gex, I liked the scout towards the compound as well.
Option,
pretty kind of patient, and then just call over for the actual full solidification on that, if that's not even a word, on towards the compound, and that's nice, all things considered, because Gex, or GEX, when I see them on the international stage, I actually don't have in the New Happy scenario. I don't have too many anticipations of how they're going to fare, but this is already a really good start for them.
Yeah, I love what I've been seeing from them so far. They were able to defend that compound fantastically from, of course, Freaks and also Beagopa that sent it in. I was questioning why Beagopa and also New Happy didn't push onto Twisted Mind, but it's a hard compound to push, and in a situation where you would rather make a big rotation, try to third party. Very interesting, good pushes and plays here from Batulins. He got traded though, but Perfectix was able to clean up the vast majority here of GEX.
Yeah, the car scenario where they were able to climb up on towards the roof was quite funny, I think is fair to say. Just creating a little bridge up there. So almost too tempting to go up, considering there was an easy method to be able to find themselves a spot as a whole. But that is how it goes down, and Danawa manages to get themselves the victory. Only 13 points, as previously mentioned.
Even?
12, 12, 11 here. And then even over Peekers, another 9 on the board.
Navi 6 as well. Like, it's so, of course, 4 teams with double digits here, but so even when you don't have this team that is just popping off. But yeah, very interesting game here, and a very interesting circle, of course. The Yahoo third-party potential inside Pachinki as well. There's a lot of super interesting stuff going on with that.
Very rare you get that kind of distribution of points when it comes to an Erangel game. This reminds me of like old Sandhawk numbers. Yeah, when we were playing that still in competitive.
And this was wow as well. 1 kill each for Soul, Helen, and Lambu, of course. Salute. He lost his life a little bit early on, so he was just chilling. Only 887 damage, but just an important one. Onto Gex, onto Twisted Minds, and in general, was able to play it extremely well here.
Given all the scenarios as well, as we kind of watch these circles play out, I think our eyes were cast towards Quarry. How things were going to play out there, of course, where we saw New Happy trying to find themselves a decent spot. They are still #1, so that is a decent spot for them, but alongside Overpeakers that has had a decent back-to-back here.
Yeah, they have had 2 fantastic games here on Erangel to start things off with, but they still lost the compound inside, or the Crossroads compound, right, to Cerberus. So they're still pushed in a little bit between the Cerberus and Entropic in that situation. But yeah, I'm interested to see once we get the military and they have to cross down there.
No, definitely. We also saw Navi as well in fights and how that was going on. So far, so good for them across 2 games, getting themselves a lot of kills to boot. All right, we're going to a short break. When we return, we are going to have 1 more Erangel before we move over to Miramar.
Balance adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles. Some adjustments to the blue zone on Destin. And some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle, and have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destin is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destin. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset. And sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
is starting to try to utilize BBS. Jumps out of the window, up close, can do a lot of damage, and he kicks off. Win here, he's got the pump, but he's not able to buy him at long range now. Not too much damage coming out of that. That's a bit too far for those pellets to connect.
Obviously, the main strategy for us is going to be landing Pachinki Picado.
No, we haven't prepared playing out of other spots, but obviously we're playing to win right out the gate, so we're not even thinking about that.
We just play to fight, and the better team will win.
Getting thrown out both sides. It's going to be Shrimzy that gets hit. Tossing into Cal. Cal was not expecting this angle. He goes down. Look back at beautiful reposition coming out from Tiggleton. Going on is now Sonics do get vision on what's going on with Dodge and Tiggleton.
Your champions for PCS 7 Americas.
Our IGL H1 puts us in a lot of good positions. I also think that our team dynamic has Shrimzy and I usually trading our teammates or like in the back line per se. So our teammates will usually be the entries and then we can spot where the enemies are based on what our teammates do and make a play.
We like to do splits where we can help each other, so we're close enough to reinforce. Generally speaking, as a rule, we like to do it early game, and we only like doing splits on compounds that are defendable.
Space is really important in this game, so to have 4 people in one compound is usually a mistake.
We're always playing together and close enough to reinforce each other, and you will be fighting us as a team.
Yeah, in the previous tournaments, the format was different to where fighting wasn't as advantageous, the winner-winner chicken dinner format. But this format encourages kill points, so we're just going to kill them.
In my mind, we're not leaving until we get eliminated or we win.
We will kill all of the enemy team.
Very early days here, of course, for PGC 2022, but Asia, EU, they are not messing around. They've come to play in the first 2 matches. Cammy, what does that mean for the likes from North America, from APAC, down the bottom at the moment?
Hey, listen, it's only been 2 games, but yeah, the way things are going right now, it does look to be that the more things change, the more things just keep staying the same.
Staying the same, yeah. Indeed.
But it's only been 2 games, only been 2 games.
Yeah, and look, we can't even say that North America or NA stands for near airport, because the airport's not really that close.
No, it's not. we're all the same. Okay, I'm not going to try and deconstruct that joke and make it any further than that. We got one more Erangel ready to go, ready to play. One more Erangel to see that Pachinki drop before we go to the Makata hot drop, because don't you worry, you hot drop lovers, it will continue on.
Yes, for obviously this next game, the question for me is who's going to make the first move maybe on day 2 for this particular group, right? When we do come back to Erangel later on in the week for Group A, it's either SGD, Sonics, are they going to make a move away from it? I feel like neither team at the moment would want to. I think both will feel like, hey, it's 1-1.
Yeah, not to mention that if my memory serves me correctly, which it often does not, both teams have expressed in some form or fashion that they are not going to leave no matter what. They have practiced for this, they have prepped for this. They don't even necessarily have a plan to be here, so they're just going to commit 100% to it.
Alrighty, let's get underway for match 3 of Erangel. Of course, after this, then 2 games of Miramar to follow for our 5 games for day 1 of PGC 2022. Once again, pretty decent plane path, a little bit more on the northern side going over Roshok, but yeah, lo and behold, we will of course be getting that Pachinki battle. And as we sort of solidified off the back of match 2, all the other little spot fires that we had around the map maybe on match 1 did obviously dissipate. We didn't see anything over towards Farm and Milter. Again, really not a whole lot over towards Roshok. Nothing from the likes of Na'Vi and 22 Esports. We had a nice circle, crazy circle as well. So we've had 2 ends of the extreme. I'm not sure what we're going to get for match 3. Maybe Sosnovka Island.
This plane is just a touch north, so no, it's not going to be Sosnovka Island. It might be Severny. It might even be Zarki. The fact that this is the most extreme plane path we've had does mean that it's been fairly fair these first couple of games, but yep, here it is.
Fairly fair. I like that one.
Wordplay, man.
Let's get underway for round number 3 between Sonics and SGD. It's 1-1 at the moment between the 2 teams. Sonics, of course, winning out in match 1. SGD winning out in match 2. We'll see who's going to take out match 3 and I guess technically get the edge between the 2 teams going into the next Erangels in day 2 for this group. There is that circle. It is going to be more towards the eastern side, over towards the Asnaya field. So something a little bit different so far for all 3 games of Erangel. That's a nice treat. And something different this time is that early battle that we usually saw from Tiggleton and Sophia has not taken place.
Yeah, they keep rearranging exactly where they drop. Here where the corners are held and damage is shared, but no knock, and it's just Jervis's position be given away once again. Pop out the window, gonna back away because, you know, if experience says anything, there could easily be a push from another angle, so he's gonna get back to the safety of his teammates, and unfortunately at this point it looks like it might just be a repeat of the previous game where this is gonna take 8 whole minutes. Fortunately it's in the zone, but on the edge.
And that's sort of what I wanted to sort of touch on, is the fact that match 1 ended pretty quickly, right? So it was not too bad for the Sonics, and they were able to have somewhat of a decent game beyond the Battle of Pachinki. But for SGD in the last game, you know, it was that prolonged fight, and Yahoo even ended up, of course, making their way over, and so it was probably not very beneficial for either of the 2 teams. And yeah, as you said, this one already shaping up to be another long one.
Look at this flank by Shen. Look at this rotate. He already has an AK, he already has an AR in hand, and a couple of first aids as well. So if he gets tagged and not knocked, then he can continue to be a threat from this far south position. But the angle is found by Tiggleton. He might have to push it a little further, Shen, because the push from Sonics towards the main group of SGD could happen, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Not enough damage. Really, these players are going to be looking for the full confirmed knock.
Yeah, and so far in at least the first 2 games, neither team, of course, able to get away cleanly. So we haven't had any clean sweeps. It's not as if either team have been able to. You get that 4-0 clean sweep, and you do feel a little bit more victorious in being able to sort of conquer the battle that has been taking place. It has been so even between these 2 teams, and I wonder if that has surprised the Sonics. You know, we think about the scrims that they have been having. From what I heard, it wasn't too bad here in Pachinki. SGD did win a couple themselves, but when Sonics were winning, they were winning quite clean. That hasn't happened, of course.
I mean, practice is practice, right? Yeah. People talk about the quality of scrims can really fluctuate, but the one thing that you can always practice is these hot drops. And so SGG might have easily really figured out what was going on, how Sonics like to play this, what to expect for it. And in fact, even in game 1, you already saw that they were expecting multiple pushes, multiple different, like, very aggressive maneuvers.
Yeah. Well, we do sort of take a moment away from, I guess I can't even really call it the Pachinki battle. The Pachinki standoff probably is a little bit more...
Stare-off, yeah.
Stare-off, yeah. It's a bit more apt this time around. So, and so far it's probably been somewhat of the theme of the day, has been all 3 matches somewhat a little bit different in the circles, in the positioning, in the way these teams are fighting. Well, match 2 though. Our previous match did have a lot of fighting towards the end. GEX were on the winning side for the most part. Had a couple of teams crashing their compound. At first it was the Guangdong Freaks, and then New Happy made their way in, but they were already quite beaten up on the way in as well. Honestly, easy fodder for GEX, but still going to get the kills.
Yeah, they weren't able to do much of the game after this, but this is where they got most of the points, able to defend that position. Then, of course, we all remember Dynamo Twisted Minds sort of changed the story from what looked to be an accelerated of GEX's game.
Is this going to be a sense that maybe they might just actually split off from each other here and not force the fight? It's a sort of northern side, southern side parlay that has taken place, and I do wonder if you're the Sonics, off the back of the way the first two games have played out, you're not inside of the top 8. It's very early days, but still, do you think, hey, let's just maybe leave? There's other places we can go loot. We've got 4 alive. We don't need to force the issue.
It would actually be very disastrous to force the issue. If SGD are just going to hide and hope that Sonics push into them, that's going to be a huge disadvantage in that fight. So if the opportunity is either push into an unknown or take a vehicle and leave, yeah, that's going to be a solid play for both of these squads. But elsewhere on the map, your Ho and Overpeakers running into each other just southeast of center. Not far from the museum, and Mixie has Punich in his sights. Not taking the shots just yet. Potentially waiting from another lineup from a teammate to try and make sure that he can secure it away for Punich to stop in his tracks. That is going to be the case. Gets the knock. Should be able to get the kill here as well.
Yeah, nice shot from Mixie. Good patience. Oh, well, the standoff is over. Shen! He got aggressive, he pushed up. Now forget about the south. He's pushed into Sonic's territory and taken out both Mime and H-Win. They're fallen. Well, we know Shen likes to be aggressive. He leads from the front for SGD, and he's done so once again. Had an incredible tournament at PCS 7 APAC, and they can really get aggressive off of this. I mean, he's really just sort of got a lone man army. Shimboy gets knocked down by Clib and quickly finished off. North America falling to pieces here in match 3.
It's two individual teams that have their own identities. It's nothing to do with the major region as a whole. I don't appreciate your pointed comment here, but Shen is going to continue to push, as is his style, and the rest of Sonic still, now losing 2 players, there's only so much they can do. Trying to retreat, they could easily just get shot in the back by a rushing forward SGD. But let's look at T5 here, rotating around right next to 22, who, if I'm being honest, looks like they might be set up for the punish of the leaving of Pachinki, whoever is surviving. But they're going to take shots at T5, not too much damage. But where can T5 go? Going to be sending in towards School and Apps, which is relatively free.
So Tiggleton and Shrimzy, the 2 best rated players for Sonics, still alive, probably anticipating for SGD to sweep through Pachinki. Here is the replay of Shen, and that's a wonderful opening kill into Mime. So Mime actually was essentially the one pushing somewhat over towards Shen's position, and I do wonder, is Mime being caught off guard there? H-Win couldn't quite get the trade. Shen's played that perfectly. He has essentially created 2 1v1s, timed them both well.
Yeah.
Really good micro play there from Shen.
He's continuing to look for more, but the problem is, going any further from this position could be very, very dangerous. He has the safety of the sewer for now, but it's very limited on what space he can take with it. So instead, he's just scouting out, and hopefully that information is going to allow the rest of his team to move forward themselves.
Yeah.
But we might be looking back at another standstill. So even with those 2 kills, SGD not able to make too much of it in terms of the broader picture.
Sparking. Probably hasn't had the start to the tournament he would like in the first 2 games, and I think Yahoo in general probably sharing that sentiment, but a nice knockdown. Unfortunately for Yahoo, damage well and truly has already been done, losing 2 players this early on, playing as a duo. Obviously the same can be said for Sonics. Minute 15 seconds until phase 2, but you know, I guess you're going to keep shooting your shot. Get those downs where you potentially can, put some damage into your opponents, and Danawa will be fine. They'll get the revive. They'll have 4 up. Obviously, still a minute till phase 2. It is already quite congested, though, for this phase 1 circle. Not a lot of room to breathe, especially more towards the center point. The edge is obviously very open with this kind of circle. Here is that shot from Sparking.
Oh.
Oh, this is going to be really nice, isn't it? Oh.
Slow-mo 2. Bullet time. Oh.
That's not nice. That's beautiful. That is art from Sparking. Great shot. Doesn't get much of a reward. Can we give him half a point for that?
Yeah. Can we get style points?
Style points.
Can we introduce that into the esport?
Well, Tiggleton and Shrimzy have not moved, and Shen has not moved either.
It's a standstill there. Twisted Minds, they are moving. They're trying to push to a different position, a little more towards the center. And as you said, a lot of the congestion, they want to get themselves set up in a really, really solid position here. Don't know exactly where Lou is shooting at. He's trying to see if he can't bait someone, trying to find some information, someone peeking out of that compound, but no one is, so they might try and go for it themselves. But that could be asking for way too much space, and well, they're not going to go for it anymore. Hard shift towards the north, towards Yasnaya.
Towards New Happy. But in saying that, when it's Yasnaya, it's not really like, oh, wow, we've been hard-fed. There's still so much you can play off of this kind of circle, but it has thrown a spanner into match 3 for sure. There's actually quite a lot to talk about here. Does it keep going north? Probably not. Unless it goes north in phase 3, in which case then obviously the Yasnaya pond, and across the world, we'll call it a lake. I like to call it a pond.
Lake, tomato, tomato.
Obviously, it's going to play a factor in phase 4, water circle setting. So I do wonder, Yasnaya Field, is that the play here? The Wizzy Tower, of course. I think Yaho's gone for that one nice and early. Wondong Freaks playing off with the yellows, but there's that push. Danawa now in towards Yasnaya. New Happy, though, already well situated here. That is as free as it's going to be for HS. Next shot's onto Salute, not too bad with the barrel either. He is able to just sort of drive on by, got the reload, but couldn't get the down. Helen, though, should be finished off here.
Yeah, it's basically suicide for Danawa to try and run out and get the revive, even if the confirm doesn't come in with these grenades. Though actually I say that they might be trying to go for it. They might be trying to find the angle through all the different buildings, through the different alleyways. T5 also rotating around. 22 still, they've been trading back and forth, these two teams, sort of rotating shoulder to shoulder more or less, and they're coming in just on the far west side. Vegapá rotating to the north of Yasnaya. They still might be trying to go into the city, but it's not going to be through New Happy's gate.
Yeah, obviously for 22, they will at least be able to get away from Theraton 5, so... Yes. Not too far, though. Neighbors, they've just moved in next door.
Yeah, don't take the fight, but just still trying to find a position. The problem is with these hard shifts and everyone coming in from the same angle, there's a point that you have to make the call that you're coming in from a disadvantage in terms of rotational timings, and you don't want to overpush, and you might just want to just hang out on the edge and hope for a different shift coming in the next phase. Overpeakers, though, they are again trading it with a Tropic.
What is going on from the Overpeakers? They're on something today. They're so aggressive, but so successful in their aggression. 2 quick downs, and Tropic, though, they're not having a very good start to the tournament. Unfortunately, of course, the team that missed out on PCS 7 in EU, they will drop into the bottom half of the standings off the back of this this game as it is. QBE and Nail Up now the last 2, but they have not fired much of a shot. 4 kills in 3 games so far.
Yeah, not looking good for Entropic. Playing in from the edge, they're going to have to do it once again. Looking at your Ho now. As 2 players taking this singular tower position in the Yasnaya field is a very, very bold move. But I imagine it's a move that's going to put them in the middle of the action to try and get some kills. And that is very much their style. If they aren't the ones in a position to push, then they are going to make themselves available to be pushed.
That was not a good sight momentarily there for NA fans, seeing Sonics deep in the blue at the back end of phase 2 for Tiggleton and Shrimsy. They waited as long as they possibly thought they could. SGD had moved out and are getting closer towards phase 1 circle. You can just kind of see them on the very, very bottom there. You can see the little arrows. They're just peeking in. They'll be making their way in from the south side. Not a whole lot to really push into at the moment. We'll see what happens here for phase 3. Please go north. Why not? Just cause a bit of chaos here. Match 3! Oh! They've heard me. I think someone's listening. We've gone straight onto the edge of Stelba.
Again!
Oh, Clib is just continuing on. 5 kills for Overpeakers. But
what?
I mean, there's so much more to discuss here in the fact that we are going to the base edge of Stelba based off these circle shifts. That's insane.
And now everyone, with the nature of the circles right now and the river and the bridges, there's really no option but to go, not necessarily even around Yasnaya. So many teams are just going to try and go through Yasnaya to get to that South Stalber hillside. Vegapá are there first. Giamar are not far after. But I think Yasnaya, despite being on the edge, is going to be a position that a couple of these teams take.
New Happy, though, they've not gone for a move. They did lose Zipyan as well, and obviously they're going to feel as if they can maybe get a couple of kills on the rotational teams too. Hasn't quite played out the way they would have liked so far. Na'Vi's made their way in. 22 Esports have made their way in as well. Nanho, that was insane! Headshot onto Haven. That is a nutty, nutty shot. Vinny sends it into the middle of the road. Uber trying to get involved as well for Na'Vi. As Hazelton has made it across too. 22 Esports, they lost one earlier as well in the Yasnaya fields to Cerberus, so just down to Hazelton and Vinny. They too off to a struggle start here in the opening 3 games of the day.
Oh, Yoho is eliminated. Good grenades coming out from Danois to solidify their position. They've had a good movement despite losing that player in their initial send to Yasnaya from New Happy. They've continued to move further and further north off of this ship, and moving out of the city itself is still going to be a struggle, but they can at least be on the edge and try and make sure they're the last ones to leave.
Yep. Oh, Temple just couldn't quite get out of the scope of Hazelton. Knocked down. That's a good headshot. Puts some pressure back onto Navi. Makes it a 3 versus 2 in this current instance. Of course, Haven not going to get revived at all. I mean, he is somewhat close to Hazelton a little bit. Nades go out, but I'd be very, very surprised if they can pull off that revive. Still some time. Have to make the run across the road. Not going to happen. So it will be the duo for 22 Esports. 15.5 minutes gone and a minute until phase 4. Should probably mention, of course, there's been this fighting in Yasnaya, but the teams that have pushed up towards the Stalber region, you've got Bagpo and Overpickers over towards the warehouse section. You've got Deraton 5 going for a massive wrap. And then Tiamba, not too bad. North side of the pond, I think they're good position too as well at that compound. Is that push now from Overpickers, who are over-aggressive at the moment?
Oh man, and that peak looked good, but wasn't able to land the shots. Big upon now know that there is another team right below them. James is still going to try and make this work. Throwing a couple of grenades, but again, not too much damage to come from it. And so now their time is very, very limited, because who knows how long until another team tries to go into their position. Sonics, it looked like off of that final shift, wanted to rotate towards the north, but they ran into Cerberus, so have to return down towards the south side. Get inside the zone, get an opportunity to heal without the blue ticking damage, and might have to just cross your fingers for where phase 4 goes.
I mean, you can do that, mate, but I'm pretty happy with the way things are shaping up potentially for APAC in this game. So, does go north, gets away from that pond, of course. Water circle setting activated. Right onto Tiamba, who, well, they're actually dead last coming into this game, so they get some fortunes so far. SGD, they're going to make the push onto Overpeakers. Oh, they might just avoid this one. I mean, talk about maybe the 2 most aggressive teams in the lobby at the moment. It's Shen that gets knocked down by Ming. Ming finished off by Nan. Sophia caught by Mexi. They are copping it from both sides on the rotation for SGD. So they won the Battle of Pachinki. They're going to lose the war at Stalber. They're going to be the first team out here, I think, at this position. A lot of teams, of course, in that minimap as Petulans gets the kill onto Leo. Jervis, the last one alive.
This is another question of where in the world can you even go? There are very limited compounds, and you already had Begapa and Tiamba here to grab them initially. You got to find some place, some position, some little pocket on these rocks. But because of the angle of it, all the stragglers that are still in Yasnaya might be able to find an angle onto you and start shooting you in the back. So it is not a comfortable position by any stretch of the imagination. GEX also making a rotate, but Overpeakers, their position on the low side below the plateau is still here to block GEX's push.
Oh, underarm, but he's held it a really long time, so it might just play off perfectly. Not quite, but they get downs anyway. Vard and Clib, I mean, they are just hitting all of the shots at the moment. The Overpeakers just can't miss. They're playing perfectly in the first 3 matches. And now a good wrap onto Savior, make that 9 kills now for Overpeakers. And there goes the Sonics. North America, NA at this point standing for no answer.
This is bullying at this point, Zenlox. Let's focus on the game here, okay? Overpeakers are having another fantastic round. Already 10 kills with PO going down. Another kill onto the scoreboard. Here comes Danois. Yeah, are they going to be another team that are going to finally stop this Overpeakers reign of terror, or are they only going to be even more points?
They're just going to feed into them. At this point, I'm probably back in Overpeakers. They are having a sensational start to the tournament. Lampu knocked down as well by Petulans. I mean, it is all EU Asia action at the moment in the first 3 matches here on Erangel. Twisted Minds playing very well, good position. Obviously, a lot of teams now sort of surrounding this area. And we've still got another 44 seconds until phase 5, and this can go anywhere now at this point. There's no water in play. Na'Vi riding that blue wave. James pushing close towards Bagapa, of course. They have not pushed out from this. Something to take note of. Overpeakers have been able to play that position, take those fights, and Bagapa never pushed out.
Yeah, it was always a risk for them to do so because they're not at the top of the hill. They're only halfway up, so anyone right above them, maybe even potentially Tiamba, could have had an angle. So it would have been very, very risky.
Oh, has he spotted him? He has. Oh, Clib. Oh, Overpeakers. Now he's got 2 more in front of him, though.
In the blue.
He's in the blue, but he's in with a big chance of getting a couple more kills. This one splits the middle, though, and he does go down. Finally, does get shut down. Salute picking that one up, but as he did get the down, Vard gets one back onto Salute. So they're still finding a way to just punish Danoa here now. Jim's not getting involved, and there goes Danoa. It's another 3 kills for Overpeakers. There's your answer, Cammy. They'll just feed them some more kills.
Yeah, Clib's not going to get revived. He is going to bleed out, but it's still looking an amazing game for Overpeakers. That shift, though, separating away from them, they got to push through a couple of different teams, and they are firing on all cylinders, so they could still come out on top. But the game is not over for them just yet. It's still a lot of challenges. See if Overpeakers can't make a legendary run in round number 3. But looking elsewhere on the map, Na'Vi right now healing out in the blue. They took out the Sonics, but they had to then take the position of weakness in terms of rotation.
Nice shot.
Right, yeah. They do take out 22, so that could open a singular path, but there's KDF also waiting.
It's just extra points in a situation where you're probably not really expecting to get a whole lot more. So yeah, it's 1 kill. You'll take it. It's an extra point. But RV just sort of tracking along nicely. 18 points in total for them through the first 3 games. Too bad. Here we go, though. This is what might be where it kicks off between Overpeakers and Bagapa. In fairness, when I mentioned before that Bagapa hadn't pushed out, James has been sort of holding this very aggressive, higher position. So he's just now starting to get into the territory of Bagapa. DG98 pushing back behind the rocks. Without Pio, they've lost a lot of their firepower. So Seong Jang probably going to have to be the one to find some kills here. Over to Jervis, though. Solo for SGD. He spots a CAD. That's not ideal for the Guangdong Freaks. And Vard, of course, just continuing on, gets the down on the Spyro. They don't care who they're shooting at. Asia doesn't matter. Overpeakers over aggressive.
I mean, I don't even know if you can call it over aggressive. It's just aggressive because it's working out. There's no over to it. Oh, QBE, last one up for Entropic, trying to survive. SGD does go down. Jervis is finally discovered by Chewy of Tiamba.
13 kills. They are leading the way at the moment in this group. 4 kills. Bing, bing. That's an easy one onto QBE. Just peeked out right in front of him. Vard down, though. So for all of this successful fighting from Overpeakers, it looks like it may come to an eventual end. They find themselves on the wrong side of the zone this time around. Bagapa north above them. Then they got the blue behind them. Twisted Minds in front. So I think that might be a very, very good game in terms of kill points, but the placement points might go begging. Example, nice down to Ian, but he won't get much for it.
OP, they already have more kills than Animals win, and they haven't even locked into. They're only just barely locked into placement points. So I apologize. I'm trying to focus on the other teams, but OP are just such a rampant position right now. I just want to keep watching them this entire time.
Oh, Petulance.
He's up close.
This
Do they know?
Perfect. Beautiful. Underarm nade. It's just somehow gone too far. And he gives away his position. Still gets the down onto Vard. Hikari, though, with a nice shot, does get that down to Petulance. Who's going to be the one to find the kill, though? It is Hikari. So he'll finish off his own work. Perfect. And he get the down. Yes, he does with that high ground position. Gets the kill onto E and one more. And he does know that player is around the vicinity. Now in a 1v1, he has the high ground.
Oh. Takes some damage from the grenade. Gonna drop a flash. Push off the back of it, and isn't able to win the fight. Hikari comes out on top. Very low HP, no teammates, but it's something.
Massive, massive moment for Hikari and the Guangdong Freaks. He wins that one. He stays alive. Some more placement points could be on offer for them, but of course, as a solo, really not too many high expectations from this game. Himas with the down onto Bampong. Cerberus versus Theraton 5. A little bit of APAC on APAC maybe to close out match 3. Bagapa, though, they've been able to avoid the big fighting of Overpeakers. Of course, they had that little engagement with James. They did not go for the hard engage. Beautiful shot from Hikari. 5 of the 6 kills for the Guangdong Freaks. And of course, as that solo, he's making as much as he possibly can of his scenario to try and get some more points for his team.
He was hoping to get at least one knock on maybe Bagapa, and hoping that OP would then take over that position. That would then free up space for Hikari to move in. As a solo player, your best play is to try and manipulate the other squads to give you that opening to continue to sneak on in, but he's not able to find anything for us to fall away because James, he's looking in that direction. They're aware of a solo on the south side.
And there's New Happy. 3 games in a row now, Cam, where they've been able to sort of get towards the end game. They're getting placement points, they're getting kill points. They're just so involved all the time, every time. And there is that leaderboard back. It had a little bit of some work in the old workshop. 38 points on top for Overpeakers now, and rightfully so, with 14 kills from this game alone. And then, of course, New Happy on 29. So for a lobby we thought was going to be very top end, it is shaping up to be that way. but maybe not for all of the teams we thought. Exquisite couldn't quite get him as Tycon could a good tag. Only Exquisite and Ranger X left until top 5.
Good shot from Ranger, able to get a knock on Haisaki. Trying to go for more, look for more. But there, Hikari, he's going to be stabbing in from the back. Cerberus' position, they had a wide spread. They wanted to take some territory, at least try and find some crossfires before they had to push uphill, and they weren't able to find anything from it. They were getting torn apart, they were getting knocked apart.
How is this game of cat and mouse between Begapur and Overpeak still not come to a conclusion? I do not understand. Himas down on to Exquisite. Probably has not gone the way that Cerberus would have liked here. Only the two left now. But now in a 2 versus 1, they've got to deal with Ranger X, who does go down to his demise, courtesy of Himas. 6 teams remaining now. Begapur still yet to fire a shot here. So passive, so calculated, but it might be their downfall here. James Mexi, they are aware that they are getting encroached upon, and they are now looking back into the direction of Begapur. HS, New Happy, northern position, now right on top of Tiamba.
Oh, an angle from Cerberus is also there. Himas going to be rushing forward, looking for the crate, potentially, that has been looted. The shots come out. Begapur do finally strike. But they're striking on multiple fronts because they're focused on OP, but Too Hard is also taking shots at New Happy to deter a third party. They need to take this fight clean before they can push into the zone.
Overpeakers, New Happy, both just soaking points at the moment here on Erangel. And it looks as if that will play out once again here in match 3 with New Happy in a really, really solidified position off the back of that phase 7 circle shift. Begapur still not wanting to peek over this ridge. Mexi holding the close angle. DG98 at the tree. Gave away his position. Mexi gets a chance to fire back. And boy, he landed the majority of those shots. But he's half health. He's probably anticipating more from Begapur to peek over. But there's Nan, and they've got actually a good angle onto Begapur. I think at this point they have to make the push onto Overpeakers, get away from that sightline of New Happy.
But Overpeakers also needs to push into them, so in a way, holding the line might be the best play. But Tiamba, they're also getting curious here on the south side. They have a single player left in the compound, but Chewy has found an angle onto Overpeakers. Shots are landing, but no knock just yet. Finally, Mixie goes down. What can James do?
Nice shots from Chewy. Now he has the nade. The nade actually over towards James' position, but over his head it goes. Mexi will actually get eliminated by Seongjang. They'll take that kill. Ming Ming gets the down onto Seongjang and then onto DG98. Why not one more for good measure? Only the lack of ammunition. That cost him there, but pull out the barrel. He doesn't need to reload. Easy pickings for New Happy. Begapur gone in 6th. Passiveness has been their downfall in this instance. James still alive, but Overpeakers into the top 4, down onto 9 of Tiamba. Chewy looking to return fire, but New Happy, I think, have now taken pole position here in match 3.
Yeah, they had that high ground overlooking Tiamba. Tiamba was so focused on trying to control the low ground, which was definitely the best play for them, but that means that New Happy has only been able to push their position further and further and further, and we still have Ming Ming swinging around the east side. You saw him just steal some shots, take some damage onto James. And Tiamba have turned around and focused on his position as well. Can he get any more kills before he goes out? He is at the podium, but it's only 4th for now.
I mean, look, 14 kills. Who cares about the podium at that point? They're on top of the standings. They've got 41 points. They have done a great job. James has done a significant job in being able to say, like, he can't get off that first aid kit. Just go for the flush. He does so.
Confirm it.
Oh, James! I don't think he'll get it, though. There's a player for the revive in Tang. But Ming Ming, Nan, they're pushing. I think they're going to avenge James from the grave. They push up onto Tiamba. 8 kills for New Happy. Chewy, he's back up below half health, but the push from Ming Ming's perfect. Nan helping out for good cover. They get the down. Chewy trying to get the heal off. Does so. Full health. Grows up. And he has responded perfectly.
The good timing there. Tong did go down, but he dealt enough damage for Chewy to heal up and then try and post up his own defense. One-on-one right now with the Groza. Weapon advantage. Does he have the aim advantage?
And height advantage as well for Tiamba here. I think for New Happy, they've actually thrown this one away. They had zone advantage. They had the best position. Ming Ming getting supplies drop for him, but it's 9 that drops Ming Ming. It's only HS that's left. Suddenly, Cerberus make the push out as the duo.
Cerberus pushed forward. They looked for an opportunity, but when they saw the fight broke out, they stayed their ground. They said, let's let these two teams figure it out themselves.
All 77. Just able to stay alive. 17 health. Tycon, the young prodigy, from Vietnam. Himas taking a big chunk of damage. Tiamba doing well to defend. Taikon! Big down onto Chewy. Himas, though, goes down. So there's your partner in crime gone. Tang, 77 for Tiamba. They push. They know that Taikon can't get this off in time. Headshot quick. It's a quick execution. And Tiamba up to 6 kills. Now they've got to take on the remaining player of New Happy. It's that easy in the end for 77 and Chewy. It is Tiamba Esports that take match 3. And so far, clean sweep for Asia.
Started in 16th place, now they're up at 6th. In the early days of these groups, early games, you're going to be seeing a lot of those swings, which does give hope for the teams that are still right now at the bottom, but they need to start making the recovery.
Yeah, look, there's a long, long way to go, fortunately, for those teams. 12 games, in fact, still to play, right? So there is so much. And the other part of it as well is these teams at the top are actually soaking up all the points. So those battles around 6th, 7th, 8th, those positions are still widely available. But the top 2, top 3, I mean, it's looking spicy.
We also do get a reset as we go over to Miramar next, so it's an opportunity for these teams who might have been either fully struggling or even just a little rough of games to just reset everything, cool their heads.
Yeah, I mean, that's great news for Sonics, right? Away from Pachinki.
I wasn't naming names.
Wait, into Picardo, which is where SGD's dropping as well. Oh, sorry, Cammy. It's not looking good. But it's looking great for Asia. I think we can pretty much agree with that, at least for now all 3 of the, well, there's more than 3 Asian teams in this lobby from that region, of course, but New Happy, Danawa, now Tiamba, those are the 3 that, of course, have been able to get all of our chicken dinners so far. And beyond them, of course, the European teams, I mean, they've looked pretty good as well. So what's going on with APAC as well? I'll throw me
It's 3 games. It's 3 games. We shouldn't really be overthinking this. These teams are still feeling each other out.
All right. I'll let you have that one. We'll see what happens on Miramar. For now, though, of course, we go back to the lads on the desk.
Thank you, boys! Tiamba! Wow, what a finish here. What a wild set of scenarios as well. Crazy circles, constant north hard shifts, and Tiamba on the side of Stalba is able to win out game number 3, our final Erangel of the day. Joining me at Avenger here to talk about this one. And Tiamba, I like when they moved up here. I like the compound and the position that they took. I was getting a bit scared for them when they were 3 down at the south, kind of bottled up a bit, but they did get the win.
The amount of space that they were able to take was fantastic. Also, the fights that they won, I was a little bit scared when New Happy they pushed over towards them. That was looking like a rough fight, but they actually managed to recoup from that. Of course, Tang with that rock play was fantastic, and also the defense that we saw with the pushes from Cerberus was great there. So amazing game from Tiamba here.
Yeah, definitely so. Able to close it out effectively here, given the precarious scenario that they got put in. New Happy playing from the high ground and the swing arounds. Ming coming on. And I genuinely believed that New Happy was going to win this. You can testify. I was shouting at the screen, but
you're also a little bit biased with that, right? Your captain was still alive. He was fragging out for your fantasy team, so you're happy. But here, Tiamba, of course, be able to take the last Erangel of the day here. 3rd place at PCL 6 and 2nd in PCL, though they've been able to obviously do well. So really excited to see how they're able to continue to fare here in Group A. But yeah, as the guys have said, it's looking very, very top heavy so far, but still, it's not a Asian team in the top right now. It's over because after a fantastic effort throughout with the amount of frags they're able to get.
Highlights from this game coming down in, and of course, we always cast our eyes to Pachinki to start things off. Shen putting in massive work against Sonics.
Yeah, and I'm loving what I'm seeing, right? You're getting a lot of entertainment from the beginning of the game, right there. They're providing that. It's not just rotation, it's not just all these macro things happening, but a lot of really good shots we're seeing from these mechanically gifted players here. But in general, these northern shifts, James, that we had in this game here was insane.
Yeah.
Back to back northern shifts. The team did not expect that. Those 2 shifts happened, and you just saw a mass migration.
Yeah, I mean, when we were watching that as it did play out, of course, our eyes once again go to Seongjiang from Begopar, and they actually find themselves a really nice spot in that warehouse position, but aren't able to get too many kills, too many conversions off of that. The team that was really getting the conversions was Overpeakers, just below them.
Yeah, Overpeakers were able to defend the kind of push coming in from the southern side, and therefore defending Bergopar in that situation.
Right.
But I'm loving what I'm seeing from the macro play that we get from Seongjiang, and the information that he's gathering is crucial to them, for them to get into the late game situations.
Yeah, definitely so. Very, very acute scouting coming in from them. And as you say, I do like the symbiotic relationship almost that Begopar and Overpeakers until Pio dies, of course, for them.
Unfortunately.
kind of has in that scenario, in that position. Tiamba, though, will be able to take game number 3 of the day here, and it is an all-Asian stomp when it comes to the wins coming in so far on Erangel. Let's take a look at that top 4. And we actually have to focus on Overpeakers here a moment. Look at that damage coming in here, Avenger.
Look at the amount of utility as well. Ooh. 15 smokes, 15 stun grenades, 7 grenades, 6 Molotovs. It is small, or it's the same amount of Molotovs as Cerberus. It's insane.
They had 10 kills when there was 40 alive.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know what they've taken. I don't know what's going on.
They managed to then slow down, actually, and get into top 4, as you see here, right? Because they were under a lot of pressure from the northern side. New Happy was putting a lot of pressure onto them. Even Freaks was putting on a lot of pressure from kind of pinching them into 2 rough situations. Then James was able to heal a little bit, then actually kind of be a little bit of a hassle for Tianba. Get a knock outside the blue that delayed a little bit, and that was scary. That's where you said, that's where New Happy has to strike, and that's where they started running in, and they obviously tried to close out the fight by then.
I mean, it's early days. However, Avenger, we're talking about it whilst we're watching this game. Overpeakers was what feels like a bit more of a devil-may-care attitude compared to a PCS 7. It does feel like they're being, you mentioned it as well, both of us were about to say it at the same time to one another, that they're less hesitant than they were at PCS 7. Is that fair?
Yeah, they are very, very aggressive with their kind of rotation and their timings. They do it early. They're already in their cars while, you know, you have your other 10, 12 teams that are waiting a little bit with the decision making. It's like they're discussing what's happening. Overpeakers already put a plan up and they're already executing it while it's happening.
Big moves here as we take a look at some of the final highlights from this game. Did like to see Cerberus being able to try and swing in and cause a bit of a ruckus for Tiamba, but not enough to be able to put the nail in the coffin for them, as it got a little bit scrappy, I think, in these final scenarios.
Yeah, it was really close towards the end there. But yeah, Tianba managed to get 19 points. Overpeakers close second, even though they got 4th, because of the 14 kills they're able to rack them through. But again, 4 teams with double digits here. It's very top heavy.
I said G's, but I should have just said James alongside all of this. Clip, though, absolutely instrumental. I think before he went down, he had 6 kills.
He died early.
Clip's feeling it.
Yeah, Clip's feeling here on the land client, absolutely fragging out. You can definitely see a lot of players are loving the barrel. The time to kill, as I said earlier on that gun, is insane.
Yeah.
You're winning most of your close quarters combat fights with that. 9 here for Tianba, though.
Yeah, a team effort, I think it's fair to say, from the position that they'd found themselves in. It's an interesting one, though, is Stalba. As long as you're able to defend, I feel like some of those, you know, higher positions, those northern positions, and you're on the side of Stalba, then you've got free range over a lot of decent angles to be able to shoot at things as they're coming your way. So, and I think Tiamba did that very well.
Yeah, Tiamba was able to execute this all the way through, even though normally when you have a center circle and you're in the center, you get kind of crushed in between. But Overpeakers managed to maintain and hold on to this because of that amount of points they were able to get. That's 41, James.
There you go. Number 1 at the moment. No wins on the board for Overpeakers, but the ones below them here are the ones that have been able to take those chicken dinners. Still a mountainous effort coming in from them. And we said it whilst we were watching the games. They'll probably ride off of this quite nicely into the next days.
Yeah, the amount of ego and confidence you're able to get off the games like this here, you're able to kind of follow that into a snowball effect maybe. And we'll see, of course, we're going on to Miramar. It's a slight, not mental reset here once we're having the swaps of the maps, of course. So we'll see how that kind of works out for them.
Petulance deep in thought here for Twisted Minds. They're sat up towards the top quite nicely here after 3 games. But, of course, when you look at this team, they don't really settle for second best usually. No. Whenever they get a second or a third at a PCS, that's, well, 1, rare in history, and 2, not good enough for them.
No, they are looking for perfection. And that is something that, of course, is going to be continuing here. They've had some good games, but they should have won that game. They should have closed it out versus GEX and Danova, and they weren't able to. But still, got a good amount of points and a good amount of impact into that one. But yeah, they're looking to get a chicken dinner here, hopefully in day 1. And now going to Miramar. I'm excited to see what's going to be happening. They're not contested. They're going to have a lot of high ground to play around with.
Well, Miramar's an interesting one for Twisted Minds specifically, because coming off the back of PCS 7, Miramar was a bit up and down for them compared to Erangel.
Yeah, exactly. And that's hopefully not going to continue. On top of that, we also have Na'Vi here. Happy to see what we've seen from them so far, James. They have had a good start compared to their rough situation we saw in PCS 7, where they flopped, to say the least.
Yeah, we were talking about it as well. They're a team that would have had that PCS 7 situation start and not sit well with them. But anyway, it's time to head over to the casters. We're going to the desert. It's Miramar time to get Game 4 going.
Yes, 2 more games to go here for Group A for Day 1, PGC 2022. Over to Miramar, Sandy Desert. Maybe new pastures could be arising for a lot of the teams that have struggled so far on Erangel. Maybe this is where they can turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. That's the hope for all of these teams, isn't it? I mean, excluding the ones that are already in the top, and they want to keep that run going. Man, overpeakers. In fact, it's not even just overpeakers. It is just overpeakers, but not Clip.
All right.
Absolutely amazing player. Just individually has more kills than I think from multiple entire teams, right? And a lot of those kills are from drive-bys.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part about it.
The damage numbers as well, though, is not just Clib, but Clib leading the way for the damage. But it's Ming Ming on top, then Clib, James, Mexi, and then Bard. I mean, that is insane that of the top 5, it's Ming Ming, of course, absolute superstar, and then all of overpeakers for the damage so far that we had on Erangel, and yeah, Clib leading the way in terms of those kills. So as we do head to Miramar, of course, a little bit of the same, in the sense that Picardo is our new hot drop location of choice for SGD and Sonics. Of course, to note, it's 2-1 in favor of SGD.
It is. But it's a new map. It's a new day. And Tiggleton has a mini 14. Oh, Leo! Oh! H-Twin does go down, but the trade is going to happen. He's trying to go for more.
Yeah, at least for Tiggleton, he is going to be able to get an early kill for the Sonics, but they've lost Mime as well to Shen. So Shen, Sophia, both getting downs, one being converted into an elimination as well. That is another good start for SGD, another disaster for the Sonics. And again, 2 games in a row, down to just 2 players remaining for the Sonics. I mean, this is shaping up to be almost like a disaster before their eyes. It's Tiggleton and Shrimsy again.
Yeah, but you cannot count these players out. They are always neck and neck in terms of the scoreboard. Tiggleton is generally in the lead, but just barely. Shrimsy is a star player in his own right as well. H-Twin also could still get revived. You cannot discount that. They're going to have to go through SGD for that to happen, and they are rightfully so focused on the correct Sonics players alive. But if they win this out in the proper amount of time, they could get back up S3.
I'm just going to be completely honest and say that
it's good.
Provided that SGD win the battle here and win then match number 5, Sonics have to leave. I'm sorry, but you've lost. And you have to make that decision at the end of the 5 games. Play Tiggleton out in the open. Leo sits him down. Doesn't matter who you are. That's a free kill for Leo. And the Sonics continue to flounder at PGC 2022. There you go, Leo. Job done.
They made him work for it, but Tiggleton does go down in the end. It's all up to Shrimsy. How many points can he get in this round? Really in this fight. Because moving into the circle as a solo player is going to be really rough on a Miramar. So much open transitional process in this map, in this circle. But we can get to that when we get there, because right now it is still Shrimsy, the last alive.
And Shen, the way he's been playing, will be not shy at all in looking to hunt down Shrimsy. Okay, Sophia's position given away now, so Shrimsy has something to play off of. As soon as he shoots, though, then that's information back the other way for SGD. And you have to commend them. You really do in some ways. A lot of people probably anticipated Sonics being able to deal with SGD quite lightly. And boy, they have stepped up big time. I'm not surprised, having seen them up close and how good they were in PCS 7, how aggressive they can be. And Shen, a star player, rising to the occasion, has been so influential.
Influential in these hot drops, but don't forget, SGD are also in double digits on the total leaderboard, so it's not all roses for this team, despite them having
doesn't matter.
Coming out on top.
They're getting 4 points a game for free.
They're still only in 11th. That's not top 8, and remember, it's top 8 is the goal. That's where you need to be.
That is true. That is very true. There's another part to the tail. Oh, there's maybe another part to this tail here. Now, surely they don't both look the wrong way. Surely Shrimsy can't get both of them. He couldn't even get one at the moment. Flash goes out. That's going to be something that might help him out. Does obviously have the Tommy as well. I mean, why are they not pushing? They're so slow in this. Leo goes down. Sophia so passive. Shen's like, move out of the way. Let Shen through. It's Sophia that gets the kill anyway. Sonics are off to a disaster start at PGC 2022.
And despite Shrimsy's best efforts, could not confirm that kill. They are going to be able to get the revive. The problem is they still need to take time to loot up. That slow approach, that slow, methodical, safe approach onto Shrimzy means that their loot timing is going to be very, very tight, very, very short. We could see another situation where they're actually coming in inside the blue, despite them being not that far from the first zone, because they need to get the loot.
Patience from Tycon. Probably not something that would have happened in PCS 7 APAC. I think Cerberus would have just taken some free shots here onto the likes of Danoa driving on by. They go for the last player, of course, in the convoy. It's Lambu. Himas with the barrel. Doesn't land a single shot. Maybe the mini will be more up his alleyway. Not quite either. So Danoa just get through for free on the rotation, straight past Cerberus. Not sure why they weren't a bit more aggressive in that rotational advantage for Cerberus. They were able to surely get some more shots out there. That's surprising.
It's all about knowing the rotation pathing. I think Dynamo was just too far away from the position that Cerberus were holding for them to really make too much out of it. There's always going to be the risk of, oh, what if we actually inspire this team to turn on us? We want to get these shots and this damage and these kills for free, hopefully. But elsewhere, more free damage, more free kills. Mel gets a drop onto End once again, going to get the kill. Another point for Na'Vi. And this is already inside the zone, already inside the circle. KDF, they were trying to go for a 2-2 split, it looks like, but that gets cut down, and Akara is one of the lone players. Might want to group up with the other pairing from his squad. Entropic on the north. Not too much immediately in front of them.
What have you made of Entropic, though, through the first 3 games? It's been a little bit disappointing at the moment, inside of the bottom 5, 9 points. Have they really been in a position, though, to get the most out of themselves?
Well, that's the problem. They're on the edge, and it's generally how they have liked to play previously, and emphasis on previously because they didn't qualify for PCS 7. Scrims aside, maybe some smaller minor events aside, they haven't had that much competition experience, actual like event experience since the summer. So surely there's got to be a level of ring rust that they need to try and shake off. Hopefully this round, this game is one that they'll be able to really finally do that. But on Erangel, it seemed that every single time in like Circle 2 even, that they would lose 1 or 2 players coming in from the edge.
One of their counterparts from EU, Overpeak, is of course off to a tremendous start. 41 points through the first 3 games played on Erangel. We'll see if they can, of course, continue their great start here onto Miramar. Actually, making their way up towards the Oasis, so coming in from the northern side on this rotation. And I think it's probably a really nice route for them as we look at the kills so far from match 3. And yeah, it was the Clib show having 6, but Hikari as well. And predominantly as a solo towards the end too.
Yeah.
Had some really good moments.
Really, really good moments. Very likely changed the course of direction of the game by himself. I mean, because New Happy had a great position there. There is an argument that they might have, let's not say throw, but maybe a light little toss with how aggressive they tried to sweep onto that south side. But that the past is the past, and New Happy going into Miramar along with the other teams are going to try and just completely reset everything and get back onto their winning ways.
Yep. So a little bit of slow moment here on Miramar, really not a surprise. I think besides Picardo, I'm not expecting much more action in these matches on Miramar early going. I don't think there's any other contests going on. I think it is just going to be Picardo between SGD and Sonics. Of course, for those maybe just tuning in, Sonics did lose that battle here in this match, our first match of Miramar for Group A. And a reminder, of course, we play the 5 games, and then tomorrow it's Group B. So the one good thing, if you are a Sonics fan, is that they will get to spend all of tomorrow sort of deciding what they want to do going into their next 5 games.
Yeah. Whether they commit, whether they change up, they do have that time, as you mentioned, to get that new game plan into action. Entropic taking some shots, trying to get some damage. Loosen up the opposition a little bit. I believe that is towards KDF.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
Yeah. Just looking at the angles on the map.
Such a long distance from that position. Tiamba, of course, our winners from the last game. They actually were starting the slowest out of all of the teams from Asia in this group. But yeah, that was a much, much better performance from them to close out on Erangel. They were able to adapt really quickly to those northern shifts, and they took that position north of the Asnaya Pond and played from that position really, really well. Chewy having some good, impactful moments. So a good way for them to sort of get their tournament off and running. Has put them into the top 6 with that as well. 20 points from the 3 games played thus far. Obviously, for this particular game, they are coming in quite late now, just making their rotation past Al-Azhar, but there's a team making their way in quite a bit later than all of them combined. It's SCG still in the blue of Picardo, but to be fair, I mean, with this circle, if it comes down south phase 2, they're not going to be too put off by this.
Yeah, even if it goes north, it's not the worst thing for them, right? It is still early enough in the game. We've seen enough teams come in from a wide rotation. It's going to be a far east shift. So, yeah, SGG are going to have to move, but they're on a good timing right now, all things considered. And there really aren't too many teams that are going to be right in their way unless we see some teams take a swing down to the south side. New Happy is already there. Twisted Minds 22 also coming in from that same angle just past Hacienda.
I think that's now 4 games in a row that New Happy are finding shifts at some point. Not necessarily always like early. They're getting some late shifts, they're getting some early shifts. It's a mix, but they're just always in the best position so far through the first matches. Obviously Cerberus, Na'Vi, Tiamba, Danawa, all sort of more towards the center point of this circle. Cruzeravai for Entropic. Obviously, they'll be able to hold that position. It's the teams out more so water treatment area, Cammy. I'm a little bit worried. Twisted Minds sort of leading the front of this pack, but there's a lot of teams behind them.
Yeah, and despite on the map it looks very rocky, very terrain heavy, it's still open for Miramar. Ooh, 22 already taking some shots. They spot Hunage on a bike. Going to continue to push him away, and that's going to force Yoho into one singular position, semi-edge spot. When Danawa, they see Tiamba roll up. These teams have been fighting on Erangel, and now it seems on Miramar. They're constantly at each other's throats.
Yeah. I wonder, though, Danawa set up for this Helen salute a little bit further back, and such is the case with Miramar. It's not always easy to get those positions covered. Lash K just randomly out in the open here. Akari, know what he's capable of. Barrel in hand, spray. Just a little bit off. Lash K will now peek out. Boy, he's up close. And Yan Lee is not able to survive that rotation. Zendan did land attack back onto Lash K, but it has not warded him away. Perfect now gets involved as well. Not a surprise. There's a lot of teams out towards the western side of this circle. Guangdong Freaks up north. You got Deraton 5, GEX, Twisted Minds. More even further south than that, but it's the firing squad of Twisted Minds looking to feast upon GEX. They get Savior. Now they're down onto Zendan. So far successful from Twisted Minds.
GEX, where can they even rotate is the big question. Maybe they're trying to send it all the way into the city, and that's at least where SSR, the last remaining player from GEX, is going. I don't know if that was their game plan from the start before they got essentially decimated. But KDF, as you can see, they're still hiding in the smoke, despite them having that aggressive nature onto GEX. It was more for trying to scare someone away because there's not a lot to play for in that particular half of the map on the west side of that road.
50 seconds until phase number 3. Northern side has a clone over Peakers once again close by to each other. Similarities between Erangel and Miramar starting to really crop up here. So here's the shot, perfect. It was a perfect shot onto Savior. They did get the down onto Zendan shortly after that. Of course, for GEX, it's not looking too pretty. Just one player remaining. But so far, hanging around the middle of the pack, and so far through day number 1, they are amongst it here in Group 8, that is for sure.
Some damage still. Yeah, whenever Twisted Minds try and peek out, they're just going to get shot by someone else. So they're in a nice sort of central position, but it's not a very comfortable one. It's not one they can be particularly aggressive out from. Where is phase 3 going to go? Is it going to favor, not really a city, let's call it a little town? Not really. It's going to mostly center up. Good position for Na'Vi, great position for Tiamba.
Yeah, I still think Cerberus as well, not a bad position to play from the south side. There's not too many teams that are going to be wrapping in behind them unless the western teams make their way in the southern direction, which could actually eventuate Twisted Minds here on our screen somewhat close by to Cerberus and actually might sort of push in front of them. I wonder, will that have ramifications later on in the game for Cerberus, but allowing that to sort of happen? There's not much they can necessarily do. Hazleton just pulls out that buggy into no man's land, and Acad will get the free down. That is not ideal for 22 Esports.
No, they're going to continue to send it in, though. Got nowhere else to go. Might as well send it for center. This is, unfortunately, very old-school 22 playstyle, and, I mean, anyone who is familiar with the Americas region knows that if you start to see 22 play like this, it's not a very good position for them. Vinny does get inside, gets knocked, but that's going to be a revive. at the very least. The bleed out timer is going to be sped up. AZ10 naturally does go down. There was no reviving that player.
So far, it just seems like they're constantly on the back foot. It's only day one. They'll learn, they'll grow. There's a lot of chances to improve as the event goes on, but you have to improve quickly. Next Grazit will die to Pio, who, for all intents and purposes, has been a little bit quiet so far to start day number one. But Begapa as a team doing okay. 14 points, 9th position at the moment. And of course, Pio getting on the board early here in match number 4. 15 minutes has now transpired. They're at top 5. Are they sure what they want to do here? They seem a little bit confused, unsure as to how they want to play this, as Yahoo and Guangdong Freaks do battle towards the southwestern side of the circle.
Clip right now trying to get even more kills, because why not? I'm sure they're feeling incredibly confident. Good initial knock that he's able to get. Can't get the flush, unfortunately. But that's still, that damage does add up towards the end. Just in terms of pressure, just in terms of presence, of attempts at control. Begapa now still pushing forward, pinching in DAY1 from the opposite side. And oh, look at that map. That's Glib, +1, pushing on in with the vehicle, trying to take space.
Yeah, and space they've got now. They've actually gone and found it. So you can just kind of see on the minimap a little bit of OP towards the bottom right-hand corner. Danoa, though, still wanting to deal with Begapa up close. They're such tricky positions to play these terrain. Sometimes you're not quite sure. Am I holding a safe position? Can someone like an Overpeakers push in and then punish if you're standing a little bit too high, silhouetting off into the distance? The nade will miss. Begapa really well spread, really playing this position well. But again, Danoa and like a lot of the teams from the Asian region, playing very calculated. That is a wonderful circle shift for SGD and Cerberus.
That's a harsh shift back in the opposite direction. Cerberus actually had a 2-2 coming from that compound that SGG have now found with Cerberus leaving. So in a way, they might be regretting leaving that split.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a good decision in the time. Obviously, it's always playing percentages, it's playing advantages. But now SGD with that spot, they can defend it properly, and all these teams on the northeast side coming out from Crucifié are going to have to push shoulder to shoulder with each other because there's not a lot of space to make some wide wrapping rotations this deep into the game.
And it's somewhat of a reprieve circle for 22 Esports inside of that shack with the trio, so they don't have to worry probably for the foreseeable future as to what they really need to do. It's those teams at Crucifié, though, that, well, they're in a bit of a pickle here because they all need to make their way down south, and they obviously can't all do that at the same time, or it's going to be a bloodbath. And I wonder, Overpeakers, are they going to be the benefactors here as Begapa make their rotation out of this position over towards Overpeakers? Vard peeking from behind the rock. Songjang's just pulled up. Oh, it's a freebie. It is as free as you're going to get for Vard. Songjang will go down. Clip in the blue again, and he's going to find kills, I think, from the blue again. Overpeakers, just like Erangel, still are just finding ways to put themselves in positions to get these kills racking up.
Looking at Begapa's rotation, look at Songjang's initial push. They had no clue that OP were here. And OP, the trap, it snaps shut, and they are getting all of these kills. They haven't confirmed any of them just yet, but just looking at all the positioning, Begapa are going to have to open up a huge play. Swing things back into their favor, especially when you have Vard hanging out in the blue just for that extra angle.
Danoa's made their way in as well. They're going to third party this. They hear the commotion. This is one area of the game that Overpeakers have been able to survive necessarily. They've been aggressive. They're getting these kills, but they have never really been punished with a proper third party. It's happened now and here. All that blue play has come back to bite them as well. Clip down into the blue. Sol will get Mexi. So a couple of kills here for Overpeakers. 4 to be exact, but I think a timely demise is taking place here. Vard deep in the blue as usual, but I don't think he's going to get out of it. It's a rough run of things for Overpeakers this time around.
Guangdong Freaks taking shots at rotating Entropic, who are having struggles of their own. 2 of them, 3 of them knocked. It's just QBE alive, barely inside the circle, barely with any cover as well. I imagine he's not going to be staying alive for too much longer.
Well, the notion that I've been sort of given for Entropic is that they'll either do really, really well or really, really poorly. And so far, it is the latter. They are struggling here on day one. Lashkay, though, struggling to find the kill. QBE does eventually find it and gets that kill. Entropic, not looking too great at the moment through the first 4 matches. But like the other teams down towards the bottom, they will get a chance to redeem themselves over the next 2 playdays for this group. And another hard shift, Cammy. I mean, away now from SGD and away from Cerberus. I mean, it's not really onto anyone in particular. It's open space. It's a free-for-all here. And Danoa might just be the first team to get into this space.
Oh, this is rough, though. They're all in one vehicle. You can barely make a fort out of that. It's a little bit of cover, I suppose, but you got to find a rock, and they're just going to continue to push further and further and further. And oh, that thing's about to go up in flames.
Oh, no. Well, the whole team has gone up in flames here, so Hallen and Salute will die. Zera will take 1 kill with him. Same with Alia for Na'Vi. 22 Esports on the board. They've been a little bit fortunate with these circle shifts. Yahoo, another one. I'm going to be completely honest, very fortunate with that last circle shift.
Twisted Minds taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of shots because they have the blue right at their back, and Chiamba is not going to let them go for free. 7-7 there. Good knock with the grenade. He has his teams in front of them as well, so he's trying to set up a crossfire, trying to set up a pincer. There is Void all the way back in the blue. Doesn't count for nothing.
So the Molotov misses. I mean, that was always going to be a difficult one to land perfectly. And 77, though, is starting to realize that he is in a rough spot here. Blue makes its way in, and it is not tickling. It is doing some decent damage. Spyro sticking the revive as well onto Perfect, being watched by Petulans and Lou. Twisted Minds playing this well. Spyro looking to cover the angle here, while Perfect will heal up and has been able to do so successfully. 77's dead. Twisted Minds have been able to navigate this situation really well without losing anyone, but maybe I've spoken too soon. He gets one more chance to peek the corner. Couldn't find the down. Can he make his way in? I don't think so. I think he might just fall at the final hurdle, and does. 77 falls. So Tiamba, 2 players remaining.
Yeah, it was up to 77 to really make a play. The other 2 players didn't seem to have a position, didn't seem to have an angle to try and support him against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds still 4 up. They got the revives, and they have made their way not into the next zone, but significantly closer. They have some vehicles as well to play around with, so they might be going another send. They might actually be sending it to 22's little compound. That might be one of the only places to play with a compound through Cerberus first. You're right, compound. It's not a compound. It's a shack. It's a small little shack. It's a building. It's a closet.
You'll take it, though. It's honestly all that there really is inside the circle. And there goes Chewy and 9. Spyro finding 2 very important kills for Twisted Minds. They can loot up. They've got a bit of space now, bit of breathing room on the top northeastern side of the circle. But down south we go. Cerberus and SGD are going to do battle here. New Happy's involved as well. And back there, they're meeting the sandwich. They are in a very unfortunate position. But one of the best teams at this tournament. Can they find a way out of this? I'm not so sure. Surely from here, SGD and Cerberus will be able to pick them apart.
Grenades come flying on in. Only 1 knock for now. Make that 2. Mimi does go down, does get confirmed. We see Vargan finally taken out in the distance. He dealt some damage before he did, however, but back onto this initial fight.
I heard an AWM shot here amongst it as well. Tycon turns around, he spots Heaven coming out. That's a nice kill, but it also means, hey guys, we've got some company behind us. Suddenly there's 4 teams in this position towards the southern end of this circle. It's Sophia that's looking to get a last-second revive. Shen, the spray into the smoke, not quite successful enough. New Happy have somehow been able to survive the worst of it. Hey, Jesse been healing up. Nan even pushing forward. Can't win the fight against Leo, though. So SGD still holding strong, but down to just 2 players remaining.
I mean, it's a good idea. Leo's going to hold the angle. That's New Happy eliminated very early in the game, all things considered.
Cerberus turned their attention to 22 Esports, so they understood if they pushed forward even more so, 22 would be able to sort of fire behind them. Hitmax pushes in, 1-for-1. Still now Vinny versus Tycon in this 1-versus-1, but SGD making their way in, same potentially with Twisted Minds.
Oh, Vinny, he holds strong. That Cerberus taken down. He has the opportunity to get the revive. That is if SGD doesn't push and finish what Cerberus started.
And while all of this has been going on, Yahoo have been able to cross the road and backfill into that southern position that is now essentially vacated, so they, big benefactors of that massive battle that was happening down south. Na'Vi on the northern side too have been able to get some good positioning. Twisted Minds, of course, out towards the east. It's a matter of, though, for 22, for SGD, wounded from those battles. Can they do much more pushing out of that southern position?
Found some hard cover. As small as it is, the X-22 compound. And that's not to say that 22 made the bad decision leaving, yet they absolutely should have pushed down to the south to alleviate the pressure rather than just be sitting ducks. But they're going to have to contend with SGD. The revives did come through. The push didn't come in fast enough.
Oh, Shen, he's flashed there as well, but he knows that Vinny's going to push the angle. Oh, they played this perfectly. Shipboy getting involved as well, though, helping out 22. Leo makes that another kill, 5 in fact, for SGD from Leo. 9 now as a team. Vinny behind the bush at the rocks is being able to escape the sights of Leo, but he peeks out at the wrong time, wrong angle. Oh, it's gone all wrong for 22. Of course, Yahoo, they've been able to sort of clean up from that as well. So, 3 teams remain, a 4 versus 4, phase 6. I would imagine it might just slow down momentarily here. There's 3 crates for Na'Vi, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Yahoo, though, with the high ground, the highest ground in the zone right now, just trying to take shots at anyone and everyone, trying to really pick up a hole, shall we say, that they have found themselves in. Already 5 kills. Can they get any more? Can they get the win? But Na'Vi and Twisted Minds, they are not going to let that win go to them quite so easily. Where is the next circle going to go towards? Well, slightly favoring Yahoo.
Yeah, well, it doesn't go on top of Na'Vi and their 3 crates that they have. They've opened up 1. They haven't opened up the other 2 just yet, but if they do so, level 3 helmets almost for everyone. It's a wonderful time.
Ooh, that's cover gone?
Yeah, cover gone. That's not ideal. And Yahoo, I think with this circle, with this high ground and positioning as well, in a prime position to rocket up the standings going into one more game, of course, after this today, but a good way maybe to end the day, Cammy.
Twisted Minds aren't letting them do it for free. I'll tell you that much. Trying to get those kills, they can barely get any damage in, and there's some more crates being picked up. Sparking does have the angle and towards the north, towards that direction, but just unable to really get the sight lines needed onto Na'Vi, and this position by Yahoo is looking more and more precarious. Got to start landing these shots. They're out in the open.
Yeah, chance potentially going begging here, but Shimboy lands his shots. Now Shimboy's landed 2 in a row with the SLR. He got Lu and Perfect. Example steals one of those away, but still at least job done in being able to severely wound Twisted Minds. But at some point though, Yahoo are going to have to say, hey, we need to turn around and deal with Na'Vi.
Reviver's coming through on the bail. Poonage there with the cover. And that is crate number 3.
Oh my god.
A whole bunch of level 3 armors, helmets, everything that Na'Vi would want, and that is an AWM. And man, whenever you pick up that weapon, you are just gnashing at
well,
the
they
bit.
haven't opened up the final crate. One more present. Surely though, they're like, I mean, guys, come on, there's a 3rd one here. Really? Surely that one's looted. Oh, it isn't. Twisted Minds down to 2 players though, but even though they've lost 2 players, they've also lost the attention of Yahoo. So Yahoo are now actually going to push over towards Na'Vi's side. I wonder, for Spyro and Petulance, is there a chance at a 3rd party last second onto the battle between Na'Vi and Yahoo if they are allowed to survive for a bit longer?
This isn't the final zone, right?
No,
we still have one more
no,
circle. We still have one more shift, and at the point that everything stands right now, these teams are... It looks like they're just hanging out. They're not wanting to push anything because of that risk of 3rd partying that you're mentioning. So really, it's just don't commit to anything just yet. Wait for phase 8. And that's going to be the entire end game position, the end game situation of who needs to push what, when, where, and why.
Obviously for Na'Vi, they're going to consider Yahoo a much bigger threat than the duo of Twisted Minds. So all of their manpower and effort is going to try and make up the groundwork that they need to push over to Yahoo, who do get that phase 8 circle. They are in prime position to take match 4. What can Na'Vi do, though, to spoil the party? They've got the most work to do. They've got the most loot to do it with, though.
Yeah, that's definitely going to favor them. Trying to look at getting some peeks onto Twisted Minds, but the shots aren't landing, and so they need to make a move the opposite direction, swinging in towards the west side. And Yahoo, they need to keep an eye on that, on Twisted Minds' position. But that means that Na'Vi, when they make this push, they could catch someone off guard. They could make it an initial 4 versus 3, at least for the first couple of moments before the attention is spun back in their direction. But someone's watching, but Sparking, the guy who's watching, just got taken down.
Yeah, and it's a matter of timing here as well. They know that Twisted Minds have to move very shortly, but you might not have the time. Na'Vi's already got 1 down, and then you've got 1 as well from Twisted Minds. Shimboy, massive down onto Mal. They needed to just release some of the pressure that was already mounting. Spyro's out of the shack, by the way. They're making the run. Shimboy, oh, how does he survive that? It's a miracle, but Spyro's got center position. He's out of the shack.
Very great push by Twisted Minds, taking this opportunity. They are swinging it back in the direction. They only have 2 alive, right? That is not going to win them the game initially, but if Na'Vi and Yahoo continue to fight each other out, and then Twisted Minds use this central position to then finish what the other teams have started,
Absolute barrage onto Uber. Shimboy has been able to be the one that is unlocking everything for Yahoo in terms of getting those initial downs, initial kills. Spyro, one nade. Doesn't land, though, as much as he would have liked it to. But now, suddenly, all of the pressure onto Na'Vi. They've backed themselves into a corner here. 20 seconds until that final zone. But Yahoo, they smell blood in the water. They want to go for the kill here. They want to pounce while they can.
Oh, man, the blue is right there, right on their back, and great shots. But Shimboy again goes down, so nothing is untraded here for Yahoo. Already 9 kills.
Oh, Shimboy knocked down, though, and honestly, that's a chance for Spyro.
Oh,
and they're pushing up. That's 2 down. Twisted Minds will be able to third-party this. This is exactly what they wanted. Shimboy's back up. Revive has been successful. Na'Vi's gone in third. They need to now turn their attentions to Spyro and Petulans.
They have the man advantage now in this final top 2 fight. But do they have the information? They're going to have to push over this hillside, and they need to do it as a pack. But look, I'm seeing missed helmets.
Yeah, 3 versus 2. High ground for Yahoo, but I think a bit more information for the side of Twisted Minds. Next, knock. So important, and it goes the way of Pajul and Shimboy down. He goes for the flush, though. That might cost him. He took some damage unnecessarily, but Spyro got Balefrost. Punich! No! Oh, he can't survive it! They've just gone and done it! Twisted Minds! From a couple of men in a shack that found the chicken dinner!
They know the timings, they know the opportunities, they know when they need to make the pushes, and Punich left in that final 1 versus 2 in the span of a second. Lost all of his teammates, and that peak. Twisted Minds off the side of that smoke.
What an incredible win from Twisted Minds from what seemed like an inconceivable position. They were about 30 seconds, 40 seconds away, Cammy, from basically being forced out of that shack by the blue into the eyes and arms of Yahoo. But Na'Vi made that push, and from there onwards, it was just perfect for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, listen, that final 3-team engagement, equal showing by all 3 in there. There was no team that really took over, no one team that won everything. I think all 3 of those teams, despite might be disappointing for Yahoo and Na'Vi for not getting that win, still should be proud about that round.
Oh, of course. I mean, still really good games, top 3, lots of kills, playing well. And I think also for Yahoo, because obviously for Na'Vi, for Twisted Minds, they were doing all right on Erangel, but for Yahoo, a little bit slow, like a lot of the other NA teams, but this was much, much better in the way that they played the circle, they responded to the shifts, played for good position, good spacing. Obviously, they'll feel like, oh, we should have maybe won that game, but that's fine. You still got a lot out of it.
Yeah, I think they broke double-digit kills with that final kill onto XMPL, maybe hitting 10, potentially 11, and that's always going to be a good round, no matter where you place alongside that.
Yeah, it certainly will. We saw the 2 lads back on the desk, of course. I think they're ready to go, so why not? Let's go say hi with them.
Oh, hi to you, boys, and hi from Twisted Minds as well, as they get themselves what was quite an unexpected victory to a degree here. They were playing it smart, though, here, Avenger, being able to encroach on the territory that both Na'Vi as well as Yahoo were trying to take.
I was super excited for it to be a 4 versus 4 versus 4. Then Twisted Minds got actually battered quite a lot, but then they held down, hunkered down a little bit in that shack, and then when the time to strike was happening, they actually managed to do so very well. And the way they contained Na'Vi from that sweep on that other side towards them actually won them the game. We're talking about it potentially could have been a play to make sure they got more points or secure second place, but no, it was the play for the win. And they managed to do so extremely well. What a clutch for them in a 2 versus 4 versus 4 situation.
Yeah, I feel like as we take a look back at the game as well, of course, we have this scenario going down, and once again, SGD extremely loud here in the arena as they get the win. I don't know how Shrimzy was dodging what was going on here for a while, but he did get taken out.
They've super nice stun grenade there. Unfortunately, didn't get the flush. Fortunate for SGD, of course. Over PGC again, they managed to frag out quite a lot, putting more points on them, but they did die a little bit earlier. He managed to survive until top 8 though, VAR, so that was great. But overall, some shifts as well, kind of interesting. Northern kind of side, kind of hard for the rotations. A lot of teams were on the north top side, where you expect the circle to go south. A lot of teams were on the northern side, and I don't think they expected to be that many to be there.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of teams playing quite slow there.
Kind of interesting. Hard shift the video game is what we're getting in some of these games, mate. It's been quite spicy when it comes to some of those circles, and some of the teams having a bit of a harder time with it. I think, though, when you look at some of the final moments from this Avenger, nice run over, nice slow-mo. the reason, one of the main reasons Twisted Minds is able to even move away from the shack is the fact that pressure is going on from Na'Vi on towards where you're seeing Yahoo. If that doesn't happen, if Na'Vi isn't as strong as they are in the position or angle, then Twisted Minds doesn't get out of that shack.
There's an arm knock, there's another knock. Yahoo had to rest 2. And then they pushed into a good position for that, of course. But also SGD got a lot of kills throughout the mid-game. Leo with a fantastic clutch. Some very nice shots there. But Twisted Minds win this game here, James.
That's right. Yes, they do. And that is our top 4 as well. And when you look at this top 4, yes, the 3 at the end, respectable gameplay from all of them. But I think one thing that is very concerning, especially for Sonics, is that SGD made it all the way to a 4th here.
Yeah, and with 10 kills on top of that, you know, it's 14 points that they're putting themselves ahead of Sonics in this situation here. And, you know, of course, if SCG is able to get top 8 here, they're out their hair, right? So they can go into the other brackets and have the card of achievement to themselves. But right now, SGD and SQ Sonics, they're fighting for the chance to fight 17 in the winners bracket, because we're expecting 17 Gaming to be able to take the winners bracket spot, right?
So it's a mini bracket within a bracket.
Yes.
Well, they get the opportunity to fight again. Yeah, as you say, that is fully expected from the position that 17 has in the other group, as we take a look back at some more of these moments. And you can really see the lay of the land in these final circles as well. As we said, there was a lot of pressure holding back Twisted Minds, but things really got opened up with Na'Vi being able to threaten the presence of Yahoo up at the top. So for Yahoo, I can empathize with them. The threats that do exist, it's difficult to account for all of them with Orms raining down on you.
Yeah, for sure. On top of that, right, you're coming into a situation where they're fully aware of this Na'Vi, and they're taking so much
an example
as well, you know, getting crazy smoke knocks. But then they managed to get in. They were 3 alive at this point. It was a 3 versus 2 versus Twisted Minds. But Tulin's opening up 1, Spyro then getting the refrag after he was shooting towards Pantaloon. So what a fantastic player.
Actually, the commentators pointed out really importantly, there was a lack of helmets, there was broken vests. Yahoo was absolutely burning from the pressure that was going on throughout this game. They were in a lot of fights, and unfortunately for them, they just didn't have the defensive capabilities to keep them going in the moment.
Even though they had a few 3 vests or 3 helmet and stuff, so unfortunately for them, they didn't really push through here. But 17 points for Twisted Minds, 16 for Yahoo. Managed to that with 10 kills as well for SGD, 14. 4 teams with double digits again. Na'Vi doing well. I'm quite happy to see them kind of redeem themselves compared to what we saw as we've been talking about here in PCS 7 for Europe.
I'm going to be real. If we had them look as they did in PCS 7, I think both of us would have been a bit scared. But yes, here we are. Twisted Minds getting themselves plenty of points on the board for this one. Sparrow getting himself the 4 kills up towards the top. Not huge amounts of kills coming in across the board for them, but I mean, a win is a win when you're only the 2 alive against 2 4-man squads.
They had to salvage this game, right?
Yes,
and this is the best salvage you can possibly get out with just 2 players remaining there with Spyro. Batulin's making that push there, and they knew exactly what they were playing for, right? They're trying to get into the shack to survive for as long as possible and then wait for the other teams having to fight each other. And the way that the circles played out, that enabled that. But still with overpeakers, James.
Jeez Louise. Okay, so Twisted Minds takes 2nd spot so far, but Overpeakers is still at the top with 34 kills on the board across 4 games. What is this?
It's crazy, right? Normally we talk about, 65 to 70% of the points comes from kills, but here it's way more than that. It's very well distributed here for them. Well played.
I've decided, Martin. So far, it's a good top 4. We can stop now. What do you think?
I'm okay with this. We can. It's fine. In Tropic, they've had some rough situations here. This is fine. I'm happy here as a European representative here for PGC.
Call it now. This is fine. This is okay. New Happy currently in 3rd place here after having actually a monstrous amount of placement points, I think is fair to say, from the games that they've been playing. And I don't think we're expecting that to change anytime soon. I think they're going to keep that pace.
For sure. As we're looking at it right now, it's looking like it's going to only continue here. Teams are getting more comfortable.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, time for a break. When we return, 1 more game for today. We'll see you soon.
Balance adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles, some adjustments to the blue zone on Destin, and some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle, and have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destin is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destin. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset, and sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
ก็สกิลทีมเราแบบเป็ดยิงดีแล้วก็ช่วยเหลือกันดีแล้วก็สื่อสารกันดี
They don't stand to take taking himself away by the angle, the headshot.
It's the first aid kit off back under 75 pounds. Orangel! PCS at 7 champion, completed our 6 in.
ก็ดูคิวฟีดครับว่าเขาฆ่ากันไปกี่คนแล้วแล้วก็คิดว่าการที่เราจะเข้าไปเคลมมันมีความเสี่ยงแค่ไหนถ้ามีความเสี่ยงมากเราก็ไม่เข้าไปครับแต่ถ้าสมมุติว่าเราเข้าไปแล้วเราได้เราก็จะเข้าไปเคลมครับถ้าสมมติว่าเราเสี่ยงไปแล้วเราตายเราก็ไม่เบ่งมันอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าถ้าเราเลือกที่จะไม่เอาแล้วตรงนั้นมันเป็นจุดที่วงมันเข้าเราจะมาเสียดายทีหลังซึ่งความเสี่ยงนั้นเรายอมรับได้อยู่แล้ว
ก็ถ้าวงท้ายเราจะดูวงก่อนว่าวงมันจะแบบให้พื้นที่เราเล่นเยอะขนาดไหนถ้ามีพื้นที่ที่เราได้เปรียบเล่นให้เราเล่นเราก็จะเล่นตรงนั้นก่อนแล้วก็เราวงบีบจนแบบทีมอื่นจะแบบเสียเปรียบกับเรา
ข้อดีของการเป็นอินเกมลีดเดอร์สำหรับผมคือสามารถพาทีมให้มีจุดที่เล่นดีๆแล้วก็สามารถเข้าวงได้ครับแล้วก็มีพื้นที่ในการยิงข้อเสียของการเป็นอินเกมลีดเดอร์สำหรับผมก็คือตัวผมเองจะไม่มีโฟกัสในการยิงหรือไปหาคิวเหมือนคนในทีมครับบูโซนทำให้เราเล่นยากเราก็จะพยายามเล่นแบบขอบวงครับถ้าขอบวงเล่นไม่ได้ก็คิดว่าน่าจะผ่าเข้ากลางวงไปหาที่เล่นเพื่อที่จะเล่นในวงสุดท้ายครับก็โค้ชทีมเราได้มีการทำการบ้านแล้วก็ทำแผนขึ้นมาใหม่ให้ทีมของเราแล้วก็หลังจากที่เราได้ซ้อมตามที่โค้ชได้วางแผนไว้แล้วเราก็คิดว่า PGC ครั้งนี้ไม่น่าจะมีปัญหาครับ
So 4 matches in the books now for Group A. One more here for Day 1, PGC 2022. Cameron, for those at the bottom, one more chance to redeem themselves here before, of course, having the day off tomorrow.
Yeah, listen, no matter how badly the games so far have gone for you, if you end the day on a high note, if you end with a really solid game, catapult yourself up to the top 8, which one good game this early on in the tournament could easily do, even for the teams in second to last place. If you end on a note like that, that even just confidence-wise is going to be so strong for you going into day number 2.
Well, let's head into match number 5, our final match of the day here for the opening day of PGC 2022. It has been action-packed so far, and hopefully we've got one more stellar game coming your way. Miramar, of course, once again. And a quick reminder, tomorrow, Group B will begin their journey here at PGC.
Yeah, gives these teams a break. Gets new teams for us to watch, have fun with, and see what that sort of lobby configuration is going to work out. But looking at the playing path here, I have to say, despite what history, at least from, I don't know so much about APAC, but at least in America, is what history says is that the early games of an event, the playing paths are all over the place. So I like that things are getting polite here at the start.
Yeah, the circles have been a little bit all over the place.
Sure.
Playing paths have been on point.
It's the good start that's the important part.
Yes, it is. Well, starting well is typically what you want to do. You know where I'm
going with that one. I know where you're going with this. Listen.
Picado. And that's exactly where, well, it goes the same for SGD as well. I mean, you want to be starting well. What better way to start than 3 free points? Make it 4 sometimes too. That's the way it's gone. It's a 3-1 scoreline for SGD over the Sonics. Of course, that's back on Pachinki as well as Picado. Sonics need to win this one. I'm going to be honest. They need to win this one. Sophia, good little drop down. And Mime now on the roof stranded. Same with Shrimsy H-Win. He drops down 2. Yeah, so 3-1 is the scoreline here. Tickleton from across, landing some good tags onto Shen. So low, 1 HP, but alive.
It's a good start damage-wise for Sonics, but H-Win goes down. The first knock once again goes against the Sonics boys.
The circles too. You see the brief glimpse of it here for phase 1. Shrimsy going for that first kill and is being able to get so, and has a chance to go for the revive onto H-Win. Jervis with the Uzi. Shan's still low, hasn't been able to find it.
Vard! What? Get out of here! This isn't your fight!
Where have Overpeakers arrived from? They put the punishment into the Sonics, who have now lost again 2 players. Again, it's a disaster in Picado.
I mean, look at how far ahead OP are. It makes perfect sense why they decide, you know what, these guys are going to keep dropping. OP are no strangers to this area because this, in their region, is where they go. Let's try and punish this themselves. Let's get some kills ourselves, and let's make sure that they can't catch up to us. 48 points, they don't need to worry at this point about falling out of the top 8. They are more than safe for now. I mean, things could change in the number of games that we have going forward, but that's a future problem.
Yeah, I mean, the adaptive play there of Overpeakers, perfection. Nothing to lose, everything to gain, understanding full well that the battles that have been taking place, both on Pachinki and, of course, in now Picado, have been quite wary. No one's necessarily winning them cleanly. There's an opportunity, and boy, they take that opportunity. Look at Bard just watching, waiting. I mean, seriously, what a play. Not just in the shots, but the understanding of the scenario as to what's taking place. Overpeakers, they are looking extremely deadly here at PGC.
Now SGD have the advantage here. Tickleton is still playing on the high ground, despite Overpeaker's surrounding position on top of him. But it's because he still wants to use that range. He still wants to use those high ground angles against SGD.
I would honestly suggest right now that if Mime and Tickleton can group up, you get out of dodge.
Yeah.
You need to play the game a little bit, get your feet wet. It's day 1, and honestly, they have not been able to really play much. Get some moving going, rotate into the circle. Try and play some position. Just do something a little bit different.
Speaking of the circle, it is another C1 that's towards the northeast, even more towards the north. Already a few teams inside. But the distance isn't ridiculous for Sonics right now, which, you know, obviously coming in from the center. But if they wait too much longer to make this retreat that you're suggesting, and I'll be honest, I kind of agree with you, let's hope that Mime in this vehicle agrees as well. But either way, if they take too long, there's not going to be much space for them to even try and go to.
I pose you this question, though. Do you count this as a win for SGD? In some ways, they've had some very significant help. Obviously, for SGD, they don't have a single kill. All of those kills of Sonics go in the way of Overpeakers, but
the survival is more the win than getting the kills and getting the points themselves, right? Because it's all about what you can do after this point. you're not going to get top 8 just by getting 4 kills every single hot drop, if that is the best case scenario that you get.
Yeah.
So in a way, yes, but there is going to be, of course, an asterisk behind that.
For a very, and I mean very brief second, in the peripheral of Tiggleton was Sophia, but he did not spot him as he's making that run across the western side of Picado, just on the outskirts, hugging that wall.
Ooh. And
Jervis has, of course, spotted Tiggleton. I'm not sure if that has been information gathered for Tiggleton, though, onto Jervis. And they are still taking some time. Well, now he definitely does know. Obviously, for SGD, they do have that player advantage. Overpeak is still not really in the area anymore either, so it does kind of go back to SGD v Sonics. Overpeak is obviously understanding with this circle, it is best to get a move on. This is our previous match, and this was a significant moment that allowed, obviously, Twisted Minds to get further into this circle. Alia with a big shot in the AWM onto Balefrost, and obviously prior to that, it was Na'Vi that were pushing onto Yahoo. And we were actually just talking about this off air, and it felt like all 3 teams did as best as they honestly could of the situation at hand.
Yeah. And now Sonic's doing the best that they can, which is going to be retreat away. They didn't just immediately hop in the vehicle and book it, right? Oh, but Sophia has an angle, is landing a couple of shots, pulls out the car, doesn't land the bolt. Gets another attempt at it. I mean, these are hard shots to land.
Oh, very, yeah, incredibly difficult. But do get a bit of a free shot, and he did take his chance. How aggressive?
Surely you're not pushing. Come on. Reel him back in. Reel him back in.
And that man started running across country all the way over. Oh, it would have been a disaster. 9, though, should get a free kill onto DG98. He might go actually for the one-up. Oh, DG98 gets out of the smoke, gets some damage onto 9. Really good micro positioning here in the smoke. Bagapa obviously responding to this quickly. 9 does get that run over, but Pio with the knockdown onto Tang. So both teams having a small amount of mutual destruction here. Bagapa a little bit quiet today. In fact, we were sort of saying the bottom 4 of the standings is
stick it!
APAC, Americas, EU, and then Asian team. So good diversity towards the bottom, and does get the stick onto DG98. But Bagapa and Tiamba have been a bit of rivals today.
Oh man, could not commit to it. Too hard, forced to back away. Able to get away just barely. It looked like 9 had an opportunity to get a quick spray down on both of them. But it is still even Stevens in terms of men standing. Pio rushing forward too hard with a nice confirm on the Tang.
Oh, he's flicked that at the last second, and it's done pretty well. And back 2 Hearts able to play off of that and get the down onto 9. Chewy up close. Oh, he's been spotted here. Throws the nade. That's going to go too far as well. Although, almost got the down onto Pio. I think he was slightly backed into it, but Seongchang has the angle surely to finish this one off. Tiamba will only then have 1 player left. They do get rid of Chewy. They'll be able to confirm these eliminations as well. The last player alive is 77, and he's not even remotely close, Cammy.
Yeah, it really looked like Tiamba were not expecting this fight at all. They saw an open DG98, tried to take that kill, was a little sloppy with it, and the rest of Bagapa responded in kind, which is the only explanation that I have for why 77 is what feels like miles away. But that means Tiamba can continue to play this game out, even if it is as a solo.
Yeah, but also miles away from this circle as well. So just not really close to the action, not close to where he'd like to be. This was the dancing from DG98. That time he fell, but beforehand he was able to do some decent dodging of said car. Of course, has not been able to escape the situation alive though, so only the 3 players moving forward for Bagapa. We did see a brief second there of Entropic, but straight over to Team, being caught out by Perfect. I will say though, Cammy's been a perfect day from Overpeakers today, 48 points. They've still even got 2 kills in this game. Obviously onto the Sonics. I think we can forgive them maybe if they do have a slight downward game here for match 5 to close out day number 1.
Yeah, they did more than enough. To have a really, really solid position here, and who knows, they could have another really, really good game. 6 points, 8 points, only push their lead even further. But Twisted Minds are not that far behind, and looking at their positioning right now, looking at the presence that we've seen a couple of their players play out, they are going to push this. They are not cowering, they are not hiding, they are establishing their control, establishing their position, despite 22 sort of being in the middle of the split that we see them employ.
50 seconds until phase 2. Lou trying to just get some intel. Haven not in his sight line for 22 Esports. Just haven't really been able to, I guess, be in a position to fight sort of on their own volition, probably the best way to put it. They've lost a lot of players on rotations. They're getting into sometimes good sort of compound positions or shack positions, but that's just not a winning position either.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of teams that are coming into this event with maybe none or maybe even a little bit of experience, it's always going to be a rude awakening to that. What you can get away with in your region, you cannot get away with on an international level. And there are a couple of teams that you can point to as examples of this. Whether they learn and adapt and adjust and change their mindset, that's the real test.
So phase 2. And it's another hard shift. Oh, it's somewhat of a repeat in terms of the positioning.
It's similar.
A little bit more towards the north, though, I would say, this time around. And a big favor. And GEX, look how much space they're trying to take in this circle now. I mean, off the back of really what was phase 1, now phase 2. They've almost got too much territory.
Yeah.
For this kind of event, they have to group up.
You can already see them in the distance, rotating away, grouping up, as you said, because if they were to try and hold that space, they were going to get torn apart one by one. New Happy pushing forward, and Tropic pushing forward, and now Big Up also continuing to push in just on the edge of the blue, but they, with that shift, they have an even further that they need to go.
Well, slightly slow drive through here. Vard Mexi. Looks like Mexi he wants to overtake him here. I think he's like, get out of the way, Grandpa, and the minivan. Move on over, but in some ways it's actually just extra protection for Mexi as well, in case there's any lurkers that are sort of watching the rotates. Lucarix, has he just been left by himself here for a brief moment in time? Cerberus not going to push it though, which is somewhat surprising, of course. Again, you know, it goes back to that conversation, but yeah, in APAC, that's something that they'd be aggressive with. They would be wanting to get those free kills. Instead, they fall back, play position.
Yeah, Cerberus in a couple of moments throughout multiple games today have shown hesitation a little bit. They've shown other moments that they have taken pushes, but oftentimes those pushes are when they have no other option. And right now with the option, this hesitation, this maybe, I don't want to call it like cowardice or fear necessarily, but tentativeness. We'll see if that continues to work and how it has been so far, because they're in 11th place, so only 18 points. At some point, they have to sort of be introspective with it, but Helen...
No. Alia just not getting away from this, does he? Surely not. Helen landed the majority of the damage, but not enough to get the down. Oh, Alia's been able to just survive somehow by the skin of his teeth. That is incredible. That is massive for Na'Vi. Look at Alia's heart rate up to 140. That was a very, very nervous moment, but he survives.
Yeah, just barely, but we have first aid kits for a reason. What is it? Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades? So he almost died, but he didn't. Now they're going to continue to rotate in. They already have one player up ahead for them, shepherding them in. That's going to be Mel. Hopefully this rotation works out for them, but now GEX. They grouped up a little bit, but it's still a little bit of a split, and Savior going to try and peacock a bit of his position, deal some damage to NH moving on in, but not really enough. That gives HS the opportunity to U-turn back around, and Ming Ming there with the covering fire as well to protect his teammate.
Yep. GEX have been really amongst it throughout the entire day today. They've had some good games. SGD still deep in the blue for all three of their remaining team members. And the same can be said as well. Bagapa have been sitting in the blue for the majority of phase number 2. 20 seconds until phase number 3. So both of those two teams have gone for massive, massive wraps. More now down towards the south side, at least for Bagapa. When we look at this circle, though, and who it potentially favors right now, Entropic in a pretty decent position, but these circles have been going absolutely everywhere today. It's so difficult to predict where this one will go. Slightly towards the south, not bad for GEX. In fact, their 2-2 split is going to benefit, but Na'Vi as well. Great spot for them. Cerberus can hold out on the western side. I think even still, Entropic should be somewhat happy with this.
And this isn't that bad for the teams that are coming from the north as well, right? Because there is that entire mountain ridge in the middle. That means that they won't have the threat of teams on the south side third-partying them, and allows them to have an opportunity to step-by-step process, get into closer to the center of the circle, assuming they can upset the teams that are already there, like Entropic and New Happy. But 22 Esports pushing on in, again, all in one vehicle, it looks like, taking some drive-bys, and that's going to be Tiamba finally eliminated. 77 does get discovered, does get taken down by Danawa.
Yeah, and that means obviously for Tiamba, despite their win earlier today, not in the top 8 after day 1 for Group A. That is now Affirmative, 21 points, 9th position. Cannot get any higher than that. Tycon gets the down onto Haven on the rotation, and it's kind of what I said before. For 22 Esports, they just keep losing a player or two when they rotate in. It has just kind of been the story for them today. Obviously, this time around, Haisaki and Tycon will be the benefactors.
He's a 10, hoping that the rest of his team can try and group up. They were in 2 separate vehicles, and those 2 separate vehicles are now in 2 separate positions. Yaho as well coming in from the north. Punaj got knocked. He is going to get confirmed. It's going to be another kill for the Sonics. They're going to be happy about that one, jumping over and chopping with that point.
Oh, shit.
And Pegopod finally find their way into the zone, or at least close to it, find themselves face-to-face with SGD.
Pegopod's been rough for them today.
It has.
17 points. Shen had a really good position, punished them big time. Pio has been able to heal up, and Jervis has made sound here, so 2Heart playing off of that. Only auditory information, though. Jervis keeps on running, 2Heart tracking him as best as he possibly can from what he can hear. He may just spot him, and now will do so. Fires rapidly. Jervis gets punished by 2Heart, plays a very patient game, gets rewarded for it. Sonics are out, though. They're gone. Day1, absolutely in the bin. Bottom 2 could be last if Deraton 5 have a big one, but they would need to have a big one, and not in a good position either.
SGD still trying to trade back. Jervis has not been confirmed just yet. Songjang has, so they go down to 2, and one of them is incredibly low on life. Pio needs an opportunity to use a first aid kit, and running away, he's going to have to force away from that fight in order to do so. That leaves 2Heart by himself in a 1 versus 2.
Not a bad nade from Sophia. Just on the wrong side of the Dacia, on the Marauder, I should say, obviously, in the end. The second one follows this one from Shen. Pio, last one alive. A rough day for Begapa. Spots Shen through the window. The nade onto Sophia. Don't count out Pio. He can do some crazy things. And now SGD are on the ropes. Shen, though, well, it's young versus old in some ways. The new and the old guard doing battle. Shen comes up big. Circle shifting around. It's moving around so much today. Now over towards Na'Vi, Cerberus. And again, what I was sort of saying, for 22, they find themselves in these good positions, but it's 1 or 2 players left alive.
And not a lot of control for it either. But Danawa, they have good control here on the south. They heard the fight. They saw the fight. They want to make sure that no one can come out alive. Salute finds the angle. The revives that Shen thought that he was able to get for his team. Get back up as 3. That's going to get pulled out from him.
Yeah. Oh, nice shots back, though. Not enough, though, to find the kill. Obviously, Pio will get one of those, but Danawa will be quite happy with that one. SGD, though, 25 points. From the 5 matches today, and ultimately has won. They've won the battle against Sonics, Picardo, Pachinki. I don't know if that battle will be concluded though going into day number 2 for this group. We'll have to wait and see. But I think they'll be somewhat content with the way that day 1 has transpired for them. Yaho on the move, pushing close into Guangdong Freaks, who have just gone about their game quietly today, not really on the flashy end. Only Hikari having probably a really big moment on an individual level. They're just getting the job done, though, nicely. Oh, nice headshot from Lash K.
Good damage. No, not just yet, but it's still going to keep your Ho from being able to push with as much strength or timing as they would like. But look at Shinboy pushing in from the low ground. Could be unexpected. But in PUBG, you always have to expect the unexpected. So really it's just going to be about timing. And can Shinboy catch someone off guard? But Lash K seems to be so focused on the main grouping of your Ho that Shinboy's timing could work out.
Not really entertaining the fact that there could be someone slightly below left. And obviously if Shinboy gets a moment, he doesn't need much time that close with the barrel. But it's E-End that pops up first, then Lash K. And obviously they're going to obviously look to push on to Shinboy here, use that high ground if they can. And he goes out. That's dangerous from Shinboy. He gets the double knockdown though. Where's the push from the rest of Yaho? Akad, Hikari just falling back slightly here. Ian has been finished off. Bit of help from Sparking. Here comes New Happy onto Entropic. Entropic haven't been able to do a whole lot of fighting, and maybe there's a bit of rust there onto Nailup, who couldn't quite finish off Zipyan. And that is a player you do not want to give second opportunities to. Akad falls. Now only Hikari spoke about some of his individual efforts before. He's going to need a bit more. Getting shot from Tycon as well. He goes prone. Pulls out the nade. It has fallen to pieces for Yaho.
Yeah, 1 versus 1 right now. There's an opportunity for Spark to get the revives, but intelligently so, he is backing away from potential grenades.
Wow.
Tropic are able to annihilate NH Esports.
Okay.
So they're holding strong, and they still have 3 members alive.
Well, there goes Sakari. Couldn't pull off the solo heroic efforts this time. 22 Esports also lose out because Hazleton has died. Guangdong Freaks eliminated. Down to 9 teams left at the 19.5-minute mark for our final game. It is all popping off here as Phase 5 heads over towards Na'Vi, but they too have a player down at the moment in Uber. So it is looking like a very chaotic mid-portion of this game.
Oh, all these rocks. That's where everyone is fighting over.
Well, there goes
That's going to be T5 out.
And they will hold last place position going into day 2 for Group A. And the bottom end of the standing really solidifying, which is not good news. As it does mean, again, that top 6, look at how many 5 alive, soaking points.
It is ridiculous how top-heavy this group has been so far. And Clip, oh man, you know that he is just drooling for these kills. Drooling for GEX. Salute gets another knock onto Batulins. Trades back and forth. Batulins does get confirmed, and that's on the south side. A lot of space that Danoel still need to recover over. With them essentially split 2 and 2. And well, top 2 are the ones that got knocked. They're going to get confirmed more or less. That's very little space, if any at all, that Danoel can call their own.
Is this the game, though, where it all just sort of clicks for Entropic? 5 kills, starting to push down from the northern side, getting a couple of downs and getting involved. They had that wipe on the new Happy. Danoa. This is always risky. Fortunately, they lose 2 of their members already earlier in Lambu and Howland. So Salute and Sol right in. It's pretty clean at the moment. Hart loses out. GEX will be happy with how that one's played out. And Clib, of course, can't win out too. Did say before for Overpeakers, if maybe they have somewhat of a slower game, well, 6 kills and even placement points up for grabs. If that's slow, I'll tell you what, they are having a marvelous day 1. They'll be very happy with how things have played out. Obviously still, you know, another 10 games to play, but it feels like almost 1 foot in the door in terms of winners bracket. Still, I know, a long ways to go, but they've put that best foot forward.
Ooh, Perfectix down to 1 HP. Trying to back away, but where can he back away to? Your Ho is eliminated in the meantime. MS with the final shot to Bill Frost. Danawad just trying to make something out of this rough situation they have found themselves in. Fortunately, Twisted Minds aren't super keen, confident in controlling themselves. Oh, what a great time to peek. Sold down to 1 HP.
Still alive. How did he survive that? Well, he's not going to survive the second peek, though. Oh, what a play from Spyro. Max is still alive, so Sol finished off. Perfectix will die as well. So 7 teams, 15 alive. There is no team that has all 4 players. Only 3 teams that even have a trio. Spyro knocked down by Mexi. Overpeakers will just not go quietly.
Ooh, drive by. Salute's not landing the shots. Is able to make it work at the end. Use the entire clip, but
is this?
Look at the result.
The start of Entropic's redemption arc. We had
could be
Avenger from the desk pop on over before. We were actually discussing Entropic, and here they are with a wonderful circle and a wonderful chance to close out strong for the final game of the day for Group A. Up to 20 points now, Cameron, and a tremendous turnaround. Entropic were 3rd last.
Listen, even like defense advantage or not with the compound, taking out NH Esports on their push, that's got to give you a confidence boost.
Yeah.
That's got to say, hey, you know what? Maybe we aren't bad after all. And look at this. Their positioning is strong. Their positioning is good. The amount of kills that they're going to be able to get from this spot, or rather from their opponent's positions, is a bit questionable. It might not be a huge kill win if we're able to confirm the chicken dinner. But either way, it is still a strong showing in this mid to late game.
Oh, he's played this tree so well. All right, Mexi, you've had a great day. Overpeakers have had a wonderful day. And it will end, though, right there and now. Example dying out as well for Na'Vi. So very quickly, down to 4 teams remaining. GEX, Entropic, Cerberus, and Danoa as a solo player, of course, for Salute. Cerberus, Tycon has again impressed me as an 18-year-old. At his first big event, he made his debut in PCS 7. Of course, has been playing the game for so long, but has just been able to put it all together on the big stage. Those always are the question marks that you have for the newcomers at this level. And so far has passed the test with flying colours. GEX, though, on the move at the moment in 9th, but they have a chance to finish the day inside of the top 8.
Oh, I can salute, get any more points. Already 7 for Danawa. That's an all-right game. That's a solid par game. But if you can get any more, that is just going to be even better. Gets a knock, but can't confirm it. Can't get a second. So good follow-up by GEX to maintain themselves in control here. And now they can look towards the center of the zone. But this spread that Entropic have, I mean, the crossfire is strong. If anyone gets dropped, then things can start to unravel for them. But they're also going to have to contend with Cerberus on the opposite side.
Well, last game it was a 4 versus 4 versus 4. Now we've got a 3 versus 3 versus 3. And then, again, somewhat similar to the last game as well. It comes to this sort of eye of the storm moment where all our 3 remaining teams, virtually opposite ends of the circle, not really close by, nothing essentially saying that it's going to kick off straight away. So I'm sensing there's a bit of time here still before it really does come to a close. But the one thing I will add, 8th, 9th, 11th on the leaderboard. Big moment. Closing out day number 1 for this group. For these teams around the middle portion of the pack in a top-heavy group, this is a big chance to collect some points.
Yeah. There is still 5 points to get for yourself. There is still 6, maximum 6 kills to get for yourself as well. So that could shift any of these teams, not just from the middle of the pack, but towards the top.
Well, the circle
doesn't really favor anyone.
Not towards anyone. And I like that, at least. But obviously for Entropic, they'll probably feel like they've got a bit of work to do. Because in some ways, I feel like they've got a bit more of a decision to make here as to which way do they really play this circle. Cerberus, I think, will probably try and wrap it up north. And GX might try and do the same thing. And if that does eventuate, Entropic will be in the middle of both of them.
Shots across the zone, or across the center, towards Luca. And that just presence alone, him slightly peeking out, calling their attention his way, might have allowed obviously the opportunity to back up and give the space required for Cerberus to not completely overrun them. Because as you were saying, with Cerberus on the west, GX on the east, if the timing works out the way that it could, Entropic could just get squashed in the middle.
Yep.
Fortunately, no one's in the center. They're all on the edge, so there's only so much value, but Ivis goes down.
Tycon makes his presence known. Big time shot, but it might just go back onto a member as well, and Duck might. And Xavier can't land the shot, so there was that brief moment where despite getting it down yourselves, you might then lose a player, but Cerberus are managing to keep all 3 players alive. Xavier goes for some more shots, smokes are up, so obviously very difficult to land any damage there onto Tycon. The question is, Avas has been, he's been completely left, so QBE and Lucarex are actually pushing onto GEX. If Cerberus survive these initial shots from Xavier, which they are so far, and then you see QBE and Lucarex pushing onto GX, Cerberus might just be in a good position to be the third party here.
The problem is no one has really been able to crack this zone wide open. They're all still on the edge because this zone is kind of just like a bowl.
Yeah.
If you go towards the center, that's not control. That's just putting yourself out to get easily killed. But this crate, that's enough of bait for him. Has to rush forward. It's a little bit of cover as well, but Xavier might be able to find the angle.
Yeah, Xavier's had this angle for a while, but as the duo of Entropic continue to edge closer to GEX, it's an angle he might not be able to hold for much longer, and that will be a massive reprieve for Cerberus. In fact, it's probably their win condition from here, that Entropic take the fight with GEX and force GEX off the top of this bowl.
Ivis going down means that Entropic have essentially been forced to go towards the east side, which is great for Cerberus. That one knock, that one kill is butterfly affecting into what could potentially be an entire win if things go the way that they're currently looking.
Here's that fight now, starting to really develop. Lucarex, QBE throwing out all of their utility early on. Molotov will just miss. Xavier, time to heal up. It gets shot under the vehicle. Xavier did get knocked, but of course then got one back. Cerberus have got to make the move. They've got to go now. Somewhat Twisted Minds style from the last game. You've got to start getting ground position, but also understanding we can take the fight with these teams as well and look to get as many kill points as we possibly can manage. QBE, the solo.
1v3 against GEX now that the revives have come on through. Forward positioning here, but it's not going to be aggressive. It's more controlling, it's more defensive. Just wait to see who wins out this fight. QBE taken down very, very low. And it's basically a shooting gallery. on both sides, but more guns on the side of GEX. They're just going to rush forward. They need to take him out before they can focus on Cerberus, and that is going to be what they're able to do. And it's good enough timing as well.
Cerberus have played this perfectly. Tycon, Darkmire stay back, understanding GEX have to push down into them, into their sight lines. So Cerberus, they have the one-man forward, that's Himas. Himas has to be perfect, and he gets the nade onto Savior. Really, really calculated play here from Cerberus, understanding the terrain, but they lose their star prodigy. Tycon falls to Zennan. Now, suddenly, you might have good position, but it's GEX! Zennan landing all of the shots! Darkmire in a 1 versus 2 behind the crate. I mean, what a turnaround from GEX! Don't underestimate these guys at all.
Take the moment to confirm those kills. They're still going to be giving information away. And you don't want to get even a 1 versus 2. You don't want to get the mini advantage, but Darkmire down to 15 HP. And Xenon is taking this opportunity while SSR has him covered to wrap around the side and find the angle, because there is not a lot of cover, but it's going to be a final shot from SSR to give GEX the final win of the day.
What a win for GEX, and a good time to do so in the final game of the day. Not just for them, but also for the likes of Cerberus as well, in being able to have a really good end to the day. Really, really important points there. 10 matches, of course, still to be played for Group A. Still a lot more to unravel throughout the week for this group, but still, from what we've seen early on, somewhat top-heavy. It's going to still be very difficult for getting points for those placement positions around that 8th spot. Should still be available for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and this final game especially has really closed what was looking to be a very, very unfortunate gap from that top section. But with the final 3 teams all doing well, win or not, it's going to be a little closer. That means it's going to be easier for them to try and overtake them, or at the very least, the important thing, secure themselves in the top 8.
I think that's going to be us done for today, Cammy. Tremendous, tremendous day. So excited, so happy to be back here on the land for PGC 2022. We'll throw you over to the capable hands of James and Martin. Boys?
Thank you, as GEX absolutely puts the boot in against Entropic as well as Cerberus on the other end. And we heard them from across the stage. They were happy with that one. And I think they've got to be here, Martin. That's a great win for them and a pretty decent day for GEX.
And as the guys are talking about, the casters, of course, they are in a situation where one good game is going to put you into top 8. Our top is sponging up so many points that getting into the top 8 potentially still is just one good game away from it.
I think their logo was upside down on the
I think so too.
But there you go.
That is, yeah.
Let's flip that around.
We're going to flip that around.
All good. But yes, GEX with a great win. I mean, considering the situation at the end as well, not exactly the easiest one to approach. We saw them also firing over at Cerberus to start things off, and Tropic likewise was firing down at them. And definitely found themselves a nice little spot to be able to play that from.
It is an interesting play, right? Because you have 2 high grounds, and then you go into kind of a ball of valley, basically, and then you have to fight that out. And Entropic tried to make a 1-2 play where you're containing one team or pushing them over towards the other team, trying to force them to fight, right? But they end up losing him. And when you do that, then you're left to be in a 2 versus 3 situation where you don't have the upper hand or the control of the circle, and that just ends up being really rough for them. And then they made a Giga Chat move with a drive-by to after the knocker and Entropic. Yeah, and then they managed to do really well. Very happy to see these guys succeed here early on. Means that we could potentially see them in the top 8 once we're done with our 15 games. 5 games done now.
Definitely. Not too dissimilar in terms of a starting circle as well from our previous Miramar. So all of these teams having to jostle for position in similar spots as it does stand. But GEX gets the better of it to round things out for the day. And it's been quite a varied day, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, it's been some interesting circles. It's been interesting to have our hot drops or contests settled. And that's obviously something that's going to continue, I feel like. We've been seeing it here in Pachinko Picado. But the interesting thing to start things off with, once we get to that, we had some interesting things happening in Picado.
Oh, yes, we did. Yes, let's take a look at the highlights then from this game. Rounding things out and getting towards the end. And with all the teams trying to find themselves spot up towards the north, again, for some of these teams, not exactly the easiest approach to these circles at the end.
No, and Shen again showing us why he is the young gun star on this again here. Very well played by him throughout, and they managed to completely tear about Beagopa here in this situation. Pio, fantastic nade on Sophia, but he clutched it in the end. Also, again, similar area, but I actually like this area in general here because you have a lot of kind of high ground, some bridges to play with, and a lot of in general, hard spots to be playing around. But Overpeakers again, some points on the board. They managed to get an insane amount of points here for day number 1 here, 54 total.
Guarantees them number 1 spot, as we had our second and third teams going out before them as well. So to take a look down here, I think for Entropic, as you say, the kind of spread that they had going up against the 2-3-man squads, unfortunately for them, really doesn't go their way. And it kind of, that potential bleed out is always going to occur in that scenario if you're not able to control the circle fully for all of that. But look at that, GEX super happy with that one. They get the final win of the day, bumping them up nicely in the point standings.
Yeah, and on top of that, it also means we have a kind of a weird, a third way through. And with that, even though it's been sponsoring at the top, we can kind of have an idea of where we're going to be ending up. But here are the top 4 teams of this last game of the day. Second, Miramar. 10 for Gex plus it's going to be a 20 bomber.
I feel like this is an important boost as well for Entropic.
Oh yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I mean, they actually took out New Happy on Edge and were able to get themselves in the top 3 scenario, whereas today has not really gone their way.
But to our nightmare, James, Naleb, the only player
of course he
on Entropic that died in that situation, and he's both on both of our fantasy teams, of course, unfortunately. But DAY1 again, another good game for them here, 7, and 4 is going to be 11 points for them. A good amount of smoke shoes there, 20. Kind of crazy to see that, but that's also how you kind of move around and overcome some of these obstacles.
Yeah, you're gonna have to try and wiggle for position when it comes to this terrain. So DAY1 tries to do that quite handedly. Cerberus, for the most part, was a little bit quiet. I felt in that southwest kind of angle that they were coming in from. Only the 6 kills going their way here, whilst they were trying to move on forwards. I did think this would be a bit of a better game for Na'Vi, but they did go down in 5th. By the time that the circle are kind of centralized on them, they didn't have much area to play with.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're putting yourself into this central spot, right, you're always putting yourself into a kind of a sandwich where you're potentially getting a shot upon from multiple angles. That's also what happened for them, and that was what had it for Entropic. Unfortunately, Ivar's going down to that situation. The anchor man there is so crucial. He cannot go down to that situation because he's containing everybody else, opening up a different angle. And then multiple knocks. The chat move here from GEX and just drive-bying here to finish off Kube. And then this end here. Some of the 3x, 4x sprays we see from these guys here are so confident, and it's just, talking to the heights of the mechanical skill in these guys.
Once you get locked down next to a crate like that, not much room for you to work with. So the points coming in, 20 points for GEX, whilst Entropic as Cerberus get 13 and 12 respectively. But again, it's another Overpeakers, another 5th place for them to get even more points. And let's talk about Overpeakers for a moment, because the start of this game, it feels like they're just having fun already.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of just quickly talking to them just before the game started, and I was saying, guys, it's doing great here. I'm happy to be a European representative here, and they're just laughing. They're having fun, they're enjoying it, and they're saying they're loving being here in the landline and absolutely fragging out because they're having such a close connection to the game. Like, it's so responsive.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, them surrounding Picardo, even I should say, to put down some hurt on Sonics, and we heard SGD react instantaneously as soon as those knocks came in on the building. That was quite something.
Yeah, I don't think they really expected to have it's a somewhat of a back-up drop in between. They're even contested, but they took the high ground. Yeah, they're surrounding them. But they expect them to be in the roof. They expect them to kind of have some of these fights, so they were able to land early on and then grab 2 quick kills from that.
Very interesting. Let's see if that continues to develop here in Group A. Of course, that is the games for today. But great stuff by GEX to be able to put themselves a little bit of a step ahead of some of the competition, because now they move into 4th place with that. And that's a huge leap for GEX against all these other teams vying for spots.
Looking at that 1st and 2nd place there, it makes me happy inside. But also New Happy, of course, doing really well. And now that we're a 3rd way through here, we can talk about, hypothetical cutoff points for the top 8. It's 29 points times 3. We're going to be around the 90 to 100 point mark, I feel like, because we have had a lot of sponging in the top, and I don't think that's going to continue per se so. So I think top 8 cutoff, 90 to 100 points is what we're going to see after the 15 games. So.
Yeah, you would imagine that there would be maybe a slowdown of Overpeakers just getting constantly this many points per game. All things considered. 54 points after 5 games is an extremely, I was about to say heroic effort, but then that would...
it doesn't really fit in here. Damn, okay. Out of 54 points, 40 of them comes from kills.
That's
Absolutely
ridiculous.
insane. Top player with the most kills today here, Clip. Then Twisted Minds and Spire here with a lot of survival time, of course. They've been able to put themselves into late game situations multiple times, so of course that really counts up. But 25 minutes average is crazy.
Slight tangent. I saw, while we were talking, we saw the individual pictures of overpeakers, and I was like, damn, that'll make a really good composite picture. And here we are. Look at it. It looks great.
Yeah, makes it there in the front with the
good poses.
Yeah, I really love the poses there they've put together. It look really good.
Wait, is this an all-European?
Yeah.
EMEA?
Yeah. It
talent?
feels like PCS7.
Oh, you know? It's early days, Avenger. All right, let's chill.
We have to be happy with it while
We'll
still
get it in
going
the neck
on.
from the Americans eventually, and probably shouldn't do that. That'll be fine. But that is day number 1 in the books, Avenger. It's been quite the day, a varied day. Exciting to see how things are developing so far in Group A.
Yeah, of course, tomorrow we're going to Group B. The Group A guys, they're going to have time to, analyze the games, look at how they can improve for day number 3, where they get a chance to play again.
Definitely so. All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. That is it for day number 1 for Group A. Tomorrow, we're back, same time, same place, where we are going to have Group B kick things off. So we will see you tomorrow for more PGC.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shout me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild. Eating them, beast, eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. New phone, who this? Give no reply to excuses. Got no bite when the truth is. Living a lie and the truth is. Got this power, bringing it. Play my anthem, singing it. Every button, bringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Shout, I'm back like never before. Take our final form. Waiting on an evolution. Come in, if you wanna come and get some. Nothing we can't overcome. Run in, rise with the sun. We wanna rise and become stunning, stunning. For the revolution, you can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Just you wait. Just you wait. Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. It's all the